Good morning once again and welcome to SABOA's annual conference 2023. My name is Terry Murugan, if you haven't already saw me last night, and I'm the Vice President of SABOA. I trust those that enjoyed or attended the gala last night enjoyed an evening, and I suppose some of them probably enjoyed too much. They haven't made it to the venue yet, and I hope they're not going to use traffic or load shedding as an excuse. It's my privilege this morning to be the host for the first session of this morning's conference. Just some house rules: cell phones to be switched off or put on silent. The restrooms are on my extreme left, adjacent to the what's supposed to be the bar area. Emergency exits are also on my left, next to the bar as well. And of course, the other entrance is the one, or the other exit is the entrance that you use to come in. Please note that this venue is a non-smoking venue. However, smoking is permitted outside of the building. Ladies and gentlemen, I would have been extending a welcome to our minister. And let's just say, like last night, and I'll leave it there. So what we will do, if you look at the program that we have, is go straight into it. And we're going to move on with the program. So what's going to happen is that the minister's address will be done later on, but there'll be a representative from the Department of Transport that will do that on her behalf. SABOA has always maintained a strong relationship with government. We've accepted that this is of vital importance to the association and as well as government. As both as a service provider to government and as a stakeholder, we believe it is essential that government engage and collaborate with the bus industry. And this is to ensure that we create the best transport policy for the country. With various proposed transport policies and draft regulations up in the air, SABOA's conference this year is themed Navigating Policy Uncertainty. Policy uncertainty increases risks, garners investors' sentiment, inhibits growth, impedes clear decision-making and forward planning, which are critical success factors for every business. Much is expected on the legislative front that falls under the auspices of the Department of Transport. For example, the introduction of the account-based ticketing with Central, a transport economic regulator, changes to the new subsidy policy, alignment of the BBBEE sector codes, employment equities, rollout of ARTO, and the green transport strategy, to name but just a few. So we're extremely pleased that this year's conference is able to provide a platform where not only the minister or the Department of Transport, but others will be able to share their plans for this industry or give us some insight as to what is expected. Without any further ado, I will then move to the program, which is now somewhat changed, and we will get an economic view of what to expect. Power cuts, high fuel, high food prices, high unemployment, lack of service delivery, violence, intimidations, social economic issues, corruption are just some of the issues affecting the South African economy. Ms. Shireen Dharmalingam, senior economist from Standard Bank South Africa, will share insights on the expected changes in this economic and political landscape and the impact that this will have in the bus industry. Shireen is a senior macroeconomist, economic strategist within Standard Bank research team, and as part of the team, a thematic research and insight has provided valuable introspection on current local affairs and FX strategy, which has aided in building a discernible reputation for the team. Standard Bank research team has consistently earned accolades for macroeconomic, political, sectorial, financial markets research. Shireen graduated from the University of Cape Town with an honors degree in business science. I welcome Shireen Dharmalingam to the podium. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to come and talk to you today. I'm a little bit disappointed that you got me, I guess, instead of the minister to set the tone, but I'll try and be as exciting as possible, given that it is a macroeconomic presentation. I know that it does get a little bit boring for a lot of people, but it's very exciting in my world. So without further ado, I don't know if you guys can see me. I know I'm a bit short and the laptop is in the way and the mic and everything. I should have gotten a bit of a stepladder to come and chat to you guys today. But nonetheless, I'm going to kick off the SA macroeconomic presentation with a quick view on what's happening on the global economic front. Obviously, this does have quite a significant impact on what's happening in the local environment. And given the fact that we've had just recently the IMF indicating that global growth is expected to be slightly higher than what we saw last year, we're anticipating GDP growth of about 3%. So I have a map up in front of you, as you can see, and it has a couple of numbers. It has two numbers, last year's GDP, estimate for these regions. And the second number in front of you is the estimate for GDP growth for this year. And you can pretty much see that GDP growth is expected to be a little bit lower this year than it was last year. If I just kick off and look at the developed market economies, you can see the likes of the Euro region expecting GDP growth there of about 0.9% from 3.5% last year. And the United States is also expected to be a little bit lower at 1.8% from about 2.1%. The UK economy, we know what's happening there. The cost of living crisis there is expected potentially to see recessionary conditions coming through there because of the higher interest rates and inflation that we're seeing there. So even the developed market space, is struggling with high inflation. At the moment, we are seeing that central banks around the world are tightening, tightening interest rates because of that, trying to tame inflation. We could potentially next week see a number of central banks at this point keeping rates unchanged. The Federal Reserve is expected to meet next week, and they've indicated, or rather, a lot of policymakers there have indicated that we could potentially see a pause in the rate hiking cycle. Just yesterday, one of the Fed governors, Christopher Waller, indicated that the Fed could pause at this stage, but we've also seen also just yesterday, Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester indicating that there's potentially, cause for the Federal Reserve to continue hiking rates. So it seems to be a little bit split. Our view at this point is that the Fed could pause rates at next week's meeting, or rather, I think the meeting's around about the 19th of September. So it does seem as if, a pause could potentially come through there. But if we look at other central banks like the ECB and potentially the BOE, the Bank of England, we could potentially see rate hikes coming through. There's also lots of indications that the ECB could potentially keep rates unchanged. Christine Lagarde has been commenting, the ECB president has been commenting about that, but in the lead up to that, they'll probably have a look at the data to see whether that warrants a pause. But what we have seen is that inflation is moderating in that region, and they could potentially pause. However, in the UK, things are a little bit different. We could potentially see hiking, the BOE hiking rates there. If I come closer to home, looking at the emerging market South Africa's emerging market counterparts of China, India, Brazil, we're expecting GDP growth there to also come in a little bit softer this year. India's growth is expected of about 6.1%, Brazil's growth at about 2.1%. But if you look at China's number in front of you, that GDP growth number is set at about 5.2%. We could potentially see that also, those growth forecasts coming down at the IMF's October outlook. We have seen already that China's economic growth indicators that have been released so far is showing that economic activity is a little bit softer than what they had initially anticipated, especially after the opening, or rather the reopening of that economy there. So it does seem as if, the Chinese economy is also expected to come in softer this year. Coming to sub-Saharan Africa, we're expecting growth of about 3.5% from 3.8% last year. And if you look at South Africa's number of 0.8% there in front of you, that is Standard Bank's forecast and not the IMF's forecast. The IMF anticipates GDP growth of just 0.3%. And just yesterday, they indicated that, concerns around the electricity crisis as well as logistical constraints have been weighing on GDP growth, and they penciled in growth of just 0.3%. And this is from a confirmed 1.9% growth that we saw for 2022. So the reason why our forecast for GDP growth for this year is at 0.8% compared to the IMF's forecast of 0.3 and the Reserve Bank forecast of 0.4 is because we have a slightly different input in terms of electricity in our model. We anticipate that private sector generation will support GDP growth, especially in the second half of this year. And I have a couple of slides indicating why we say that, but we do see that, that electricity will be less of a constraint especially in the final quarter of this year and going into next year, where we see GDP growth of about 1.4%. And in fact, in the outer years, in 2025 and 2026, we see GDP growth picking up as well. So just to go back, I know we are already in the third quarter of this year, but yesterday Stats SA published their new numbers for the second quarter, and we did see quite a substantial increase in GDP growth in the second quarter, despite the fact that we had, the intensity of load shedding increasing in the second quarter. We saw GDP growth coming in at about 0.6% from 0.4%. It was slightly above our expectations, but it was, a lot more than what consensus expectations has penciled in. And in fact, for the year-on-year GDP growth number, we saw that coming in at about 1.6% year-on-year in the second quarter, and that was from a low of about 0.2% that we saw in the first quarter of this year. So I have two charts in front of you. The one is the bar chart on the left-hand side, and the other is the line graph. The chart on the left-hand side looks at sectoral growth, but it doesn't look at sectoral growth in terms of what the actual sectors performed in the second quarter. Rather, it looks at sectoral growth in the second quarter compared to the first quarter of 2020, so that we can get an indication of where we lie with regards to just prior to the pandemic. And you can see that there are still about half of those sectors that are still below pre-pandemic growth levels. So a couple of sectors that are already above those pre-pandemic levels is the agricultural sector, personal services, the transport, storage and communication sector, finance, real estate and business services sectors also there, as well as the general government services. But we are seeing some of the other sectors that are very reliant on electricity and, is impacted more significantly by the electricity constraints. We're seeing, the likes of the construction sector, electricity, mining and manufacturing being weighed down quite heavily by the electricity constraints. If you look at the chart on the right-hand side, you can see that many sectors have, recently just treaded water because of those severe electricity and logistical constraints that we are currently witnessing. If I look at GDP from the expenditure side, you can see that there has been broad-based expansion in the second quarter of this year. That chart shows that, the import side has been particularly strong. But if we look at, the chart on the right-hand side, it looks at real household consumption expenditure. And we did see a bit of a contraction of about 0.3% quarter on quarter in the second quarter. And it really does indicate that there's quite a bit of pressure on consumers at the moment because of high inflation and because of the elevated interest rates that we that we're currently going through. The reason why I'm harping on this point is because household consumption expenditure accounts for quite a big chunk of overall GDP, of about 2/3 of overall GDP. And obviously, to get that number going back up, we do need to see consumers regaining a bit of confidence. I know it's a little bit hard when we have inflation still quite high and interest rates also still quite elevated at 8.25% in terms of the repo rate. So, consumption expenditure going forward is contingent on the consumer. And what we have seen is that consumer confidence levels, particularly in the second quarter of this year, deteriorated quite a bit. If you look at that chart on the left-hand side, that orange bar on the far left-hand side of the chart, we saw confidence levels delving very deeply into negative territory at the very beginning of the pandemic in 2020. That was to be expected. We had those very strict lockdown measures, and as we started to see things improving and these lockdown measures easing, we did see an improvement in consumer confidence. What we did see last year, though, we saw the floods in KZN in the second quarter of last year, and consumer confidence again falling quite sharply. This year as well, in the second quarter, we saw that consumer confidence levels falling once again, and this was again on the back of the fact that the intensity of load shedding picked up pace in the second quarter. If you recall, we had those very high stages of load shedding, where previously we had become used to stages 2 and 4, and at that point we were had become accustomed to stages between 4 and 6, and at that point also there were quite a bit of concern around the fact that we could potentially have a national grid shutdown. Fortunately, that hasn't materialized, and Eskom did indicate that they would try to do whatever was necessary to try and prevent that national grid shutdown. Obviously, just yesterday or the day before, we started to see stage 6 load shedding again. And in fact, the last time we saw stage 6 load shedding was on the 13th of July. They did indicate, or rather the minister indicated yesterday that Eskom is pretty confident that we'll start to see that easing by the end of this week. So let's keep our fingers crossed that that's not going to, that is going to happen, and that we go into the weekend on a lighter schedule. But if you look at the chart on the right-hand side, it looks at consumer confidence, but it's split amongst the different income categories. And you can see that there was a deterioration amongst the different income categories as well, particularly amongst the higher income categories and the lower to middle income categories. We do think that going forward, going into the end of this year and going into next year, with inflation expected to moderate and with interest rates expected to come down next year as well, that those particularly impacted by the very high interest rates will receive some support there. And we do see that is expected to pick up going into next year. In terms of the lower income earners, we did see a bit of an improvement there, but still quite deeply in negative territory. We think that will continue, or rather lower income earners' confidence will be driven by the fact that we continue to see the special relief of distress grant providing support and other types of grants. And especially, in an election year, or rather in the lead up to the election year, we don't think that the government is likely to withdraw that type of support. If there's anything to think about, rather, that type of support will continue and will probably become a more sort of, normal permanent income grant going forward. So that will continue to provide support to the lower income earners in particular. We do expect that household consumption expenditure grows probably around about 1.3% for this year and picking up to above 2% next year. And this is obviously from about 2.5% that we saw last year. If I look at fixed investment, we did see a bit of a recovery continuing in the second quarter of this year. We think that, going forward, that we'll continue to see support coming through from government's gazetted infrastructure projects and energy capital expenditure continuing to provide support. So we've penciled in a growth of about 3.8% for 2023, and that's expected to pick up to about 4.2% for next year. But obviously, we do need to see that those reforms do pick up quite a significant amount of pace going into 2024. What has been obviously dragging down GDP growth, and just a couple of weeks ago we thought, is it going to continue to remain a significant risk? We did see lower stages of load shedding of between 1 and 3. And that sort of, kept everybody in relaxed mode. But there was always a risk that the intensity of load shedding would increase, especially after the winter months, where Eskom indicated that they will reduce some of their planned maintenance projects in winter to try and reduce the pressure on the grid and rather push that into the planned maintenance period for summer. We are starting to see that coming through now again, as Eskom indicated over the past day or so. But, where we currently stand is that, we have seen a record amount of load shedding days already this year. We're close to, we surpassed what we saw last year, and we're getting very close to the total number of days that Eskom has penciled in, and we still have about 4 months to go before the end of the year. What obviously is a bit of concern is the fact that it continues to have quite a negative impact on the goods producing sectors of the economy, which is your mining, manufacturing, utilities, and agriculture. And as if you recall from the previous charts that I showed you with the bar graph of GDP growth, you can see that it did impact those sectors in terms of GDP growth compared to at the beginning, or rather just prior to the pandemic. So it does weigh quite heavily. And the chart on the right-hand side really only looks at stage 1's impact on those sectors. It doesn't even look at stage 6. So it's not a quick multiple of that, but it does impact quite heavily on those goods producing sectors of the economy. There is a little bit of, we do anticipate that, and taking cue from Eskom indicating that Kusile and other generating units will come online towards the end of this year. Indications from Eskom is that they're trying to bring that forward from December to November, and that will add probably about 2,880 megawatts to the grid, and that gives them a bit of leeway to also continue with their planned maintenance projects over the summer periods. That obviously needs to happen. It's the grid and the pressure on the grid is very contingent on Kusile coming back online. So we do need to see that happening. If not, we're going to continue to see, quite a significant amount of load shedding into the final months of the year, and the intensity of load shedding could potentially increase. What we have seen so far is that unplanned outages have increased significantly since 2020. We've seen a bit of a drop in the planned outages as they've indicated, but if we don't see Kusile coming back online, that planned outages could potentially, increase quite significantly. We've seen a number of breakdowns of these generating units and a delay of these generating units returning to service as well. So that does impact quite significantly, and it impacts the energy availability factor, which is the ratio of the available energy generation over a given time period to the maximum amount of energy which can be produced over that same time period. And Eskom has an energy availability factor target of about 65% in the short to medium term, and about a 75% energy availability factor in the longer term, which is, I think, around about 2026. Where we currently stand is that energy availability factor is only at about 57%. So by the end of March next year, the end of the financial year, they want to get that energy availability factor up to 60% average for the year, and then pick it up to about 65%. Those numbers do seem a little bit optimistic at this stage, especially because we started the year with that energy availability factor at below 50%. And, we've had a peak of about 59% so far this year, but it does seem as if, that's quite volatile, especially as we get an increase in planned maintenance as well as unplanned outages as well. I did indicate to you guys that we have penciled in private sector generation that could provide support to our GDP growth numbers. We have seen that there has been quite a large number of embedded generation projects that have been registered with NERSA. This obviously will boost fixed investment and will, rather alleviate some of the pressure on the grid and reduce load shedding going forward. We've also seen a spike in imports of lithium-ion batteries as well as solar panels, as what you can see on the chart on the right-hand side. And that does, as we see the data, it does come with a bit of a delay, but what we have seen so far is that has been increasing and continues to provide support from the private sector side to energy generation going forward. So we do think that going into next year, the electricity constraints will ease somewhat. Looking at monetary policy, looking at what the SAB is, or rather what we anticipate the SAB to be doing at the interest rate meeting later this month, we have seen that the SAB has increased the GDP growth forecast to 0.4%. As I indicated at the beginning, the GDP growth forecast does take into account load shedding. It doesn't take into account the same type of private sector energy generation that we're factoring in. Once they do that, once we start to see a significant amount of easing in load shedding in the back end of this year, we'll probably see them pushing that number up. But in terms of inflation, they lowered the inflation forecast recently to 6%. We could potentially see them lowering the inflation forecast for this year even lower, given the fact that we've seen, inflation for July coming in a lot lower than consensus expectations at 4.7%. we expect inflation to average at about 5.9% for this year and about 5% for the year thereafter. And then in the following 2 years, we do see inflation, hovering around the midpoint of the target band, which is about 4.5%. So given that, and given the fact that inflation expectations is also starting to come down, we think that the SARB has probably done enough in terms of hiking interest rates. And in fact, the IMF has also indicated that the SARB has done quite a bit in terms of trying to tame inflation. We think at this stage that that the repo rate will end the year at about 8.5%. And given the fact that we do see food inflation and oil inflation moderating next year, we're seeing inflation coming down to about 5%, and that could see the SARB starting to cut rates. We've penciled in rate cuts beginning in March next year, and we've penciled in rate cuts in increments of 25 basis points at each of the meetings from March. So that will take the interest rate to about 7%, which is the policy neutral rate by the end of next year, and keeping the rate unchanged thereafter. So just to reiterate, ending this year at about 8.25% and ending next year at about 7%. And that is, the current prime rate at about 11.75%. That obviously does, or rather the SARB's view does hinge on the Rand and what the Rand has been doing. We have seen quite a bit of, strengthening in the currency over the past couple of weeks. And then just this week, we saw the Rand back above 19 Rand. It was currently at about 19.15 when I left home this morning. But if we do see, quite a significant amount of depreciation in the lead up to the SARB's meeting later this month, and that could potentially, bring to the fore talks about whether the SARB should be continuing to hike rates. We, however, as I've indicated, anticipate that they'll keep rates unchanged, especially because we see, scope for the Rand also to start coming back towards the end of this year. What we have seen so far is that the Rand has weakened against both the US dollar and the euro as well. But we've also seen quite a significant number of emerging market currencies performing pretty much the same way, with quite a number of them weakening against the US dollar and the euro as well. We do, however, as I've indicated, see the Rand ending this year at about 18.20. It does, currently it is at the weaker end of our estimated fair value range. But, there's still concerns about the fact that we could potentially see some weakness there. But our medium-term forecasts are premised around the fact that our G10 strategist does view euro-dollar weakness by the end of this year and going into next year, supporting our Rand view of about 18.20. There are, however, a couple of bullish risks that could see that year-end target being pressured somewhat. If we see global financial market stresses, if we see the terms of trade weakening even more significantly, if we see geopolitical tensions flare up, then that could weigh on our year-end target. And if we see increasing frequent bouts of higher stages of load shedding, then that could also weigh on that year-end target, especially because it does, have implications for investor confidence going forward. On the flip side, and I don't know if it's even worth talking about the bullish side at this point, but in terms of the bullish side of things, if we see traction being made with regards to the reform process, that could, provide some support to consumer confidence, business confidence, international investor confidence as well. And that could provide a bit of a boost to financial markets in general and the Rand. If we see, stronger terms of trade than what we currently have penciled into our forecast, and that could also provide some support to the currency. But because of the, the weaknesses and strengths in the economy, and we'll see those parts of weaknesses in strengths coming through on the Rand side, we see the Rand, averaging at about 18.30 for this year. So a year-end target of 18.20 and an average of about 18.30. I'm not going to go through these slides. These are very boring. It's just the quarterly numbers. I will pass on the presentation so that we can share that with all the delegates here today. But just to sum things up in terms of our macroeconomic view, to summarize the GDP growth forecast, we're expecting 0.8% for this year, picking up to 1.4% and then 1.7% for next year, and 2025, and 1.8% for the year thereafter. We do see that the policy reform process, even though it has been gradual, will continue to remain growth supportive over time. In terms of household consumption expenditure, as I indicated, that very big component of GDP. We see that growing by about 1.3% for this year and picking up to 1.5% next year. As I noted, it's from 2.5% growth that we saw last year, but we continue to expect an uneven, recovery there. As I noted, in terms of the different households, it's probably going to be uneven across those different income categories going forward. But in terms of private sector employment growth as well, will continue to provide support, as well as the grant system providing support, particularly to the lower income earners. In terms of gross fixed capital formation, which is your investment component, we're seeing that grow by about 3.8% for this year and 4.2% for next year, again, supported by the gazetted infrastructure projects, but load shedding continues to weigh on sentiment and weigh on those investment growth numbers. In terms of inflation and interest rates, we see inflation at about 5.9%. We did see quite a sharp moderation in inflation in July, but we anticipate that going forward, we'll probably see inflation trending sideways and keeping the inflation average at about 5.9% for this year, and moderating to about 5% for the year thereafter. Encouragingly, it is expected to be around the midpoint of the target band in 2025 and 2026. And based on that and the fact that inflation expectations is also expected to moderate, we'll see the SARB keeping rates unchanged at the next two meetings. So that we'll see the repo rate ending the year at 8.25%, and then cuts are penciled in for the year thereafter for next year, taking the repo rate to the policy neutral level of 7% and then keeping it flat thereafter. And then in terms of the Rand exchange rate, as I noted, the average for this year is sitting at 18.30 to the dollar. It's sitting at 19.90 to the euro and about 23 Rand to the pound. So if you are going on holiday to the UK, I don't suggest that you do that right now. And yeah, that is it from my side. I will leave it there, but I do have to share three very important slides with you. It is our disclaimer, which basically just gets me out of everything that I just said. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I do have to share the disclaimer with you as well. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shireen. Alex, we're going to take one more presenter, and then thereafter we'll field any questions for both. In August 2009, the Minister of Trade and Industry issued a Gazette Notice Volume 530, number 32511, in terms of the Sector 9.1 of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment, commonly known as the BBBE Act. The Gazette was published to illustrate the Integrated Transport Sector BBBE Charter with its subsector codes. The codes, although outdated, are still binding to all stakeholders operating in the transport sector. The new Integrated Transport Sector BBBE Charter is currently embarking on the process of aligning the transport codes to the amended codes of good practice. The chairperson of the Transport BBBE Charter Council, Ms. Komiso Selankane, will provide an update on the process. Komutso is also the Chief Executive Officer of Heron Marine South Africa, an offshore banking operation in South Africa. Heron Marine is a joint venture between International Marine Fuel Supply TFG Marine and South Africa Energy Company Syrian Limited. Before entering marine fuel supply and shipping industry, Komutso was the technical advisor to the South African National Department of Transport on the alignment of all transport subsector scorecards to the revised BBBE codes of good practice. She is also the interim CEO of Petroleum Liquid Fuels Charter and technical advisor to the South African National Departments of Mineral Resources and Energy on the alignment and drafting of the BBBE petroleum and liquid fuel sector codes. We welcome you, Komutso. Thank you.
Okay, as we do this, I'm asking for a roving mic because I don't.
She can stand and talk. Sorry, ma'am, the people can't hear you on Zoom and so on. So just give me a moment.
Yes, I can start. No problem. You know these things. I was unfortunately born before technology, so I don't understand these things either. Okay, where's the presentation? Is it on? Can we do this? Good morning, everyone. My name is Khomotso Selokane. I am the chairperson of the BE, the Integrated Transport BE Charter Council. I'm honored to have this invite. I've known this lady here for a very, very long time. We've had our ups and downs when she was at the Road Accident Fund. I'm not Road Accident, Road Freight Association, RAF. And I think we've had very robust conversations around transformation. I find myself at here, you know, when I started, I was a consultant to the Department of Transport, and I find myself, unfortunately, 5 years later, for all my sins, as chairperson of the council. So I must have done something right or something wrong. I'm not quite sure what I did, but here we are. So it is always an honor to sit in front or to be speaking in front of my stakeholders. I see the DOT has just walked in, so welcome. And it is always great to be able to share the direction that we have in terms of us as a council. We were launched in May by the Honorable Minister, and we have very strict deadlines that we need to adhere to and meet. And I hope together we can assist to meet these deadlines. So here we go. I click in that direction, right? Somewhere. Yeah, this works. Okay, so a little bit of background. There we go. This is sabotage, I'm telling you. So, yeah, this should work. In 2009, we had the Gazetted Codes of Good Practice. So this is what everyone in the industry is sort of using. What is still looking at the 7 pillars of BEE and what is gazetted in terms of the framework of where we are right now. During our sessions, which we're having, it's unfortunate that we should have actually coordinated because we have a bus session tomorrow. We had someone suggesting that we should go to the Department of Department of Trade and Industry to ask them to repeal our codes, which would then leave the industry in a bit of a void, and that's not what we want to achieve. So we are still going to sort of integrate and have these conversations as council to then see how we deal with the issue of the 2009 codes. But as we stand, they stand. That's the legislative requirement that you would then need to address yourself, or you would then need to use when you're getting your BE certificate. In 2014, we started the alignment process. So we were aligning the 2009 codes to the 2013 codes so that we could then achieve that sort of alignment towards the 5 elements of BE as opposed to the 7 elements. At that point, the minister, I think, was Dipuo Peters, Honorable Minister Dipuo Peters at the time. They launched the Charter Council. It was the inaugural Charter Council that stayed there until around 2017. I started that process then as the consultant, and in 2016, we gazetted for 9.5. After 9.5, we went through a public commentary process, and in 2017, we took all of the comments, we consolidated them into a code, and then there was a void. There was a vacuum. There was nothing. And that was sort of what created the pandemonium in the market. But what created pandemonium in my council was that Sanlam gauge that came out, I think a few weeks ago. It actually said we were the most untransformed sector in the economy. which is a bit of a sort of an uncomfortable feeling, because I'm sure if I sit with most of the sector council or the sector members or industry, they'll say, but I've transformed. I've done what's best in here. It's just because of a lack of coordination and a lack of going to a particular central repository, we couldn't coordinate that information for us to then give it to the people that were creating the Sanlam Gauge. But the fact that there was a 14-year sort of lag in legislation also gave us a little bit of a push as a council to then say, we need to fast track this process. Furthermore, we had promised the minister in our launch that we would then achieve the 9-1 in terms of legislating this law by March next year. As a council, we don't just speak to the bus industry, we speak to all 8 subsectors. We speak of an integrated transport. There's an intermodal transport, and how we love to engage with our stakeholders. We say, come sit in all subsectors, because if you are understanding transport, if you're understanding bus and you see how that impacts road freight, how that impacts ports, how that impacts airlines, how that impacts maritime, you are then able to understand the integratedness of our modality within the transport sector. The reason I bring up the slide is for 2 reasons. When you're creating a sector code, you focus on 2 things. You need to have people with common commercial characteristics in a room, as well as we need to look at, my counsel always laugh at me because I pose this thing of empirical evidence. I hone on the issue of empirical evidence. We will never change or deviate from everything without having proper, justifiably sound empirical evidence. You remember that? I used to harp on that all the time. But the other reason I'm bringing up the slide is point 10. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unfortunate there will be no transitional period. You are in the transitional period. The Sanlam Gauge gave us a premise that we understand that we have had 14 years of nothing. So that 14 years of nothing was literally your transitional period. Once we gazette, we gazette. And the reason why we are asking the likes of SABOA, the likes of industry to join our consultative processes is so that you are not left behind. We are not going to transform without anyone being left behind, but at the same time, we are imploring you to be part of the process so that you have some sort of understanding of the direction we are taking. We don't want to blindside anyone. We are not those people. We don't blindside human beings. Neither are we a punitive, sort of dictative type of bunch of people that are there in the council. We are there to drive and guide policy, but also drive transformation. Furthermore, I was listening to Shireen's presentation about the growth of the economy. If you're talking about 0.8 growth with all this gloom and doom that's happening, I'm going to get a question saying, yeah, with all this doom and gloom and where the economy is going, how do you expect us to transform? You know, I said this yesterday to the Road Freight Association and the road freight industry. There's a book that I implore most people to read. It's called South Africa 2030. And it talks about a South Africa 2030, and they bring it to what was happened in the Arab Spring. That if we do not align with the fact that you cannot have minority owning the economy where the majority are sitting in slums and poverty, we are going to bind ourselves, and I include myself in the minority because I have a job. I sit on a board, I sit in nice rooms, I sit in air-conditioned situations. So I'm also part of those people that are the minority. Where you have the majority that are hungry, they will eventually create some sort of anarchy. And this anarchy will affect all of us. We sit as a council and we say, BE, maybe the fact that it's called BE gives it this inclination that it's a black issue. It's not. It's an all of us issue, all of us. All of us need to transform this economy to include people into the mainstream economy that can contribute towards the tax fiscus, that can contribute towards working towards what we're trying to achieve. But as I say, it's an all of us issue, is that we need to stimulate this economy. That 0.8 growth is not something that we want. Let's dream of a day where Shireen can come and stand here and say, I foresee a 4% growth. You know, those are the days that we hope that we will achieve. But we can't do it alone, and we need to do it together. I'm gonna skip this, you will get this. I wanna get to the interesting part. So the Integrated Charter Council, we had a consolidated process, and what came out of that consolidation process after 9/5 is that we brought in the QSC scorecards, we brought in empowering supplier into the enterprise and supply development element. We looked at shaving our elements. At some point, our scorecards were astronomical. We shaved them to align them to the DTI codes, but then we also brought in your mandatory training and inclusion lists. For those that might not even understand what I'm talking about, as a council, we also hold these master classes where we ask in sort of industry to join, because if we're going to create legislation, let's create it from a point or a foundation where we all understand and interpret the legislation the same. Because then you interpret it one way, I interpret it that way, that gentleman interprets it differently, and then we're trying to create legislation and we're all not from the same, singing from the same hymn book. So that's one. Two, the DTI say that mandatory training should not count for skills development. That makes sense somewhere, except when you are in an industry where safety and regulation is part and parcel of who we are. So it creates an unintended consequence in our sector, because you need to train someone to be a good driver, to do this, that, firefighting, whatever it is that whatever it is that you would look at in terms of mandatory training. And it would be unfair for us to say, remove all of that training. What are you going to train your people on? So that for us is something that we then say, industry, we're going to send you a list, come back to us and say, this is our mandatory training, and we work on it together so that we can, so that we can justify the deviation to the DTI together as industry. The alignment or the proposed alignment process, we will look at the normal 5 elements of BEE, ownership, management, control, skills development, enterprise and supply development as a socioeconomic development, as well as we will look at specific sector or sector-specific elements and nuances within each sector. So when we are developing the bus one, we will then say, okay, what is specific to bus? How do we then drive proper transformation through the bus sector that is sustainable? So that's something that we then need to address together. Oh. I say this in the sessions, and if you come tomorrow, and I'm not saying skip the SABOA conference, but if you can send someone to come tomorrow. I stand in front of the screen, in front of the slide, and I do it purposefully because, ladies and gentlemen, it is a collaborative process. No one must say there's that chairperson that sits there and she makes decisions by herself, because I'm going to deny it. I don't work that way. As a council, we do not work that way. There is a member of our council, Mr. Luanda Normal, who is the subsector council member in charge of bus and commuter. We collaboratively create our sector. No one is left behind. And I want to reiterate that point. No one must then send lawyers' letters, things to me, because I'm going to deny them. I've said it in front of you. And this gentleman, he's gone, please record it. Yeah, record this. This is a collaborative process. No one must say I'm a dictator. So in that, there's a very nice sort of diagram that we created that there's normally a clicky thingy. Okay, you can't see, it doesn't matter. The circle in the middle speaks to the transport sector as a whole. At the top, you have the integrated council, which is appointed members, a council secretariat, the DTIC, as well as the BE commissioner that come in for ad hoc meetings, as well as the DOT. That is where policy comes out, and you will find annual reports on BEE, and we will legislate. We will then bring that into the middle circle. On your left-hand side, you have a Charter Council Secretariat that does day-to-day management and communication, And any form of information and requests must go to the Secretariat, so it's aligned and streamlined and sent to us as council. What will come out of that, and we hope, or we say to industry, this week we will send out a letter to all SOEs, but it does not negate industry or public sector from doing this. We will request annual submission of your BE certificates. We will request annual submission of your implementation plans. Because the certificate says one thing, but the behind the scenes of the certificate is very different. So we want to see that report so that we are reporting properly. We're not just saying there are 4 people that are sending us certificates that are level 1, because that's the nature of human beings. You're going to send me a certificate that you're proud of. You're not going to send me your level 8. But what you negate to understand is that the minute you send me the level 8, we are able to then assist you and guide you to get to the level 1 that you need to get to. The circle on the right-hand side to you is working groups. It will include the council members. It will also include the secretariat, but it includes industry bodies, associations, as well as captains of industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask, please join the working groups. Help us to create and carve and craft this legislation together. And that is where I say it's an all of us problem. It is not just for us as council, it is all of us to craft this legislation, because regardless, it will happen. So I said this yesterday. We implore you come to a room, we do it together, we craft it together, or we will make decisions on your behalf. And you can't blame us for making decisions on your behalf, because we asked nicely. We said, please come, please join us, please let's do this together. So yes, if there's a slide that I want you to embed and imprint, it's this one. It's a collaborative process and we will create it together. Who needs to comply? This is something that I'm sure you can read. Why do we need a B certificate? Again, that's something that you can go into, but let's go into the meat of the bus commuter. So these codes are no different to what you saw and gazetted in 2016. Not a different code, because we are starting from there. That is what industry approved at the time. That is what we gazetted. We will align these codes to the new things that have come out. So remember, when we were aligning this process, we were aligning to the 2013 codes that came out from the DTIC. The 2019 or in between, the YES programs, the bursaries, all of those things, we didn't align to this because there was a void. So that is what we are going to do together. So just a quick rundown. I'm going to go through the things that are important. The targets stay the same from 2016, which is obviously voting rights for Black people go to 30%. Voting rights for Black women are sitting at 12%. I'll squeeze through this quickly because they're quite small. In management control, nothing really changed, except for the fact that we brought in the idea of youth into management, as well as we increased the percentage for people living with disabilities, but we excluded the pool for drivers. That wasn't in the codes, but we brought it in now, or at the time after commentary. Skills development, we also brought in the livable payroll, excluding drivers. Then we brought advancement programs for upward mobility of people from junior all the way up to senior management. Enterprise development, again, nothing different from what you saw in 2016. Socioeconomic development is simple. It's just 5%, 5 points for 1% of net profit after tax. What we also then brought into these codes was the QSC scorecard, which wasn't there before. Again, also 30% for Black people, as well as 12% for Black female. Management control, 50% voting rights, 25% for female. Skills development, similar to the one in the generic, where we create the upward mobility. Value chain, also enterprise and supply development also didn't change. Socioeconomic development is a simple one. Specialized generic scorecard. So this would go to the likes of autopacks, and departments within the DOT that need to regulate this particular industry. Management control, again, the target's not any different from the larger entities. The one thing I want to then come into, which is important, is this one. Compliance with Section 10 of the Act. So compliance with Section 10 of the Act basically states that all organs of state, when they are giving licenses, concessions, grants, whatever it is that comes from, whether it's routes, whatever it is that you're getting from organs of state, your CBRTs, all of that, they need to give it to level 1 and level 3 and above entities. Meaning the law clearly is defined. So we are not making this up. This is part of the BE Act that came out in 2013, the amendment. The only difference is that we are adding a level and a criteria to it. So you will start seeing all organs of state now having to enforce this, because it didn't just come from us, it also came from the BE commissioner the other day. We brought in a specialized QSC scorecard, which again is too small. You guys will read it. They'll send you this presentation, and you'll if you send someone tomorrow, they'll also get the same feel as what we discussed. So this is the juicy part. This is the part where I might get kicked out and no one might offer me lunch, but it's okay. I'm all right with such things. As council, we sit and we have meetings. We have a robust council with expertise. As I said, Mr. Norman is in the bus industry. We have another gentleman called Mr. Kaswa that's in the bus industry. We have attorneys. We have a verification agent, owners. So there's a robust people that represent disability, women, the department, all of us sit in this council. And we have engagements. And every now and then we make resolutions that we believe, given the understanding and the unpacking, will drive transformation in the best way, manner, or form. So I'm going to go through these resolutions. And how the mechanics of these resolutions will be then brought into the codes is something that we will develop together. As I mentioned, the collaborative process. But on an ownership perspective, all equity equivalent programs must be approved by council before they are approved by the DTI. We will increase the target for Black people to 40%. We will increase the target for Black women to 20% across all of our integrated sectors. The modified flow-through will be removed from all of our subsectors. There will be no application of modified flow-through. I don't even want to see that word. I don't even know what that formula looks like. We will look at owner-driver schemes. It is mandatory that we will do a deep dive into all owner-driver schemes. So we will work on these together, but we want to do a deep dive so that there's actual representation in terms of these schemes. We will also do a broad-based, I know there's been court cases and there's been issues, and there was a clarification note sent out by the Minister of the DTIC on trusts and broad-based schemes, but it is our imperative that the verification agencies that we will approve, we are not going to accredit verification agencies, that's a SANA's job. We approve them because we extend their scope for them to then be able to verify within the subsector that we are in charge of. Those verification agencies will do a deep dive into all broad-based schemes. So no one's going to create some broad-based scheme that makes no sense. We want a deep dive in that. The other thing that we're going to do is we are going to look at demographics and ownership. We've come to understand that there are certain demographic inequalities that have happened. Where permissible, we will look at them per sector. It will be based on empirical evidence. Again, we don't thumbsuck, because we need to justify our deviations to you as industry, to the DTIC, and to the country as a whole. But it will be based on that. Management control. The voting rights for Black people will increase to 65%. Voting rights for Black women will increase to 40%. We will bring in bonus points for first-time board participation. I mean, you can't have me on your board, on your board, on your board. Can we stop putting Khomotso on boards? Let's find new people. Let's bring in new, fresh minds and fresh ideas into boards, because that for us is something that's important, and you'll get a bonus point for that. Women on boards will have a bonus point. People living with disability on board will have a bonus point, as well as youth on board. We will remove the junior management element. We believe the cappuccino effect has been achieved. Most people sit in terms of junior management. We will remove that element, and we are moving forward on that one. The other thing is that youth will be brought into management. So we will like the inclusion of youth in management in our calculations. And where in other industries we speak of technical positions and specialized positions, we will then remove that and change it. No, technical positions will change it to specialized position. The other thing that we've brought in as an industry is minimum compliance. You will get no management control points should you not have 100% South African drivers. So let me qualify. There are people who have citizens, there are people that have work permits. That is fine. This idea of people saying driving is a scarce and critical skill, maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe it's something I need to learn. But can we be involved in the growth of employment in our country? And we will look at South Africans first before we start looking at bringing in. Because then you start understanding where the anarchy and the burning and this happens. It is based on us not growing that pool internally. So that is something we've taken a resolution on. Enterprise and supply development. It is mandatory that your enterprise and supply development must be within your value chain. So gone are the days that you're going to develop something that has nothing to do with your value chain. The other thing is that you must integrate that supplier or that enterprise development entity into your supply development. So that's also mandatory. We will bring in a targeted trust, not trust or fund, where a portion of what you spend will come into that fund to help develop those enterprises so that they are developed and they have resources and they have access to markets that then allow them to enter into the value chain. Value chain optimization is very important to us. It's very, very important. Regardless of where the economy is, as you've mentioned, as an entity, you still need to procure what you need to procure for the running of the business. So we need to integrate people into the value chain, and that for us is key. The other thing is we need to focus on designated sector. So yes, localization might not be a law, but designated sectors are something, especially in this industry. There's designated sectors that have been put out by the DTIC. So let's unpack it when we go through the process. What is where and where in terms of the designated sectors? Socioeconomic development. Socioeconomic development, we are saying that all socioeconomic development contributions must attempt to include people in rural areas as well as townships. And that is something we implore, but also where permissible or where possible, there must be sector specific. And then compliance with Section 10 of the BE Act, mandatory that all organs of state within our sector, so all 13 that report to the DOT as well as Transnet, must comply to Section 10 of the Act. And that communication they will get this week. Thank you. I thought I wasn't getting. It's not part of the code.
Thank you, Khomotso. Colleagues, we have some time before we would have taken the refreshment break, so perhaps we could field a few questions for the two ladies. If there are any points of clarity or questions, you're more than welcome to do so now. Sorry, Prof, I think Khomotso scared everyone off. Go for it. Just a second.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it was very interesting. I think we're going to have interesting discussions, I think, from an industry point of view. Just a question. I know last time we had all these interactions, there was a requirement on local content, local ownership of suppliers to the industry, which we had big difficulty with, you know, many years ago. But fuel, for instance, imported chassis and gearboxes and so on, that was a big point of discussion. And I'm not sure whether our points were really taken on board at that point in time. And I'd like to see, I'd like to hear what your views are around that.
Thanks, Prof. Just to see if there's no other questions, then we could go for it. Are there any other questions?
Thanks, Prof. You're correct. We did look at it. At the time, there was a void in terms of the petroleum liquid fuel charter. So in the interim, or now, I think they're waiting for theirs to be gazetted. So that situation is hopefully going to be fixed on the fuel side. We are going to sort of send a letter to them as a council to say where are they, because they are going to deviate or they're going to delay our gazetting, and it's a hindrance. If you think of majority of our subsectors, what they procure would be fuel, mainly about 70 to 80% of our subsectors, or what the subsector procures is on a fuel perspective. On the chassis and I think it was the seats and the windows, there was a whole list that we went through. Or the designated sector said something, and then we brought in our integrated list at the time. So if you could bring that back, Prof, we will then go through it and analyze it. Where permissible, yes, but we understand that there's certain legislative moves and shifts that are happening. So you have the procurement policy bill that's coming out now for commentary. You also have an indication from the DTIC and ITAC that talk about sector specifics. So all of those things might not necessarily be aligned with what we're trying to achieve, but I would want to also then reiterate, we are not punitive. Where we can resuscitate the economy, let's resuscitate it together. But if it is not permissible and is not possible, then yes, we will then look at those exclusions.
We did calculations and we found that if you look at procurement in this industry, fuel included, and South Africa's net importer of technology, gearboxes, engines, rear axles, and so on, electronic systems, and moving into clean energy, looking at importation of that type of, batteries and so on. It's not manufactured locally, and the market is very small as far as that's concerned. That's the area that I think that we were very concerned about from a procurement point of view, because there were requirements, I think it was 80% local procurement. And then we said, but, we look at from a euro point of view or dollar point of view, over 60% of our spending is actually related to international spending, gearboxes, engines, and so on. That was a big area of concern that we had at that point in time, which included fuel, but you've answered the fuel side, because fuel is 40% of our expenses.
Thank you. We're in violent agreement, Prof. So the 40% we've dealt with the PLFC, it is those ones that we are speaking of that we would then need to unpack and look at. The 80% spend that you speak of is not of local procurement. It is 80% of BEE entities. So your procurement spend 80% of your preferential procurement spend must be with BEE entities or entities that have a BEE certificate. That's what it says. So those are two things. Because what we also found, Prof, if you remember, is that some of these parts and some of these gearboxes were brought through agents. Those agents are localized. They are here. They might just have an exclusivity to bring in the stuff, but they are here. So that's what that element speaks of. But again, we are willing to unpack it. The markets have changed, markets have shifted. Shireen was very nice to give us a status quo of where we are currently. So we're not going to create codes based on something that was sitting in 2016, where we thought a market was going to ramp up, where we didn't have issues of hectic sort of manufacturing, ESCOM, all of this downward turn. So yes, if you come, and I know, Prof, you and me have had these robust conversations. If we have you as part of our working group, then we can align this together. Happy? Thanks, Prof.
Thank you, Kamat. So, are there any other questions or points of clarity? Okay, if there's none, we will take a short refreshment break and we'll reconvene at 10:30. Thank you. And thank you, ladies. I think the office has sent it off already, the link. Yeah. Probably just resend it again to everyone. Thank you.
Just want to say to the people on Zoom, we've got a bit of a technical glitch. We can't hear you guys this side. We know that you can hear us. So if you have got a question, kindly text the question in the chat room, and then we will convey your question to the program director. Apologies for this. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats. I'm just checking, is Tembi Chagonda in?
To announce.
Okay, if we can continue. Our next speaker, unfortunately, we're going to be amending the program again. Tembi, regarding the employment equity targets, is not in at the moment, so we'll move on to the next one. Okay, the economic regulation of transport bill, if passed, is supposed to ensure that there is a level playing field in the transport sector and will regulate monopolies towards fair pricing and easier access to new entrants. The bill is aimed to consolidate the economic regulation of transport within a single framework and policy, establish the Transport Economic Regulator, establish the Transport Economic Council, make consequential amendments to various other acts, and provide for related incidental matters. This will unfortunately have unintended consequences for the contracted subsidized commuter bus industry. Ms. Rianzo Mashava, Deputy Director General responsible for integrated transport planning at the National Department of Transport, will be addressing us next. Her job includes the development of policies advocating for climate change and global sustainability, driving innovation and research to improve the transport sector, as well as oversee the development of transport funding mechanism, as well as providing relevant economical advice. Ms. Mashava will share details of the planned implementation and impact of the bus industry. Before I hand you over to Ms. Mashava, I just need to note she is also, like some of us, including myself, an ex-student of Professor Walters. Ms. Mashava.
All right. Good morning to everyone. And yes, I am an student of Professor Walters. He has grown, so it means I've also grown. But it makes him way older if I've grown to this age. And thank you once again for the opportunity to then present the Economic Regulation of Transport Bill, which is currently at the NCOP process. And as I'm speaking now, we currently are presenting to the Select Committee on a number of the comments that we've received on the bill, because we have received many comments coming from the different provinces as it impacts the different modes of transport. So as a start off, I thought it would be prudent that we outline what economic regulation is. Would also cater for the rationale behind the Transport Economic Regulator, the components of the bill itself, the Transport Economic Regulator, the Transport Economic Council, the application of the Act, the consideration of excess approval, price regulation, complaints, reviews and appeals, and the consequential amendments. I think before I even start, the Economic Regulator Bill, its mandate is mainly on access and price control. That is its mandate. And I see that a lot of people, when we go present this bill, they look at other aspects besides the very two that we're looking at. So just as a start off, the economic regulation, it's aimed at ensuring a safe and reliable transport system, which then affords us fair prices at agreed minimum standards, which will be made throughout the country. The main objectives, obviously, is to ensure consumer protection, service quality regulation, price regulation, and the competition regulation. The significance and the impact of their economic regulation is to ensure better pricing and to improve levels of service of pieces of infrastructure and services. It will be a specialist body which will help design and oversee the concession agreements, and the regulator may also engage with the transport sector and the province and municipal authorities on the provision of technical assistance or expertise and cooperative activities, which will then detect and suppress prohibited conduct or offenses. The rationale then behind the Transport Economic Regulator, and this is broken down into modes to help everyone understand the Transport Economic Regulator. On the rail space, stronger oversight is required, and particularly if competition is desired. Currently, we have the oversight on the rail side being provided by the Department of Public Enterprises on an arm's length. Transnet Freight Rail is the one that then determines the access conditions as well as the prices, which then erodes any independent regulation. The rail sector in itself is a candidate for monopoly. There is no participation from anyone except for Transnet. So Transnet sets the prices, they give you the access, and they're in control of the entire industry. However, if we want to facilitate competition, we then need to regulate the access conditions. Transnet Freight Rail is unlikely to be incentivized to offer fair access conditions and to competitors. And I've noted as well that there's now the third-party access agreement that the Transnet Freight Rail is trying to introduce to ensure the private sector participation. On the civil aviation side, there is existing regulation, but it needs improvement. On the economic regulator perspective, we've got bilateral agreements which are negotiated at political level. We have licenses which are issued by both the international and the domestic air licensing service councils, and the airports and navigation services via the regulating committee also sets the pricing for the aviation sector. There is a need for improvement because the regulating committee that I just spoke about is on a part-time structure, which then lacks the capacity and continuity for future pricings. There is no appeals function. There was a recent dispute on the SAA link, I'm not sure if anyone read about it, where the airport in Umtata, there were price rigging. When they introduced competition, SAA link would drop the prices. and meaning that people would then need to use their airlines. But as soon as those airlines that were introduced to go into that site could not cope, and they left the Eastern Mthatha one, then Airlink would then increase the prices again. So it's to regulate spaces like that to ensure that there's fair level field. There's disagreements between airline operators and airports over the impact of the current pricing methodology as well. On the maritime side, we have the Ports Regulator of South Africa, which then oversees the Transnet National Ports Authority only. The TNPA is the regulator of the transport port terminals, and it is vertically integrated, meaning that Transnet then plays the role of a referee and a player, which makes the space not being able to be competitive. It does not even allow anyone to come into the space. And there's a lack of independent funding, and there's limited scope of Ports Regulator in its ability to fully implement the regulatory mandate. On the road side, the road sector is currently deregulated. There are existing road regulations, which are mostly focused on safety and accessibility, and some of it is provided by the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, the NPTR, and the PREs. The implementation of user pay principle to pay for infrastructure investment is increasing the size of the toll network. There is no independent regulation of the toll system. SANRAL is then tasked with the implementation and overseeing of the toll system, which then creates a potential conflict of interest, and the transparency of a system is mixed, which then affects public perceptions. The importance then of the Transport Economic Regulator is mainly to improve the existing economic regulatory framework by strengthening the independence of the existing regulators, to develop a rigorous and consistent methodology and procedures, and to create sufficient and dedicated regulatory expertise. We also aim to expand the existing economic regulatory framework by addressing potential conflicts of interest, by introducing regulatory oversight across the rail sector, and also deepening oversight across key aspects of the transport value chain. This can only be achieved through the consolidation, the rationalization, and redesign of the economic regulation in the transport sector into a single multi-mode regulator. Coming then to the economic regulation of transport bill, the key components of the bill are divided into the governance and substance matters. The governance matters obviously refer to the institutional and legislative design, the establishment of the regulatory independence, the appointment of the regulator, as well as the handling of disputes and appeals. The substance matters look at the contents of the regulation, how then the decisions are made, the choice of pricing methodology and the scope, and the licensing requirements and licensee obligations. The objectives of the bill, as projected on the slide, is mainly to promote competition, to establish an appropriate institutional arrangement which then supports the consistent economic regulation of transport, to enhance the transparency in the management of transport facilities and services, and to transform the agenda by the development of small and medium enterprises. And this one also speaks to what Khomotso was also speaking about on the transport sector codes. On the governance side, the key principles of the ERT bill is that the regulator is to be an independent organ of state. There must be a mechanism to challenge the decisions of the regulator. The board governance model should be adopted, which is separate from the technical and administrative expertise of the CEO and the staff of the regulator. And the board cannot be the independent review tribunal for the regulator's decision. The governance structure of the ERT, we have the minister who then oversees the Transport Economic Regulator, as well as the Transport Economic Council. The Transport Economic Council is the one that will be dealing with the appeals and the tribunals, and the regulator will be working on the regulation of the transportation, of the transport industry. The roles and responsibilities then focus on The role of the minister is mainly on the legislative designed to foster political independence. The minister is the one that appoints the members of the board and of the council, and the minister may give written direction to the regulator to investigate any matter. The role of the board is like any other board where they give strategic guidance on the development, and they ensure the effective use of resources and ensure compliance with the legal and financial reporting. And they are also not, they are not to interfere with the procedures or the decisions of the executive panel. The role of the regulator is to exercise the economic regulation in line with the national policy to determine the price and service levels for transport facilities and services, and to monitor and enforce compliance with the Act and investigate complaints. The role of the council, as I had already indicated, is to consider and determine the reviews and appeals of the regulator decisions and to provide the secretarial support, which then deals with the administration of any of the council. Coming to the mandate of the Transport Economic Regulator, and these are listed, but we've highlighted the ones that we deem are very crucial for noting, is to promote the equitable access to transport facilities and services, to ensure that there's research, market structures, and service delivery, which will then determine whether or not particular entities, markets, facilities, and services within the transport sector are functioning competitively, to conduct market inquiries in accordance with Section 43(2), to determine the price controls, to monitor and enforce compliance with the Act, and to investigate complaints as contemplated in Section 15 of the bill. The appointment of the Transport Economic Regulator, this will be done through a gazette process where there will be nominations which will be required. The minister is the one that sets up and appoints the panel for the shortlisting of all the members that would be nominated. A shortlisting then will be done and a list will be provided to the minister. And the minister, obviously, through the cabinet processes, is the one that then appoints the people that would sit in the board of the economic regulator. On the Economic Council, the functions of the council is to consider and determine the referrals of complaints against any regulated entity, to determine the referrals of the consent in order in terms of Section 19, to consider and determine the applications of review or appeal of the decisions that were made by the regulator, and to conduct public hearings and publish these decisions. The process then of establishing the economic regulator and all the appointments of the board as well as the council can only commence once the Act itself is promulgated and signed off by the president. And this as well will be through a gazette process where there will be nominations. And on this one, it is not the minister who is responsible for the appointment process. It is actually the Portfolio Committee of Transport who then oversees this process and then places the people that are then going to form part and parcel of the council. On the application of the Act, and this is a very interesting slide which Transnet is not very happy about, the minister needs to determine whether the firm has got dominance into the sector. So it means that they need to be taking control of more than 70% of the market, of which we know that Transnet is currently doing, but we cannot pin that on them. So what we need to do is then to come into contact with the Competitions Commission, who then need to do an investigation on behalf of the Department of Transport, and then promulgate and say that they are the one that are dominating the sector, in order for us then to put them back into the economic regulator and be able to monitor them. And one of the issues that we need to find is that they have market power and the services that they provide are for essential facility. We know that trains are essential facility for everyone that needs public transportation. And obviously I spoke to the market inquiry that needs to be done by the Competitions Commission. On the consideration of access, and this I think does exclude the road sector as I mentioned, because already you are deregulated and there is competition in the sector. But for the rail side, what we need to then establish is the capacity on the infrastructure of facilities. So what is going to happen is that if someone wants to operate on the rail side, they need to go speak to the infrastructure owner and obtain access to operate on that particular rail line. So if Transnet then comes back and says, no, we do not have capacity for you, and whilst the person that is the applicant realizes that there is capacity, they come to the Transport Economic Regulator and makes a plea that we are trying to obtain access. However, Transnet is saying this. That is where the economic regulator then intervenes, goes and checks and finds that there is capacity. The person that is also applying has the financial resources to be able to undertake this, and then they then grant the access to the person who's an applicant with the infrastructure owner. So that is the role that the economic regulator will also be doing. On the price control, we do realize that the prices, as I previously mentioned, the organizations are setting prices willy-nilly to set the environment or the situation that they're currently in. And we realize that the regulated entities must then prepare and submit a request for a price control to the regulator for the facilities and the services they offer. The price control may comprise a schedule of tariffs, the charges, the fees, the tolls, a revenue cap, and a limit on the rate of return, or a combination of the above methods. The price request must then be in a prescribed form and include an associated service standards. The regulator may determine or adjust the price control as requested by the regulated entity with or without the conditions. On the complaints, reviews, and appeals, the complaints against the regulated entities, any person may file a complaint with the regulator against the regulated entity. The regulator must consider or investigate every complaint that is received. It is, if the regulator finds that there's an issue, obviously we then need to take action. But if we fail then to resolve the issue then gets escalated to the council. The review and appeal of the regulator's decision. Any person which is adversely affected by a decision which is made by the regulator may appeal that decision to the council or apply for it to be reviewed. And when considering an appeal or review of a pricing structure, the council may either affirm the pricing structure or refer it back to the regulator for reconsideration. And when considering a compliance notice or pricing structure to reduce the notice, the council may confirm, they may modify or cancel the notice. So if the regulator itself struggles, so the economic regulator and the council are two independent bodies and they do not oversee each other. That's why we are able then to escalate any appeals and complaints to the economic council. On the consequential amendments, there is a section under the bill, which is clause 411, which then speaks to the incorporation of other entities into the Transport Economic Regulator Bill. These four that are depicted on the slide, which is the CBRTA, the NPTR, the Air Licensing Service Council, and other regulator. This does not automatically mean that they will be incorporated into the economic regulator. There is an exercise that needs to be done, which then looks at the performance and the capabilities of a particular entity to then establish and determine whether they are fit to come into the economic regulator or not. And this is premised on the fact that the mandate of the economic regulator is mainly on access and price control. So if any of these entities do not meet those requirements or they do not do those services, then it automatically excludes them. So this process needs to be undertaken and concluded prior to the promulgation of the Act, because as soon as the Act is enacted, would need to then publish the entities that then are going to be absorbed into the regulator. So there are also consequential amendments that will need to be done on the on the entities that we know are going to be incorporated. If we look at the National Ports Act, I'm not sure to what extent anyone has read the Economic Regulator Bill, but the Ports Regulator of South Africa becomes part and parcel of the Transport Economic Regulator. So as soon as it's signed off, NPA, the PRSA ceases to be a ports regulator and becomes a transport economic regulator. We also are going to be, we've made amendments to the Airports Company Act, the ATNS Act as well, the NLTA, and the Sunrail Act as well, because that gets impacted because they do provide access and pricing control. Post the enactment of the ERT bill, these are the entities that we foresee are going to be absorbed into the entity, obviously taking into cognizant what I just mentioned about the report that needs to be done on the performance and the capabilities of those particular entities. From the maritime side is the Ports Regulator of South Africa, which I've already spoken to. On the aviation side is the Regulating Committee, the Air Services Licensing Council, and the international one. On the road side is the NPTR, the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, and the toll fees, which is done through Sunrail. And on the rail side, we all know that there is no regulator that is looking at the economic side of it. There currently is an IREC, which is an interim regulatory entity, which is looking at the rail side of things. And there are DOT personnel that need to be seconded into the Transport Economic Regulator. And that is that. I know Prof had mentioned that there might be a potential impact on the contracts and the concessions when the act becomes enacted. And we are cognizant, I mean, we've been having a lot of engagements, and one of the concerns that we found from the Gauteng province is that they've entered into a lot of contracts and concessions with a lot of organizations. What then does it mean? What it means is that we do not come and stop the processes that are already, if you've signed something with someone today, if the act gets signed tomorrow, I cannot stop that process. What then needs to happen is that we'll just check the price control to ensure that there is no overcharging and it does not exclude anyone that would potentially be able to participate in that concession agreement. But as to everything else on how you do it administratively, the economic regulator does not play part in that. We still leave that to you to do. The aim of the economic regulator as well is not to over-regulate the sector and cut out the competition that is already there. So I think from the bus side, I think for now you are still safe. We are not going to enter into your concession and contracts when it commences. Thank you. Oh. No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mashava. Colleagues, as we indicated earlier on, with the delay with the minister, subsequent not being able to attend, Mr. Lesiba Manamela will now address us on behalf of our National Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning to all the delegates. I tried my luck when I saw my DDG here, Riranzo, say she will now take over because seniority doesn't allow that. But she said no. But I'd like to pass my apologies for the minister. When I was driving here, I was then called by her office that she has been, she had an urgent matter to attend, so she would not be able to attend. She was looking forward to addressing the gathering, unfortunately, because of an urgent matter that came up. she couldn't. And I think she's still committed to meet with SABOA when the time comes. We know that she will make time to meet with the leadership of SABOA. She should have, she said she would have wanted to share some of the things that we're doing as a department. I think that opportunity will come once her schedule allows. So mine was just to pass those apologies from the minister. And that's where I end as a messenger of for the minister. So I said, maybe let me use these 5-10 minutes, yeah, as an official now to share with you some of the challenges that as a department, as a sector, we are facing. Two things that are, one is around the fiscal constraint that we find ourselves in, and how do we continue with the reforms. In the previous SABOA gathering, we have presented how we would want to reform the subsidized bus services in the country. But I think reality now has dawned that we are operating in a very difficult economic environment, the fiscal constraint. As we speak now, the Treasury has just indicated for the MTF, for the coming 3 years, there's no new money that is going to come. In fact, department had been instructed to look within if there are new programs that needs to be, projects that need to be funded. Now that affect us as a transport, as a bus operators in terms of contracts, how we were intending to implement those reforms. So you would have realized that some provinces are having challenges, and sometimes when I speak to the leadership of SABOA, they say, no, the center is not holding, national is not leading because provinces seems to be doing their own things, and which is not the case. The case is that as we speak, most, if not all provinces are facing challenges with the audit, the Auditor General's report. Remember, the Auditor General looks at how we implement our own processes. Now, most, if not all provinces, let me not say all, most provinces have received negative audit findings because of the ongoing extension of bus contracts. And you would recall in the previous discussion, we were saying this is a matter that we would want to resolve as a department, ourselves and provinces. Unfortunately, the 23 years that we have not received any additional funding on subsidy resulted in this ongoing extension of existing bus contract. Now the AG has, in the past, they flagged it to say this is an audit finding because you can't have a contract that runs for over 20 years, of which originally it was supposed to be 5 years or 7 years. But the challenges lead to us doing that. Now, because of this pressure, some provinces have decided through the instructions from the AG to say, regularize. Now, regularize means they must now introduce new contracts within the current budget allocation. And the problem there is that, one, the provinces don't have the powers to do that, because in terms of NLTA, the authority and the power to conclude new contracts is now rest with municipalities. But provinces can do that if there's an agreement between them in terms of Section 12(1) of the NLTA to jointly introduce new contracts. That is a problem that can be resolved. But the biggest problem is the funding. If you are going to introduce new contract within the current funding envelope, there are a number of things, unintended consequences. The first one is that you either have to cut the routes, because the current fund, now when we talk about the budget for this year is 7.4, sorry. Now is the office. Apologies. The current budget is not sufficient as we have presented in the past. You need at least an increase of 30% of the existing PTOC. And when I talk about the subsidy budget. I'm just only talking about the public transport operations grant, which we call it the subsidy. We need to increase it by probably 30%, even more, if we now have to implement what the public transport strategy talks about, which is an integration of modes. So if you want to do it within the current envelope, you have to cut services, reduce the route, or you can design your full design. Then you will have to pass the cost to the user. I think in one presentation that SABOA did, it means the fare box will increase by almost 100% or even 100%. We know it won't be affordable. So the biggest challenge we had over the years, if not resolved, whatever we do will not result in what we would want to see, because that challenge is additional funding. Now, with the current fiscal constraint, it's reality. We can't ignore it as a sector to say there will be no new money. Now, what happened is MINMEC took a resolution this year to say, sorry, at least for this MTF, the next 3 years, let's allow the existing contracts to be extended for a maximum of 3 years. Some provinces might do 1 year. We're not saying they must extend for 3 years, because they still have to go and engage the provincial treasuries and AG to say we are forced to do that. So it's a maximum of 3 years. Now, during that 3 years, MINMEC has said we need to look at alternative funding, knowing that there will be no new money coming. What can we do within the current funding for public transport that is there? There are a number of options. 2 of those options is we look at consolidation of different funding pots that are there for public transport, PTOC, scholar transport. I think there was a paper that Prof wrote some years back of the fragmentation of sources of funding across. When we did the calculation, I think 2 years back or last year, it was around 30-something billion if you consolidate. But we should remember some of those funding are for infrastructure, capital, and then operations. We're talking of operations. But if you bring them into what the NLTA envisaged, which was an establishment of a public transport fund, you might be able to find some space. It will still not be enough, but it will be nearer to at least addressing some of the shortfall. It's an option. That option, unfortunately, doesn't rest with us that much. We can make that motivation. We are going to engage with National Treasury over the 3 years. There's a task team that the minister said must be established, and the MINMEC to deal with this issue of funding shortfall. The other option, which is a reality, that is the incorporation, the consolidation of the PTOC and the PTNG, Public Transport Network Grant. That is a possibility because the Public Transport Network Grant deals with the infrastructure of what people term BRTs in municipalities. Currently, we are dealing with that grant in 13 municipalities. 3 of them have been suspended and so forth. But in total, it's 13 municipalities. So we are saying if we consolidate the 2 grants, we might find some space to move. It will still not be enough, but I think it will bring the efficiency. The reason why we would want to go there is the public transport strategy approved by Cabinet in 2007 talks about integration as a way of planning and designing transport. Now, integration, you say, when you design public transport, it must be in a form of a network. Bring all the modes within that area into a network, one branding, one ticketing, and one timetable. So we think if we bring these 2 grants together, there will be efficiency there, number 1. Number 2 is that 73% of the current budget, PTOC, is spent in 3 provinces. That has the 5 major metropolitan areas, KZN, Gauteng, and Western Cape. Now, this year's budget is 7.4 billion, the PTOC. 5.4 goes to those into those 3 provinces. And the bulk of the money is spent in the metros. So ultimately, these contracted services are going to be consumed in the IPTN anyway. So we are saying, let's fast track the process. I think the challenge that some people have is that the implementation of the IPTNs have taken time, and now most people are saying, no, it's not a very good concept. We must throw it out and continue. Personally, I don't think it. The fact that in some areas we have not implemented IPTNs in a correct way does not make the concept of integration incorrect. I think we need to correct where the shortfalls are, because going forward, one of the things of bringing inefficiencies in the system is integrating modes. It's not an easy thing to do, but it has to be done. But it will also require more money, because now you are bringing modes that are currently not funded into the network. So you are expanding the base, meaning the budget will also have to expand. So in the next 3 years, this is the work that the department will be doing with provinces, with municipalities, to look at other alternative funding sources to make sure that at least we make progress in the reforms that we want to see on subsidized service contract. We just wanted to share with you, because there are frustration for some operators when some provinces are doing something. It is not out of their own will. They also have pressure to regularize, but we have a decision that we are now working towards achieving as instructed by MINMEC, to look at alternative funding sources. The second aspect is the development of the subsidy policy. There will be a presentation by the team in the program where we are developing. We just want to say, we are sharing it with you. The process is where we are now on our way to cabinet to get cabinet approval for wider public consultation. So even when we present today, when the team present, we can raise issues, but it is not a final. We will have an opportunity to engage through, once it is approved by cabinet for public participation process. Program Director, I think I just wanted to share those 2 issues with the time that maybe was there. And thank you very much. For the minister, for me. Appreciate.
Thank you, Mr. Manamela. Colleagues, moving on with our program. The Employment Equity Amendment Act 4 of 2022 was signed into law to promote diversity and equality in the workplace. One of the controversial amendments to the Act is the Minister's power to determine sectorial numerical targets for designated employers. Ms. Thembi Chagwanda, Joint CEO, Global Business Solutions and Employment Equity Commissioner in the Department of Labor, will present an update on the Employment Equity Bill and regulations and the impact on the bus industry. Thembi is a leading human resources consultant on BBBE and employment equity. She holds a degree in social science as well as a postgraduate diploma in labor law. Thembi is also an accredited assessor and moderator and a key advisor to several national and multinational organizations on the employment equity strategies, policy development, and compliance. She is currently a commissioner representing business in the Employment Equity Commission. Welcome, Thembi.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will be touching on the employment equity amendments and the targets that may impact your industry, as introduced I am in the Commission for Employment Equity, representing business, and I am in my second term of being a commissioner. I was fortunate enough to have been appointed in 2016 in the Employment Equity Commission, and that also saw some of these changes that we have in the employment equity legislation to date. So I'm sure you also have been following up on the changes and also the controversies as mentioned as I was introduced. But I just want us to take us back in terms of the journey of this legislation and why these employment equity amendments, and I will also then touch on some of the strategies as a consultant that I also provide to some of our clients in order to navigate this change, because I do believe that the change is also about promoting diversity and inclusion. And it is my belief that having the sectoral targets are also a way of enhancing that to happen. As we know that over 20 years, employment equity legislation has been very slow, which is why we are here today and having these changes proposed in the legislation. So if you look on this slide, it really shows you that over a period of 20 years, 2001 is a very significant year because that was the first time that the Employment Equity Act measured how companies are performing on transformation. So the very first row on the slide, it indicates the representation of employees that had been reported in 2001, and those being white males and white females, African males and African females, colored males, colored females, Indian males, Indian females, and also the gender representation. And you can note where I have put a red square, the African population, which is really the population of racial demographics has been impacted the most, because if you look on the right-hand side in terms of the economically active population demographics, that represents 80%. And we can see that at top management from 2001, we had 6% top management African people. And in 2022, we had 17%, rounding it off. And that also then shows us that if you take that number minus from the 6% and over the period of 20 years, that is how slow this, this legislation has been. And that was what prompted the changes and the proposal to have meaningful targets that can be implemented. And I think, as we know, as an industry and also as businesses, that over the period of 20 years, companies have been given an option to have their own targets set in terms of the employment equity. So you were allowed to set your own 5-year plan based on what you believe you will achieve as a business. And that has not obviously helped much. And that's why during the engagements in 2017, there were calls, even from some of the HR people and CEOs, that the fact that there are no targets to work towards is what really doesn't drive acceleration and transformation. And that's why then the proposal on the sectoral targets. So where are we as the industry? So I pulled these from the 23rd report because I also thought it's important to look at where this industry is sitting at. So if you look at the top management level, so the earlier slide showed us that African people, males and females, were 17%. If you look at this slide, shows you that African males at top management is 10.2%, which is represented by 1,079 people. And if you look at African females, that is 6.6%. So if you take that, it's almost the same as the reflection of the country. As I've showed you the earlier slide, at what reflects the country in the different sectors, but this is specifically for your sector. Senior management, and you can see as well, at 15.2%, 5.3 colored, 11.2 Indian, and 32 0.7 white males, African females, 8.7, 3% colored. So, I mean, the slides I'm going to share with you, so I'm not going to bore you with the percentages. So really the percentages are reflecting that over 20, or this is a 23rd report, so you can safely say 23 years, that we have had employment equity legislation. That is as how far we've moved as a country and also as an industry. So that also then shows the people with disabilities. So this slide shows people with disabilities only in the industry. And we understand that people with disabilities, you know, it talks to various types of disabilities, physical, mental, sensory, intellectual types of disabilities. So the industry recorded 4,899 people that were reported by all companies in this sector. And at top management level, as you can see, percentage, or rather 66 people overall at top management, 129 at senior management, 306 at middle management, professionally qualified. So the percentage overall as an industry, as well as this as a country, we are sitting at 1.3% of people with disabilities employed in companies. That is not to say there are no people with disabilities in organizations. And I think we know this. A lot of people do not want to disclose their disabilities because they fear discrimination. So the requirements now in terms of the new amendment is that we should have 2% of people with disabilities as a target. And so that's what I'm going to share with you. So what that means is it's people that have got you know, in terms of the changes, is people that will include those with long-term and recurring conditions, such as your physical, mental, intellectual, sensory impairment, that in interaction with barriers, they may substantially limit those persons' prospects to enter into the workplace or advancing. And interesting new definition in terms of sensory, it also includes sight, hearing, touching, all the senses. So, and in the sight, it's very interesting because it says that it's long-term recurring conditions, people that are wearing spectacles who, when they take their glasses off, they cannot see anything. So that would count half of you here. So we are all going to make a percentage for your companies. So, but obviously there would be a need for a psychometrist certificate that will indicate that this person has got substantial limitation in seeing. So that's, so, but it also talks to the purpose of why the definition, and it's not only just for people with sight impairment, it also talks to the inclusion of people with disabilities who are often excluded in the workplace and making reasonable accommodation for those individuals. But we need to create an environment that is trusting, where there's psychological safety for people to disclose. Otherwise, we will report year on year that the number has not changed, because if our mindset as people that work with people with disabilities is not changed, that it will also have an impact. So the other changes, which has been very controversial, is the under 50 employees. That the department had, with in the consultation at NEDEC, they agreed that companies with less than 50 employees will not need to report to the Department of Labor or have employment equity plans, or have employment equity committees. But for the purposes of compliance, if they do business with the state, if they have a need for a BEE certificate, they would need to go on the website and apply for a certificate of compliance. The certificate of compliance would look at whether or not those companies have been taken to court for unfair discrimination cases. You'll recognize that the employment equity purpose is to eliminate unfair discrimination in all races, gender, cultures, etc. So if there has been any case in those companies that have been referred to the CCMA or Labor Court, and those employees have won in the last 12 months of reporting, those companies would not receive a certificate of compliance, even though they are not designated employers. But also the other thing is, if those companies are under 50 employees, but at the time of reporting, they have a temporary employment service assigning them employees who are with them for the duration of 3 months, those employees are deemed to be employees of that company. So meaning that that company cannot say that I have under 50 employees, because if those employees that are temps are in the company for the period longer than 3 months at the time of reporting, they would then make that company over 50. So meaning that they would be regarded as designated employer. So this change is quite a big one, because most companies are saying, well, I can drop my numbers to be less than 50. So I can make it and not have to comply with the legislation. But it was one of the big one, because we said, you know, if a company wants to drop their numbers, they can drop the revenue. So the revenue has been scrapped. It's just only on the number of employees. So as I said, the 2% target, very important, and it goes with the definition of what we need to do as organization in terms of creating awareness for people with disabilities. So the main change really in this legislation is Section 53 of the Act, which has been always in the legislation but never been promulgated. So this section really allows the minister to issue a certificate of compliance if the minister is satisfied that that company has reached the sectoral targets that I'll share with you just now. And if the company has not been able to reach those targets, they do have a choice to explain. If we didn't have sufficient recruitment opportunities, nobody retired, nobody resigned, no promotional opportunities, that company remained as it were in the previous reporting, that will mean that the company has not reached that target. And it's not because they did not want to, but they didn't not have the opportunities. So this dispels obviously the conversation that you are hearing out there that says that these are quotas, because as a company you have an opportunity to set your 5-year target. You can decide when do you want to achieve that target in year-on-year targets that you have. But if you have had an opportunity, even in the year that you had not had a target, but it has a negative impact in your overall 5-year target, you would still need to explain. So which then means as organizations, we would need to look at really proper documentation, keeping records of what happens and where we can, if we need to justify. Insufficient targets of individuals from designated groups. So that would mean if we have a target of a designated group person as part of our EE plan, and we have advertised for it for this position, and none of the people that we've recruited or been trying to recruit from has not met the requirements of the job, which is a part of the fair discrimination, then that would be a justifiable ground. However, it would be important for companies to also indicate that in the past, we have been consistent in terms of our inherent job requirements, and also that none of those individuals were suitably qualified in terms of the definition of suitably qualified. Section 20, subsection 3 of the Act talks about suitably qualified people as having one or a combination of factors that would make that person suitable for the job. So it's not as easy as it looks, because we have to justify and also go through a detailed analysis. As you can see, that Section 42 is about the assessment. So this gives the inspectors who are looking at the compliance that they would need details if you have not achieved the targets, and the reason is insufficient in target individuals. So that's also quite important. So where there are court orders, transferring of business. So we know that when business transfers from one to another, there has an impact. There can be an impact in terms of the workforce that you are now adopting, and that may have an impact in terms of your achievement of targets. That would be regarded as a justifiable reason. Where there are mergers and acquisitions, as well as where there's an impact in the business. And most of our businesses have been affected by COVID, as well as load shedding. So, and that may have an impact in terms of whether or not you're achieving that. So looking at this, it really just shares with us that as a company, you may have justifiable reasons. And also where companies have been taken to the CCMA by the employee, as I've indicated, in the last 12 months. Now, of course, now this is impacted by the fact that when we look at the definitions of discrimination, it includes harassment. Now, a code of good practice in terms of harassment, which was signed by the minister at 2020, it also indicates that harassment may also include impairment of the employee's dignity, negative impact on the personal well-being of that person, abusive language, emotional humiliation, intolerance of the person's personal circumstances. We know this because we do have those managers who get very upset with their employees and tell them, why don't you resign? Because you're never here anyway. So that, according to this legislation, would now mean that is a form of harassment, and bullying as well is a form of harassment. And of course, most of us, we roll our eyes when we talk to people that we don't agree with them. It is a definition of harassment, and harassment is discrimination. I'm watching you if you're rolling your eyes at me now. I have a case. So having said that, so obviously these are just some of the issues that may have impact on our certificate of compliance, because if an employee has taken a case or first a grievance to the company, and that grievance has not been handled properly, that employee refers that grievance, or they resign because they're forced to resign, they may refer a constructive dismissal case. And if the CCMA finds in favor of that employee and an award has been issued against the company, that may mean the company doesn't get the certificate of compliance. One case, doesn't have to be many. So that's the impact of this new amendment, because it also talks to the elimination of unfair discrimination. So what's the impact of not having the certificate? As we said, if you haven't got the certificate, Section 53 talks about public sector tenders. So if you are tendering a Preferential Procurement Frameworks Act also is looking at having the certificate as one of the criteria being used. So you'd need to issue your certificate in order to also be assessed for that particular tender. And if you haven't got the certificate of compliance on employment equity, then that may have an impact on that. Possible exclusion on the management control pillar in terms of your BBBE scorecard. So the BE scorecard, 5 pillars, management control is one of them, which talks to employment requirements, employment equity requirements. Currently, we have to submit a confirmation that we've submitted a report to the Department of Labor, whether you've complied with your targets that you set previously or not. That wouldn't be an issue. Now, going forward, this would be a requirement to say, have you achieved your certificate of compliance? If not, that has an impact on your 19 points of your BEE certificate. That's quite significant. And there is obviously a possible exclusion because, as we know, with BEE, because it's got a cascading effect. So already some companies are also saying, if I'm going to be affected by your BEE status because you don't have a certificate of employment equity, I also need to see that. So that, but it's not yet. Obviously, these are just some of the, discussions. JSE listing requirements may be possibly also the pressure that may be put in, and then potential litigation. So as it stands, the DG reviews, they look at whether the companies have consulted, have you achieved your plans, have you reported, etc. So they are already integrating the new changes on the assessment of the audits, where they're looking at your current EE plans, even though the commencement date has been moved. So we're supposed to commence these sectoral targets on the 1st of September, but that date has been moved to next year, possibly after the election. But that does not necessarily mean that we have to put or lift our foot off the pedal. We have to obviously still ensure that we've complied with other aspects, because the DG reviews are not stopping. As we've seen in the news, they have taken banks, they have listed most of the banks that are not compliant, but that's also another controversy. But it is what it is. So I'm also sharing with you a slide in terms of what you would need to do as an organization to comply the basics. So your HR people are familiar with this. So that would be one of the slide that would be critical in terms of ensuring that all employees have consolidated their EA1 forms, especially post the awareness on people with disabilities. You might have an increase on the people with disabilities, which you will then have to report, and barrier analysis, which will help us to determine the barriers that will help us to achieve the compliance in terms of eliminating those barriers. I have talked about the meaning of suitably qualified people, which is the section 20, subsection 3. So when considering whether we have achieved the targets or not, this is one of the consideration from an assessment and compliance DG review. So they would want to see whether in your deviation of people with designated groups, have you considered that people can be regarded as suitably qualified with one or combination of factors that are needed for that job. But obviously this is not for every position, because that's also important to note that some positions may require you to have a specific qualification or experience, but it's also just talking to the fact that none of us sitting in this room had experience in what we are doing until somebody decided to look at our potential. So those 4 factors include the capacity to acquire skills within reasonable time if the person meets the other requirements of the job. Inherent requirement of the job, I've touched on that one. So we would need to obviously as organization ensure that we are complying with this sectoral targets, and also consider the other measures as I've just indicated here. So this is the Gazette that was published in May 2023. Where the public comments closed on the 11th of June. So currently the department and the commission is going through the submissions, which were sent out by the public. So the sectoral targets, as we said, there are about 18 sectors. You are in the transport, which is number 6, transport and storage sector. So your targets would obviously be what you are looking at. So I'm going to quickly also jump to those. So as I said, what would be required with the sectoral target is that all companies will need to review their own EE plans currently, where you would look at the sector targets to benchmark where you are currently as a business and where you need to be in 5 years' time. So if you operate only in one province, you have a choice of choosing that province to benchmark your current status versus the sector, the province that you are in. But if you operate in more than one province, you are asked to choose the national demographics. Top management level, the targets are 50% for Black representation. So obviously that does not add up to 100, because the rest of the percentage is made up of the other racial profiles. So which means that if you have 10 people in your organization, 5 of them would need to be Black people in order to achieve the target. And the Black people, according to the African colored and Indian percentages, the remainder of the percentage you can distribute according to the current workforce that you have. So if you already had 40% white males in the company and the rest were distributed, it does not mean that you're going to reduce that white males to be 4.5 or 3.5% colored or rather white females, but you will balance to the point where you are achieving the required targets for the sector for Black people. However, if you're already over the target, for example, if you at African males and females, you already have 30% African males in your top management level. That does not mean that you must now reduce it to 26%, because you are still below the economically active population demographics of African males, which is 43%. So all that means is that as an organization, you've already achieved that target for African males for 5 years. So it means that you will then have to apply the opportunities to other demographics where you have the underrepresentation without necessarily focusing too much on your African males who you already achieved. So that's how the targets will be implemented. So senior management, the target is 60%, and junior manager of professionally qualified is 75%. Overall, Black people. So you can see, if you are familiar with the BEE codes, these are no different to your BEE requirements. So they're pretty much the same. And then your junior management is 88%. So your semi-skilled and unskilled, that will utilize the economically active population demographics. That will be your benchmark. So you're required to then set a 5-year plan on that. And each year you will be required to report on the progress of that plan. And as I said, if you don't have the opportunities and you haven't had anyone retiring or resigning, you will not be penalized. So because these targets are based on the opportunities and natural attrition. So obviously this will have an impact in the organizations because depending on where you are starting from, and that will have an impact. And if you have had opportunities and you haven't found a person from that group, you will then have to explain. And if your explanation is then not good enough, as I said, that would lead to the company not getting the certificate of compliance. And that's the impact of this. Any questions?
Thank you, Thembi. Colleagues, moving on with our program. As part of SANRAL's mobility strategy, there is a potential to incorporate account-based ticketing, ABT, which is in the form of an integrated public transport fare management, where commuters would have one ticket for all public transport throughout the country. SANRAL will provide the ABT back office as part of the solution and provisioning, management, and updating of all other fare collection infrastructure systems, and integration would remain the responsibility of the operator. Ms. Saveshni Pillai, Project Manager, Planning, Toll and Traffic at SANRAL, will provide an update on the implications to bus operators, the industry's readiness, implementation, and the rollout plans. Saveshni is a civil engineer with 21 years of experience. Incidentally, she comes from KZN. Her core expertise includes toll-related projects, intelligent transport systems. She's currently the project manager for the Gauteng Open Road Tolling Project, the freeway management systems, focusing on expanding capabilities within these projects and stretching their uses to benefit the road users. She is also responsible for the development of toll, ITS, related policies for SANRAL. We welcome Saveshni Pillai.
Okay, thank you very much. So thanks everybody for having me here. I think it gives us a good opportunity as SANRAL sometimes to focus on some positive stuff and not always negative stuff. So I think that's always a good reason for us to share what we're doing. That's just more than just e-tolls. So I think that's a nice part of being able to present today. So what I'm going to present to you today is something called account-based ticketing. And I know that we have presented to SABOA before, but I think, you know, that the complication always comes up that with COVID and COVID-related issues, we always presented online. So we never had a formal interaction with the industry. And I think from my perspective, it's a good opportunity to present on a almost face-to-face basis, but also it gives us a nice opportunity to talk on a very high level. I think, especially with these kinds of issues and integrated fare management and how we incorporate all of this, it becomes very technical. So I think I want to just try to sit on a very high level and explain the concept and give a bit of understanding of what we're trying to achieve with the National Department of Transport with this project. So I think we'll just, in essence, I just want to do a conceptual overview and give you an idea of how the functions and responsibilities sit with all the stakeholders on this project, and just the context of what we're trying to achieve with ABT and where does ABT fit in, because ABT is not a replacement service. It's a particular function that we're trying to provide to the industry and the public transport industry as a whole. Okay, so I think just from a state of public transport in South Africa, I think everybody knows how important public transport is. But as a country and government, we've never actually focused on the delivery aspects. So we're lacking in infrastructure and how we deliver what we need to. And yet it has a direct quality of life for many of our citizens. I think what's important from a government perspective, and I think especially with this project and what we're trying to achieve, is to show that, you know, from a government perspective, we are trying to transform the public services and become more customer centric. And I think just when you talk technology and we talk about where the world is moving and the way the countries are moving, we are getting to a point where transport is not a transport system put in place in an area and then people use it. It's becoming more customer centric. And I think there's always the bigger version of the ABT project that speaks to the mobility as a service issue, where people want individual services. They want to customize their user experience. They want to customize their public transport experience. And I think in order to do this, there's always opportunity from a technology perspective to give that opportunity. So I think what we're trying to do is just get to a common goal, especially now when it comes to issues relating to cash. Just how do we create what the Department of Transport wants in terms of an integrated public transport network of services? And I think a colleague from the DOT alluded to that earlier. So give the people the opportunity to be able to use a single ticketing system at any of the public transport services. And I think that's what's very important about what the service offers. It's a single ticketing option or a hosting account, a mobility account hosting solution at the back end that allows all public transport to be integrated. So as we know, the problem statement, and I don't think we need to tell a lot of our members here, but I think it's important to understand where we fit in as SANRAL. So what SANRAL has is a technology solution. And we all know that cash is a problem for commuters. And we most of our service providers, be it bus operators, well, not really taxi is still cash-based. And our PRASA and rail transport uses ticketing systems. And the idea is to bring it into a single ticketing, a back office that sits with a single ticketing system. So cash replacement for the automated fare collection system and the acceptance of the infrastructure must be ubiquitous in order to be attractive as cash. But I think also from a department point of view, we're looking at how do the subsidy allocation right now between the PTNG and the PTOG, how do they become more accountable? How does the subsidy actually report back that we're doing what we need to do? And I think this is also part and parcel of what this technology solution offers. I think between authorities and operators, the idea is to look for ways to improve fare collection. And I think every industry is sitting in the same boat. So how do you eliminate the use of cash and that cash travels? How do we reduce operating costs, which I think is very important in this concept? How do you improve fare collection efficiency? And I think we're talking obviously not to only the bus operators. I think there's a huge effort now made with Santacos and the Taxi Association. And then how do you introduce an open loop fare collection system to facilitate and manage the introduction of an integrated fare management solution? Okay, so what is the integrated public transport solution that SANRAL is offering? So I think just before I get there, just to say that I think everybody is familiar with the ETOL project. But what we're not familiar with in terms of the ETOL project is the level of infrastructure that's sitting on the back end that it's become a government infrastructure. So we have a technology solution sitting on the back end that has capabilities that far outreach what we needed or required for our ETOL project. And I think at some point about 5 to 6 years ago, it was already envisaged that we look at value-added services or other services that we can use to mobilize and utilize the technology that sits on the back end. So at that point, we started with the project called the Value Added Services Project. And there's a number of projects that actually fall within the scope of what we can use this technology for. And thereafter, we offered, obviously being a department that, or the SOE that reports to the Department of Transport. The Department of Transport technically owns all the infrastructure that we have. And it's up to them to see how we can further sweat the asset. So I think whenever we say that, I think people come to this understanding that sweat the asset means making more money. But I think it's the other way around in terms of what we looked at. What we looked at is how do we sweat the asset to provide more benefit to the road user and the road user public that relies on us providing the systems and these services. And that's where the value-added services come in. So there's about 10 different projects that's going on in terms of the value-added services and have begun more than 5 years ago. For those that are familiar and do have a toll account or a mobility account on an app, you'll know that you can use your mobility account now in terms of 22 different malls countrywide where you can drive in and you don't have to take a ticket. It gets paid off your mobility account. We've got various other projects coming online in terms of specific services that we can offer on using this technology solution. So in terms of this, I think account-based ticketing was the pragmatic approach by government to optimize the use of existing public transport services to obviously, at the end of the day, benefit the road user. So what's important about account-based ticketing is that all transactions are validated and processed in the back office, meaning the right to travel is managed in the back office, and the ticket of fare media is a token identifier that's linked to the mobility account. And I think what I want to stress most importantly is, and I'll keep stressing it through the presentation, that this does not replace an automated fare collection system. We provide just the back office solution. So the AFC system as it sits right now still needs to be procured by the bus industry or the province or the municipality, depending on what they need to do. And then at the back end, we integrate the system for clearing functionality at SANRAL, or the transaction clearinghouse, as we call it. So the card holder has a prepaid mobility account, which means where you would have a ticket for PRASA, for instance, and you lose the ticket, you lose your value. The system works differently in that you have a mobility account that sits at the SANRAL TCH. And this means that even if you lose your ticket or your card, your value does not get lost. So the value sits in that account at the back office. And further to that, it's important to note that it doesn't matter which public transport system you take. At the end of the day, it all should clear at the same point, and that's what the aim is. But it does not, I think, importantly enough, and I think there's been a lot of question about how does it affect the fare management system or the fare structures. It does not affect any of that. This municipality, the organizations, bus organizations, the responsible public transport operator is still responsible for setting their fare management structures and their fare management solutions. All it does is it clears at the transaction clearinghouse. And then obviously the point is, I think cardholders can become anonymous if they want to have an account, but having an account also provides a future solution for all our PTOs. So if you think of a public transport operator, if we have, if a person or a public user has an account with us and we know exactly where he travels, what time he travels, that information in terms of the data that we are receiving is very important, both from a supply and demand perspective. So obviously as an organization or a bus organization, you would want to know, where are my majority of users? What is the requirement? What's the demand that I need? And I think in the same way we look at it from a government perspective, at least then we know what the demand is for infrastructure provision, because I think that's always also where we kind of miss what is required from a public perspective. In terms of the actual TCH, or the transaction clearinghouse, it's an established system. It's been in operation for more than 11 years now. It is a fully auditable system, which means transactions cannot technically get lost on the system. And if it does, remember, we have agreements between the agencies that say some is operator risk, operator loss, or it does get to the contractor that's responsible for providing the service in terms of the back office functionality. So I think what's important as well is we've used this term account-based ticketing. And account-based ticketing, if you think of it globally or internationally, has a very different kind of it's different to what the DOT ABT is. And the reason we say that is because we provide a sort of a hybrid solution. We cannot provide a full true ABT system like you would find it in Europe, for instance. So what we can do is we take the technology and we provide a hybrid kind of solution. So it still is a ticketless way to travel if you, in terms of the mobility account. The token is linked to our back office, but the difference in terms of what a true ABT versus a DOT or the current or hybrid ABT version is that it still has to store information also on the card and the back office. And the reason we say that is that has to overcome potential offline solutions, because we do live in a country where obviously we don't have full cell phone networks over all our areas. So if that does happen, what happens to the actual information? It gets stored on the card, and at any point when you get back online, it automatically updates. So it uses now what we call the central back office, which is hosted obviously by Sanral as the implementing agent of the Department of Transport. And it provides already, it's almost, if you think, if you get your automatic fare collection system integrated in our network, it is an immediate interoperability. So we would go into a pilot phase or pilot testing phase, and in essence, just fix all the system related issues, but essentially it is immediate interoperability. And then lastly, I think importantly is then because of this standard or the card standard that we had to implement, we have based it on the International OSPT Alliance CIPUS Open Standards, which is a free standard that can be downloaded or looked at. So the NDOT endorsed system is facilitated by Sanral, is an open loop solution. So there's no vendor technology lock-in. So it is not specific to a operator or a service. It's an open standards, which is freely available. It's back office centric account hosting. And I think now I've explained that it carries the balance open to spend on the card. So it doesn't matter to the road user what type of public transport they use. They can use any public transport and they can have a positive balance on their card and they can use it freely. It provides a cost-effective solution for the PTOs and the greater degree of convenience for passengers in the closed loop system. I think the cost-effective solution then becomes in terms of your top-up agents or your top-up points. How do we provide this? And I think in terms of providing the service countrywide, there will be numerous points where at any point, which is not locked into a single service provider, you can have you can top up your card. And I think the current model that we're looking at is beyond just normal ticketing systems. You would look at a kind of, what do you call it? Top-up agents sitting at a taxi rank, for instance. So they'll have a little validator or a card validator at their local little shop, and then they can provide that service, and they are paid a commission for whenever a person actually tops up. So all transactions are validated and processed at the operator's AFC, and it is submitted to the TCH for processing and claim on the cardholders. So I think that's very important. The AFC system still belongs to the operator and has nothing to do with Sanral. We will only connect the two systems to provide the back office service to the mobility account. So the right to travel is managed by the prepaid balance available, and the fare media is the unique identifier that is linked to the commuter's mobility account. Okay, so I think I've kind of alluded to it, and I think there was many questions that we get from the industry with regards to what exactly is this back office system. Sanral does have a sophisticated back office system that is managed to collect not only e-tolls, it's a fully interoperable solution that right now, I think if you do have access to the app, you can travel anywhere in the country. All of our toll plazas are interoperable at the moment. So you are able to travel countrywide. And this system is operational for over 10 years and has multiple redundancies. So I think there's about 4 to 5 different kind of redundancies built into the system in terms of what we have already existing in terms of collection of tolls. The system consists of obviously the account hosting and transaction processing functionality of our TCH. Currently, we process we process about 3 million transactions a day. So there's still, obviously, the gantries do record vehicle information, and that's about 3 million, sometimes up to 70. So that equates to about 70 to 80 million transactions a month. And we can move, obviously, to about 20 million. So the system's been tested on 20 million transactions per day. The Cypress Open Standards is designed to function offline, and therefore it has been chosen as the fair media. And I think that's a downloadable free standards that everybody can apply. So the above integration implementation will be governed by the public transport agreement with KPIs to ensure service delivery. And I think that's important to any operator that wants to integrate into the system, is what reliability do we provide, what accountability do we provide, and where does, who's responsible for what. And I think it's important to say that at that point, we have a strict service level agreement with our contractor, and their responsibility is to ensure service delivery at a high standard or high rate. And all of these are auditable, and we have an audit trail of all the transactions and revenue collected. So in terms of just our DOT, NDOT, ABT stakeholder functions and responsibility, and I think this is also a very important diagram, because what it actually tells you is where does all of the systems sit in. And if you can see, I think at some point right here is where the SANRAL system sits in. So it does not replace what the commuter has. It does not replace an AFC solution. All it does is it provides a back-end solution for clearing into a single mobility account. But what it does have at the end of it all is various payment channels that can be used. And I've alluded to the various payment channels, which is anything from your public transport operators. And currently, SANRAL has 1,000 points of presence. And we say 1,000 points of presence because we are integrated with the Stella Group, which is your checkers and your retailers. And right now, it is possible for you to top up your toll account at any of these retailers. So exactly the same service would be offered for a mobility account because it's the same account that sits in the back end. Spaza shops, informal traders, and obviously fair media issuers. The transaction clearinghouse itself is where the account hosting happens. So for those of you who know, the Central Operations Center is based here in Centurion. This is where we receive the transactions from the PTOs. We receive the transactions from the top-up agents. We process all the transactions on the mobility account. So it doesn't matter if they're using their private vehicle, can be linked to a mobility account for a public transport. All is a fully integrated mobility account. And they settle the PTOs for transactions submitted. So in terms of the submitting and clearing, all of that is governed by clearance times. So there's a strict level where we say it must get to us in a certain period, goes through the system, and then paid back to the operator immediately. So I think there's a minimum of a 24-hour to 48-hour turnaround time in terms of how quick the operator gets paid. So it doesn't sit in the account, it rather moves through the account to be assigned to the relevant public transport operator. Just in terms of the AFC system as well, remember that I think the readers, the validators, the station gates, the buses, the taxis, all of that is still to be provided by the operator. So that's nothing that we get involved in at all. We only do the back end, and that's the plug and play version of it. Okay, so I think the context of the solution, if you think about it, in what we're trying to provide, is a different means for us to allow the road user or the commuter to be able to pay. So in essence, you can register a mobility account directly on the app, and you can top up your mobility account, but you still have the option to go to a retailer or public transport kiosk. Also forget to mention that obviously the e-toll facilities in the malls is also capable of doing this functionality. So people can do shopping and top up their accounts via one of the retail shops that we have. And there is then also that option where they can deposit cash at a particular kiosk or facility, and then it can be loaded onto their mobility account. So I think in terms of the technology solution that we sit in, all of it is integratable because technology allows it to be integratable in how we provide it. And importantly enough is there's a relationship between the public transport operator and the transaction clearinghouse that allows that flow of transactions where it comes in, it gets validated, it gets settled, etc. So I think in terms of that back office functionality, we have now tested it, and with our first pilot being now in Rustenburg. So Rustenburg's pilot is moving smoothly at the moment and will then progress to a public transport agreement. The same with Polokwane at the moment. They're also in the pilot phase. And we are now busy with a solution with the city of Tshwane, which is one of the bigger operators, which would be a good test of the system as well. So I think in terms of benefits, people always ask, what are the benefits of the SANRAL ABT solution? Well, I think in terms of what government wants to achieve, and I think it's always part of the ministers, any minister or minister of transport, is to have a single integrated ticketing system. At the end of the day, it's important that people have that value of being able to go to Cape Town and get onto a bus down in Cape Town with the same mobility account, and they don't have to go and find a service provider and then, decide to buy that ticket with that amount of money, and then they lose the value. I think the nice thing is if you have a single mobility account, irrespective of where you are in the country, it should be able to speak the same language, and you should be able to tap the same amount or tap the same card and get that value out of it. But further to that, I think in terms of operational cost savings, there's obviously a cash handling and a footprint perspective. So I think most of the operators currently, for each closed loop system we have, you have to have your own kiosk, you have to have your own facilities. With this being an open solution, it could be any of the retailers or the footprints that we currently have. And then I think that makes it easier for people to have more access and not necessarily deliberately go out of their way to top up their accounts. So there is a simplicity of operation. There's a significant cost savings and a capital savings from a back office point of view for our public transport operators. And we say that because the service would be a cheaper service. So it would be so all SANRAL would actually charge is the processing fee to cover our operational costs in terms of what we need to get done. But in essence, the significant cost savings come to the fact that it would be cheaper than an EMV solution that's currently out there because it is a government asset. And in terms of a government asset, we can provide the service at a cheaper rate, providing we cover our operational costs. With the more public transport operators and the multiple different value-added services, each of them carry a portion of the cost. So the more systems that come online, the cheaper it actually becomes for us to run the service in terms of quantity. And then I think in terms of the public transport subsidies, this is not technically a SANRAL space. It still belongs to the Department of Transport, and they can determine it. But it has the potential in future to influence the way that we can probably directly give the subsidies in a way to the bus, to the commuter, and not necessarily the operator, if we want to, because we have access to a mobility account that the road user uses. The public transport information, I think I alluded to, is very important, the centralized data collection, eventually moving to a mobility as a service solution. And I think there's no operator that would not want to have sight or information of how the people are moving on your system. And the cross-industry data integration. So important for us is the cross-industry or multimodal offering. So at the end of the day, people will not, I think there's a lot of commuters now that do a taxi to a bus transport or a taxi to a rail. So they do use a combination of public transport. So I think this gives a good idea, firstly, from an information point of view, to know the number of people that have to multi-trip journeys, but also multimodal trip journeys in a day or what they're doing. And further to this, I think this information becomes valuable, as I said, for the provision of actual infrastructure. So in terms of the role players and the functionality, I think there's a lot of information in here that I think you can, I think everybody's going to get a copy of the presentation. So it's important to go through because the attempt was made now to try to answer. So SABOA had, when we had our previous interaction with online with SABOA, we had multiple questions that was asked. And I think I tried to address as many of them within these points to kind of put everybody's mind at ease and say, okay, this is where we fit in and where it still becomes a public transport operator. So a lot of these questions are actually addressed in that perspective. But what's important to say is that in terms of the way the process works right now, is whatever AFC solution the operator has, would be integrated into the Sunral TCH. So in terms of doing that integration, the integration from the AFC to the TCH will be covered in terms of Sunral and its project team, but the operator is still responsible to do their end of the integration. We will then certify the systems to ensure there's compliance, but there is a hand, if you think about it, I think we have the necessary skills on our side and resources to provide that service to anybody who's willing to have it. And there's a team that works full-time on these issues, and they've reminded me 3 times that they work at any hour. So you're welcome to apparently call them at any hour. And then obviously the ABT Fair Media we spoke about and the solution. So I think what's important for me to get out of this or to present is that the solution is not a Sunral solution, it's a National Department of Transport solution, because it is belonging to the DOT. It is their technology and their functionality. And I think that's where we want to move to, is being able to provide the department with the ability to provide a single integrated ticketing solution. Currently, there is MOAs on the table. We have 7 MOAs signed with most of the municipalities that we are busy trying to do pilots with. So Rustenburg is live and Polokwane is live. Tshwane is in the process. George is pretty soon going to be in process. And then we have a huge drive with obviously PRASA. Since the new group CEO took over, there will be interaction between them for us to finalize the MOA and do the pilot at some of their sites now. So we would have municipalities, buses online, and PRASA soon, hopefully online as well, in terms of the solution. So just in terms of the actual costs between the Sunral system to your FC solution, that cost is covered by Sunral itself, and we will provide the funding to do that version of the integration, although the other end of the integration does have to be carried by the PTO. But it does depend on the service providers. So we see that multiple service providers or countrywide provide the service to a lot of public transport operators. So they kind of absorb the cost through the system. In terms of this, I think there's already draft agreements on the table for anybody who's willing to do it. There is frameworks for the tender documents for the APT solution. There's draft implementation plans. We've now been doing it for the last 1.5 years with the Rustenburg, for instance. So we are getting to that point. I think the important question then also comes down to the AFC regulations and what's happening to them. As far as we're aware, the AFC regulations are being finalized by the Department of Transport, and they are with the state law advisors. But what the AFC regulations in essence says that due to the fact that this project has been endorsed by the National Department of Transport, ABT will become mandatory. And then there will be a period of migration from both the existing systems to legacy systems. So there is a period that's going to be in the regulations. So we haven't had sight of the final regulations that's at the state law advisors, but as soon as it's ready, obviously everybody will have a look at it. In terms of most of the questions that we did have previously from SABOA and we are getting from industry, we are busy finalizing a frequently asked questions booklet. And I'll provide that to SABOA as soon as we have it ready, hopefully by the end of the week. So it kind of hopefully helps with all the very technical questions as well is addressed there. So I haven't delved into the technicalities. The technical questions are also highlighted there. And then obviously interaction with the bus operators and the clarification and any other system assistance that SABOA or any of its operators needs. I think we want to say that ultimately the point is that we provide a solution that we think is beneficial to the road user, and the road user being our main client. So we're always at the point where we say, I think at any point that anybody feels ready to do it, we are happy to do a pilot project. And you are welcome to approach us to do it in the meantime, so until the regulations gets finalized, and hopefully that will be soon as well. So yeah, that's my short story.
Thank you, Shiveshni. Okay. The Department of Transport under the Directorate of Public Transport Subsidy, has developed a draft public transport subsidy policy. The policy is premised on a principle of user-side subsidy and incorporates changes to the current fare collection and ticketing processes. Mr. Darko Skrimbinzek, I hope I get this name right, consultant for the DOT and managing director of Future of Transport Consulting, will review the draft policy and comment on the impact on the bus industry. Darko has over 30 years of experience in various transportation planning, engineering, policy development, and business management studies and initiative. He's also been greatly involved in the business plan development aspects of the transportation planning process, gaining experience in the interpretation of the relevant legislative requirements, as well as the formulation of adequate strategies. I welcome Darko to the podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for proper pronunciation of my surname, Program Director. Thank you very much. I'm not sure Mr. Manama, the Chief Director, he came to stand in for the minister, and actually he asked me last week to stand in for him. So when I saw him, I also asked him, does it mean that I get a luck for him to present? He said no also. So I think it's a kind of a chain process of how it works. Anyway, so I do represent DOT on this presentation, although I'm a consultant and commissioned as part of the team to assist DOT to develop this policy. But having heard many presentations this morning, I think the funding and the money may not be as important and problem to the SABOA than when I hear the Employment Equity Act requirements. I think rolling of the eyes is quite a big problem, I think, in the future. Anyway, also what I think we heard from most of the presenters, there are 2 or 3 terms that are common, and that is transformation and integration. I think those are probably the most used terms in the legislation, in the policies, in the strategies. But question is, do we really understand what it means? Okay. It's very complex, goes horizontally, goes vertically. I don't think we found collectively yet a formula or a full understanding what it means. Savishni just now spoke about integration, which is just a partial integration of the entire public transport system. So essentially the policy, where does it come from? This policy and the draft policy proposals are mainly already in a policy documents already adopted by the government, primarily meaning white paper for transport. So there is very little that this policy is proposing that is not already in a transport policy of the country. So mandate to develop this policy comes from the white paper. Even the National Master Plan, Transport Master Plan that was, I think, published in 2014 or Gazette in 2014-15 talks about how do we deal with the subsidy and how do we transform the subsidy system. Mr. Manamela said, or he actually set the scene for this. SABOA primarily is now in 22nd year of interim contracts or temporary contracts. And the subsidy funding has not really moved. Why? Because National Treasury does not understand how subsidy regime works. So question was, how do we understand subsidy, current subsidy regime and what has to be changed to be understood better. And the policy doesn't propose a reduction in subsidy. In fact, quite a multiple increase in the public transport funding and consequently the subsidy. So as we already indicated, in 2018, DOT commissioned this policy development project. And at this stage, we are talking, or we have prepared a second draft policy document, and comes in 2 volumes, which is the main volume, National Public Transport Subsidy Policy Draft, and second volume is the technical notes to support what policy is proposing. So any proposed parameters, any proposed values in a policy document has its background, it has a root where it comes from, and that is in a technical document. So it is very encouraged that whoever is interested to read both documents to find probably the 95% of the answers where the proposals come from. Okay, so I'll take you a little bit, basically to the high level points of the proposed draft policy. As most of the policies, there are 2 key elements. It's the problem statement and policy statements. In this case, of the problem statements, if you are to collate all the problem statements, they are essentially the sustainability. First of all, there's a spatial planning issue that is a historic, and I think it's mentioned in any policy, any planning, any strategy. We have generally the big challenge in a country when it comes to the spatial planning, which is obviously the result of the historic developments in the country. Also, South Africa is a developing economy, and public transport is one of the key elements or key services that needs to be provided for in our developing economies. I think majority of the citizens, majority of the people living in South Africa depend on the public transport. And also, as we already indicated in the Constitution and the 2021 White Paper on National Transport Policy, the subsidy has been earmarked as a key matter to be addressed properly. Now, there are obviously quite a few other more detailed problem statements that I'm sure we are all aware of. First one is, I think current public transport funding is below 1% of the GDP. I'm not talking about subsidy, I'm talking about entire public transport funding, okay? And that is far below what it's supposed to be, okay? As indicated by Mr. Manamela and now ourselves, the rationale for current subsidy regime is unclear. There is no innovation in the public transport for decades. I think the piece of innovation that is coming is from the previous presentation, and that is part of the whole integrated transport, public transport or transport planning. I think SABOA members would be very clear that there is no differentiation on an approach to the subsidy regardless of where the operators operate. In other words, predominantly we're talking about between rural and urban areas. I think the subsidy formula remains the same despite the operating conditions being distinctively different between the two. Okay. The public transport funding in principle has not been done integrated in the built environment planning, and that's something that needs to be corrected. Also, analysis that we've done is that South African society prefers to use the low capacity modes. minibus taxi being one of them. Okay. And I think Mr. Manama also said that out of the current subsidy fund, which is, I think he mentioned about 7 point something billion, 5 or probably 80% of that is concentrated in the metropolitan or few metropolitan areas. Okay. When you look at that nationally, basically you see just a small pockets where the Gauteng is, the Western Cape and Durban. What about the rest of the country? What about the people living in the rest of the country? Do they actually receive any subsidy or indirectly speaking? Okay. Now, what is the objective of the policy? The three key objectives: sustainability, which basically relates to the funding, increase funding for public transport. So essentially, what policy is proposing that the funding for public transport should increase from below 1% of the GDP to 5% of the GDP. And it's supported by other policy documents, by the National Development Plan. So that is the key driver of having sustainable public transport system. One fundamental change in approach and thinking is, today we talk about buses only. I think even other presenters usually talk about anything that deals with the transport industry by mode. We are suggesting forget about the modes. You and taxi operators are public transport operators. So approach it in that way. It doesn't matter whether we operate rail or bus or 32-seater or 22-seater or 16-seater, we are public transport operators. So for us to integrate, we cannot distinguish between the modes of transport in a sense how it's distinguished now. Okay, so that is one fundamental change in approach that is being proposed. So what are the key public or key proposed policy statements? If this policy is approved, the approach to public transport subsidy will be implemented to achieve specific goals in the transport plans. So everything will evolve around the integrated transport plans that have to be prepared by the municipalities. As Chief Director also mentioned, according to legislation, municipalities are implementing agents or implementing authorities. If they declare that they don't have capacity, they can elevate that authority to the province. Okay. So integrated transport plans must demonstrate what kind of outputs will be achieved in order to motivate for the public transport subsidies, amongst other things. Public transport subsidies will be managed by municipalities. Public transport will be cost recovery based. In other words, it will be the objective is to maximize cost recovery from the public within the public transport system. It is proposed to have capital and operational subsidies. So what it means is that anyway, any contract being current contracts of so-called PTOG subsidized contracts or new IPTN contracts, okay? All of them include already rolling stock cost in calculation of the fees as one of the capital items. Other capital items relate to AFC, obviously to infrastructure and facilities. So what is being proposed to take that out from the fee calculations of the operating kilometers. So what it means is that government would procure capital components of the transport system, because in any way, government is paying for it currently to the operators. Government should have better position to negotiate better fees, better finance costing to procure the capital items. So that will create some saving or generate some savings overall in operational costing, okay, relative to current approach. Also, it's very often spoken about user-targeted subsidies. What does it mean? It's basically not easy to implement. Even internationally, there's no such cases, okay? But however, with the improvement of technology, and the policy is proposing to target the population groups below the poverty level. We believe that if they are captured or if they are being able to be approached technologically, they could be afforded direct user-targeted subsidy. So in other words, they would have received certain amount for certain number of trips per month and use their cards to use the public transport vehicles or public transport system anywhere or any type of public transport vehicles. Technology is a big player in the future, and we believe that the use of technology will play a much bigger role. And as mentioned, it is envisaged to differentiate between operating conditions. So in other words, in rural areas, the operating conditions are much different, realistically speaking, and the costs are different relative to the urban areas and urban infrastructure. Mentioned more specific financing. We propose, or it is proposed, not to have any more bus subsidies, not to have taxi subsidies. It's an integrated public transport plan and the system. So municipalities would prepare and generate meaningful, hopefully meaningful integrated transport plans, in terms of which plans they will determine which mode or which combination of modes is the most optimal to be deployed in that particular planning area. So, okay, for example, in a document, if you go into the details, you will realize, well, everybody will realize, and we spoken to Santaco, minibus taxi as the mode is not optimal in most of the urban areas. Simply, it's a low capacity, it's high cost. It's impossible to subsidize in a current shape and form. So in most of the urban areas, most likely planning studies will not identify taxi mode to be the one that is part of the integrated public transport system, if it's done correctly. But that doesn't mean that the taxi operators should not be part of providing the service. So a taxi, currently known as a taxi operator, should also understand that they are public transport operators, likewise as currently bus operators. So regardless of modes, the operation and the contracting will be done with the public transport operators, obviously through the relevant procurement processes. So that is basically what is envisaged. Also, what is being proposed is that government should not be involved in actual provision of the service, like we have still some couple of state-owned enterprises as well as in municipal bus services. Government is there to regulate and to outsource actual service provision to the private sector. So that is what policy is proposed. This just demonstrates, we had quite a number of comments so far as we engaged with the various stakeholders, because it's proposed to be outcome-based approach to the planning, integrated transport planning. What does that mean? How do we benchmark, or how does government benchmark whether integrated transport plans are relevant? So policy is proposing certain number of parameters, and when this was published or in a draft mode, that it was said, but it's impossible to achieve this, which we all agreed it's very likely unachievable in a short to medium term, or most of it. the point is not that one has to achieve. One point is to create the strategies towards achieving these goals. So if strategies demonstrate that accidents can be reduced or emissions or anything, any of these parameters, that is basically what is proposed to be a meaningful integrated transport plan. So if the integrated transport plan proposes a public transport system that is to achieve some of these targets or benchmarks in a certain planning periods, that is what's going to be a basis to allocate a subsidy to support implementation of such a public transport system in the municipality. Okay, this was just a list of, it's in a document. So as Mr. Manamela indicated, the document sits in the office of the minister, and it should be presented to the cabinet anytime, according to what we are told. If cabinet approves, it basically opens up a public participation process. But so far, the process has engaged, I would say, most of the major stakeholders. SABOA was engaged in a couple of occasions, as well as Small Bus Operator Association. We received comments, we received inputs from various stakeholders. We tried to incorporate what it made sense to the team. And that's how we arrived to the current draft. But this is not the end of engagement, as Mr. Manamela indicated. Okay, I think we are all aware that policy takes time to be, first of all, approved. We are already in the 5th year since the commissioning of this particular process. It will probably take another few years to approve and to actually implement. So as Mr. Manamela indicated, what do we do? What should be done in the meantime? So we have a section in a policy document that talks about implementation priorities. Nothing can be transformed overnight in any way, even if policy is adopted tomorrow. So how do we go about it? I think there is no week or 2 weeks passing without publicly being spoken about subsidizing taxi industry, which is basically impossible from the operations perspective, okay, right now. However, the only window to approach taxi industry in a current shape or form is that recapitalization program that is adopted, and there is a mechanism of how to deal with it. So we are proposing, or is being proposed, to review that formula and to see if that quantum of funding could be increased to assist the taxi industry in terms of managing their cost from the capital perspective, which basically drives down to the operational expenditure. Okay. We haven't contemplated the actual formula. We're just saying that that is the only mechanism right now to approach the taxi industry from the potential subsidy perspective. Also, I think it has been spoken, I think in theory on the table, taxi industry is willing to consider the implementation of AFC. Personally, I don't think that's easily possible in the current shape and form. But anyway, there are lots of discussion about that. If miracle happens, the capital expenditure for implementation of AFC systems in taxis could be considered, okay, as an additional subsidy. When it comes to bus contracts, I think Mr. Manamela also indicated there is legislation that potentially allows for negotiations for 7-year contracts. Given, obviously, regardless whether it's a negotiation or the tender approach, if funding is limited, I think it won't help too much. But I think there are thoughts of combining the PTOG and PTNG funding, and possibly that can open up some additional funding. But essentially, what is being proposed is to have another cycle of 7-year contracts, negotiated contracts in terms of an LTA, and that would allow for certain time to basically make progress in terms of these particular policy and policy proposals. There are one or two other priorities that potentially could be explored in terms of integrating or providing the basis for integration of the public transport, looking specifically at the rail as a mode, as a backbone of the public transport, as well as the areas related to railway stations, which are underutilized in terms of providing the spatial and developments, and it can be if it can be explored and utilized, it can also assist in reducing the cost of transport for public transport commuters. So that is basically, in summary, what subsidy policy currently includes as a draft document. Thank you.
Don't have to do this to
Mr.
Charles.
Manamela.
This is you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daco. Ladies and gentlemen, before we take the break, can we just field any questions, any points of clarities that you may have for the speakers that we've had in the second session? Yes. I think so. Suveshni is here, Daco is here. I think the other two have left. Tembi or
Yeah, I had
Miss-
questions for Tembi and
Mashal?
Lisiba. Are they still here?
Lisiba, I don't think so. But depending which part of Lisiba's presentation, because Daco did the second part for Lisiba. He
Yeah,
did the part of the minister.
the first.
No, he's not.
That's okay.
Sorry. Sorry. Are there any other comment? Oh, sorry, Mr. Lesiba is here. My apology. Sorry, Mr. Lesiba. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think my question, Dr. Lisiba, you said these are difficult fiscal constraints. And Gauteng has just signed a 7-year negotiated contract with the bus operators in Gauteng. What is the implication?
No, thanks for the question. I think the issue of housing, I would not want to dwell much in it, but I think the contract has been signed under the existing challenges. So probably we will have to look at whether the 7 years or whatever period they have signed would be accommodated within the current allocation. But the outcome will be the same. Either if it is through the full cost of design, it means the province must add whatever additional money is needed, or they might have reduced kilometers, or they might have to pass the cost to the users. But I would not want to, because we're still engaging with them in terms of the actual what happened.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, I now call our SABOA sponsor, the Provincial Head of Commercial Assets Finance of Standard Banks South Africa. I think it's Dina Makon. While she makes her way forward, we just need to acknowledge and thank Standard Bank for the generous Sapphire sponsorship. Of course, as you know, a function of this nature relies heavily on sponsorship, and SABOA is grateful for the sponsorship from Standard Bank. Oh, okay. Sorry, there'll be a video presentation.
Equator principles, which helps to protect our environment.
Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to get this thing from the start. I don't know how.
Equator principles, which helps to protect our environment. We want to make sure that we're investing in infrastructure. Equator principles, which helps to protect our environment. We want to make sure that we're investing in infrastructure. We want to make sure that we're deepening financial services so that more and more people have access to financial services.
You can never provide a full service offering to the clients if you don't do so on the basis of an integrated standard bank offering, i.e. a universal bank. When we look at types of projects and companies and individuals that we find, we have to be sensitive to the impact that they make on those communities. Do they contribute meaningfully? Are they ethical in their own behavior? Are they sensitive to issues of environment? Are they sensitive to the way they undertake and develop their own projects and initiatives? And Standard Bank believes very, very strongly in ensuring that ultimately the growth that we desire is a growth that benefits everyone.
We finance the building of airports, bridges, ports, which contribute to economic growth and contribute to the hard infrastructure that society needs for development.
How do we show up in such a way that is real and human in our customers? And it goes both ways. How do we see customers as individuals, but how do we also show up not as a monolithic bank, but as a human bank, as a local bank? And you might say that it's is a bit of a paradox because we're a universal bank. It's true, but we are a universal bank that feels local, that feels real.
Countries in Africa embrace democracy, embrace good macroeconomic policies, they will attract foreign capital, into their economies. And we as a group are well positioned to access those capital flows and also help drive investments in the right sectors.
I'm very short. I will opt for what the lady did.
Denayo, please come here that we catch you in the camera.
You're not gonna hide me with the laptop. That's better. I think I stand between you and lunch, hey? All right. So I think at Standard Bank, a very good afternoon. Is it already? Yes, to all of you. So I think many of you would ask yourselves, why would a bank be sitting here with us over 2 days, 3 days? And what is it actually that their role is? And what is it that your takeout needs to be when you leave here after this beautiful conference? I must say I've attended it last year. I was quite intrigued. I was quite fascinated about the discussions that were held. I really enjoyed what the transport industry is doing, particularly as it pertains to coaches and busing. So my role in Standard Bank is to really ensure that all your aspirations as it pertains to your businesses are realized. And therefore, it is very important that we understand the entire value chain. And having listened to the speakers today and the ones of last night, I really would want you to understand that at Standard Bank, we do have one purpose, and it's that of ensuring Africa's growth. We want to make sure that there is sustainability. I think they spoke about it. We have to understand that transformation has to happen. And we also do understand that we are operating in a regulatory universe that requires us to be very, very compliant. So our purpose is very robust and it's very relevant. And I think it will really ensure that what we are trying to build today, we are going to actually see the sustainability and build a legacy for a robust transport system that we would all like to see in this country. So that is really our purpose. But what I also would like to ledge on from the theme of this conference this year, that of saying we need to be able to navigate uncertainty. And uncertainty is upon us. It's going to be there with all of us all the way. But how do we together ensure that we don't continue to live in a comfort space, but we continue to make the comfort spaces uncomfortable, because uncertainty is going to be there and we need to think differently. And that is why I want to introduce this concept of understanding that as a bank, we are a major player in this ecosystem of transport. It remains a backbone of our economy, and we have to understand our role in the ecosystem play. And our role is really to ensure that we understand what you're confronted with as our operators, so that we can actually be able to take your aspirations, your considerations, your concerns, your contributions to the economy to a higher level by ensuring that the demand that we are seeing come through with people looking at mobility as a service it's supported and enabled in more ways than one. And I think many of you sitting here would want to understand what is it that then Standard Bank offers in terms of how do they enable mobility. All of us, when we leave here, we've got a car key, we're going to get into a car and we're going to get elsewhere. Commuters will be standing at bus stops, standing everywhere, waiting for your buses to come and take them home. That is a mobility service that we are providing. But as a bank, we need to understand it, and hence we're sitting here understanding the entire ecosystem, because if anything, Scanias and the MANs and the UDs and everybody that is in the room with us as well, they want to know whether we've got a bank in this ecosystem that is going to ensure that these assets are financed and they can actually do what they're supposed to be doing. So we are all together in this ecosystem of ensuring mobility, and we come from various angles, and we need to all understand the levels of compliance also that are needed of us to be able to still ensure that that contract that you've got doesn't actually become an obsolete contract because you haven't been compliant with certain things that are required in the transport ecosystem. And it is therefore my privilege to say that through Kathy Bell, I have understood what RTMS is all about. And I really do go out and about with her, with the customers, because I've heard today that costs are being passed on to commuters. Guys, the one thing we need to understand is that person is highly distressed at the moment. There is a lot that is demanded of them. And if we are going to forever pass this cost on to them, it's going to be a challenge. Because up to what point will they break? And up to what point will also your pricing strategies, we listen to ticketing systems, we listened to everything, your pricing is going to reach a point where you don't know what is it that you're going to do. And then Mr. Manamela told us bad news that there's not going to be an increase in grants. So I don't know, but I think they say that when great minds meet, change happens. And when great minds meet, also there is necessary shifts that do happen. And I think as a collective here today, we are going to be ensuring that the sustainability of the bus and coach industry via the SABOA, which is the voice of the industry, we are going to keep on talking. We are going to keep on engaging to make sure that the risks and the compliance requirements and the pricing pressures and the margin pressures that we are seeing in the industry, we are all discussing them, because as bankers, when we understand them, we are able to come up with funding models that will still ensure that you are in business. And one thing that I also would like to mention is that we do know that the industry is really, really riddled with a lot of risks, violence, fraud, corruption, and everything that goes with whatever we're living with in South Africa. But I think as disciplined and responsible operators and funders and everyone in the ecosystem will play their role in ensuring that this industry is safe, because trust me, mobility has to be supported. There's no way you can think of a growth in the economy if you don't support the mobility objectives of any country. So innovation is also something that we need to look into. In my mind, today I was talking to the Volvo gentleman, I forgot his name, pardon me, but we need to be looking at how do we talk about the electric vehicles that are upon us. We have to advance. We have to make sure that electric vehicles are supported. As a bank, the project is undergoing. Kathy is hard at work ensuring that we are able to support this new emerging thing in our lives where vehicles are going to be energized differently. But whilst we are still doing that, I just want to share with you that in commercial asset finance, we fund whatever asset that you would like us to finance, whichever way you would want to finance it as it suits your business, right? And we've got a lot of fleet services that we can offer you. I was quite excited to hear about the Sunrail conversation, because most of you would want a fleet management service that is comprehensive, that would ensure that you've got peace of mind and you can focus on really providing mobility. So we do that at Standard Bank through our fleet management services. You can talk to us around what is it that we have, from managed maintenance, operating rentals, licensing, e-tax management, and everything else that actually is a pain in your business. We will make sure that we take care of that. So that is why it's important we understand these pain points so that we can go in solution for whatever we need. In Africa, we say that if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, we need to walk together. So we are in this with all of you. We will not say that with or without you. Last night we had that. We are going to be with you as we try and navigate this uncertainty that is upon us. And as a collective, we will provide a robust mobility service to our citizens in this country, and for Gauteng, which I'm responsible for. I think we would need that in more ways than one. I thank you all, and I wish you a successful conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, I just want to record, we had one message sent to us via the online platform, but it was for the lady Kumutso. But what we'll do is get the office to forward it to her for a response, and then forward it to the author of that message. Given that we've made good time, we're going to suggest that we break for lunch now and probably reconvene at 2 o'clock with the rest of the program. Thank you. We now break for lunch. Thanks, Harry. My session.
Ladies and gents, the lunch will be served here in the same venue.
Interesting. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Probeer een op luister. Test 1 2. Hoor ek niks nie. Test 1 2. Ek hoor hom ook nie op Zoom nie.
Test 1 2. It's the Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Ek hoor niks op Zoom nie.
Test 1 2.
O ja, hier hoor ek hom. Test 1 2.
Dit is nog 'n beeld. Dan maar so.
Toets 1 2. Toets testing 1 2. Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Yes, easy. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Número. Het was drie posities. Test 1 2. 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 Moet hem dan nou weer reboot. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing, testing. Testing 1 2.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I get your attention, please? We'd like to begin the next session. We have people that have to fly this afternoon, so don't want to run too late. So if you have grab yourself a cup of coffee, if you haven't got one yet, or a cold drink, and then we can carry on. All right, I'm Jackie Walters. I'm your chair of the afternoon session. And towards the end of the session, I'll also summarize the papers that were read this morning, and thanking the sponsors and so on. So, electrical buses first. We're changing the program. We're going to have Gideon Neetling talking to us first on electrical buses. And then after that, we'll have the ARTO presentation with the kind acknowledgement that you'll take a second session. So let's begin then the session. Electric buses and public transport are growing trends throughout the world. It's now gathering momentum in South Africa. I know Gideon and them have done a lot of work around that. Environmental benefits such as cleaner air, less noise levels, and cost optimization are some of the long-term benefits of electric vehicles. However, higher capital costs, additional infrastructure for charging the vehicles, depot space, and real-time software, and of course, electricity in the country, some of the key critical factors that must be taken into account. And I think Gideon will talk to us about that. Gideon Neetling is company engineer at Golden Arrow Bus Services in Cape Town, will present on the company's electrical bus project and share his insights as far as that's concerned. Gideon is an industrial engineer and holds an MBA from Stellenbosch University. He joined Golden Arrow as a divisional engineer in 2008 and has been the company engineer since July 2017. He's responsible for the maintenance of 1,200 buses in Golden Arrow's fleet. The solar system, I think they have one of the biggest solar systems or solar plants in South Africa on the bus company depot roof.
as well as they're testing electrical buses. So Gideon, welcome. Sorry for the lights. It's load shedding from 2 o'clock until 4:30. Hopefully this generator will kick in and give us light here, but otherwise the system itself will be live because we have backup batteries here. Thank you, Gideon.
Sê as ou regsklik kan jy die cursor verander. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for accommodating me. The flight is a bit early, and I would hate to miss that. For the people that heard the Golden Arrow story before, it's the same story. The people who were in the Transport Forum on Thursday, it's exactly the same story. If you've heard it a while ago, there's a few changes to it. There's quite a bit that I want to get through, so I'm going to go straight into it. Just for those of you, a small bit of background, really high level. We're 162 years old. We operate in the city of Cape Town, the greater metropole. More than 1,100 buses, 2,500 plus people. We travel, give or take, 65 million kilometers a year. And for that, we use 25 million liters of diesel. That's really high level and rough. For some of the cities in attendance, Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, and Tshwane in 2015, they signed the C40s cities agreement. That says in 2026, they will not buy any buses or any vehicles but zero emission vehicles. So I always tease the city of Cape Town. They must hope that we're successful because there's not enough time to do this and to keep your word. Often we get confronted with a dirty electricity argument. There's people that say it's worthless if you use dirty electricity. We take a different view. We say it's substantially better to use dirty electricity than to use dirty fuel that we import. So it's localization of energy production. So in South Africa, zero subsidies to go green. Actually, if you import vehicles, it's punitive. But so your step one, if you want to go down this road, it needs to be a commercial solution. Probably when you're a city, you've got a luxury not to have a commercial solution. But for us, it must be a commercial solution, step one. Once you've ticked that box, then of course you're going to go as green as possible because there's, number one, the carbon benefit, and number two, it's less expensive. So that's the way that we start. Commercial solution. You cannot say that enough when you go down this route. We've traveled more than 100,000 kilometers with our electric buses that we're testing. We've got two 37-seater BYD buses, and we fully imported a 65-seater, what we refer to as a 65-seater Golden Arrow specification bus. We fully imported that bus. Our argument was it's seriously expensive when you import a bus, yes, but it's substantially less expensive to import one than to try and build 10 demos in South Africa. The 37-seaters, energy consumption, 1.0 kilowatt hours per kilometer, and the 65-seater 1.1. And that's the crux of what we're doing here is your energy consumption makes all the difference. So if you take that 65-seater bus at the 1.1, and this is the diesel price until June 2023, what happened today will up that percentage. Your energy saving will be 70%. So between last year's diesel price and this year, it oscillates between 70 and 75% reduction in your energy cost. And that's where you're going to get the bulk of your savings from. Spare parts, and that top one it's measured. I'm quite a sucker for a quotable quote. We're off the spreadsheet and we're on tar. That's measured. It's not if, maybe, if that happens. Spare parts, here we're still on the consultants' terms of all the estimates and the maybes. We think minus 50% on spare parts. Oil, minus 80, it's going to be more than that. Andy was really upset yesterday from Fuchs when I told him this. Tires, no impact. We should be careful here. If you haven't got driver control in the vehicles, you're going to use more tires on an electric vehicle than in a diesel. I drive a little i3 and I don't allow my boys in it anymore unless they're on Eco Plus, because the thing is like a little pocket rocket. And it's the same thing with these vehicles. We will need controlled acceleration on them. Labor, seriously sensitive issue. We think in our environment, minus 30%. How we got there, we do all our maintenance ourselves. So if we take your electrical shop and your mechanical shop, those two shops are going to halve. It's the strangest thing when you tell people you're going to need less sparkies to look after an electric vehicle than a combustion engine vehicle. It just sounds wrong, but it's true. And then the body shop will stay the same. So in the golden arrow pot, if you put that all together, minus 30% on labor. The spare parts oil, people say we're conservative, but that's just our nature. We will measure it, but that'll take a long time for us to really firm up on those figures. The graph that I've got up now is our operating profile. So the red line shows how many buses are outside our depots. So if you look at that, we take people to work in the morning and we take them home in the afternoon. And in the middle of the day, 35% of our vehicles operate. So from an asset point of view, it is a terrible picture for asset utilization. But from an electric bus perspective, it's actually quite cool because you've got more charging opportunities in the day. So the idea in our mind is that early in the morning and late in the evening, off-peak tariffs and wind, and in the middle of the day, solar. People often ask us, are you going to only use solar? We do all our sums based on Eskom generated electricity. That's where you start. To go off grid, it's often a really dangerous comment to make. It's really difficult. So the idea in our mind is that we will partner with people that will generate electricity as green as possible. And then we will buy the electricity from them. Whether we'll use the same electron that's been generated by solar or by wind, that's a big debate. But our idea is that we want to be responsible for more generation of green electricity than the electricity that we use ourselves. A really small example I use 16 kilowatt hours a day in my car. We generate more than 16 kilowatt hours per day at home. So I feel quite comfortable with that. And it's a similar thing on a huge scale that we are looking to follow. So you've got you start with your operating profile. Once you've got that, then you need to move to, okay, so what electricity am I going to need? So you link the two to each other, and then you look at your potential to charge. So if you look at this one, then we start and we say there's no load shedding. That's your point of departure. And then you go through all kinds of scenarios from 2 to 8. After stage 8, we stop thinking. And then it's important that you look at off-peak, because we had a visit from Eskom the other day that in the Western Cape, on some instances in the middle of the night, there's beginning to be electricity that's available. If the city of Cape Town don't need it to pump the water up the mountain for our hydro system, it's going to be more and more that it's going to be available. So we hope to partner with them that we can use electricity in the off-peak to act as a balancing agent. I think there's a better technical term for it, that we'll take it. And when they came to visit them, so like in the UK, they pay people to take electricity, but they didn't take kindly to that comment, but we'll work on them. And now you have to link all these scenarios together to say, so what's the maximum kilowatts that you need? That's your supply. And then from that, you say 4 different scenarios. What's the number of charges you need to be able to get the electricity into your buses in the time that you've got available. Starting at the top graph of this one, it's our biggest depot close to the airport in Cape Town. The bar graphs shows from the first one, it says one. It says what percentage of our fleet do not travel in a day. And in that week, it's 3%. Then 0 to 100 kilometers, it's 3%. And that you move to the right-hand side. What percentage of your vehicles travel which kilometers? And you have to go into real finite detail. We'll take this one and add more detail to it, but we're still at the big button calculator exercises, and this is what it shows. If you add the first 5 bars together, I think it is 48% or something. So it's a large percentage of our vehicles do not travel more than 250 kilometers a day. And you need to know it in real detail. Then you take the top one and you go to the bottom graph and you say, all right, how many hours do I need in front of a charger to put the electricity back to compensate for the energy that you've used to travel so far? The beauty here is that, again, a large percentage of our vehicles need less than 3 hours in front of the charger. People often overestimate how long a vehicle will park in front of a charger. This is a 100 kilowatt hour, 120 rated kilowatt charger. We work our sums on effectively putting 100 kilowatts into the vehicle. So you park in front of the bus, the charger, you put 90 kilometers back per hour that the bus is parked there. So then you say, all right, I now know a large percentage of my vehicles, they need to park in front of the charger so much, but how much electricity do I need? So it's a step process that you have to go through. So what this one is showing us, there's 24 bars in there. It represents the 24 hours you've got in the day. And that is linked back to what we refer to as the bus hours inside the depot. So you say, what percentage of your bus hours have you got inside the depot? So if you take the first one, that's between 12 o'clock at night and 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 7.4% of the bus hours inside the depot. That means 7.4% of all the electricity you want to put back into that fleet in that depot needs to go into come into the depot in 1 hour. So whatever kilometers you have to travel, you take the kilometers, you multiply it by 1.1, you've got your kilowatt hours you want for the day, because you've got your depot's kilometers for the day. 7.4% must go in there, and that's the kilowatts that must come through the wall. And you have to go through this. Then the matrix, it might be a little bit of an eye test. We buy 60 buses per year. So we wanted to have a look, the first 3 years, what will it do? So the first column is at the top, 60 buses. Those 60 buses, on average, at that depot will do 12,000 kilometers. You take that to kilowatt hours, there's 13,200. You take that to your supply, that 1 hour that you need to get 7.8% through, you need a supply of 1,500 kVA. And the supply at that depot is now 550. So there's a step up coming. I'm going to brag about our city a lot today. Fortunately, we work with the city, and they actually don't blink because there's lots of data centers in Cape Town that's really power hungry. And their answer to us is, just tell us 3 to 5 years, what do you want? Don't come and say you need it tomorrow. So we'll sit with them when we finalize this plan and say, this is how we want to upgrade the infrastructure. And for that, you need 15 chargers. I won't touch on the rest. I'll show you the impact if you've got, oh, hang on. So if you move on from 120, we're going to need 25 chargers, and your kVA goes up to 2,500 kVA. Right at the end, we're going to need, if there's no load shedding at that depot, and we've got 463 buses electric, we're going to need 95 chargers. But you have to look at scenarios when you haven't got all 24 hours of electricity that's available. So when you start with load shedding, you say you have to be able to compensate for the worst time in the day. So if it's stage 2, we say we lose 2 hours. You only look at between 12 and 1 and 11 and 12. As long as if you take that away, then your highest hour where you need the electricity to come through now goes from, I think it was 7.4%. You now need 8.7% of your electricity to be able to come into your depot in 1 hour. You do exactly the same thing. It looks as if you've done a lot of work, but on a spreadsheet, you just take 2 lines away and the answer is there. So don't tell Francois, it's seriously hard work to do this. So if you carry on and you take for 8 hours, you take your 8 worst hours away, 4 in the morning, 4 in the evening, that's 7.4. You now need to be able to get 15% of whatever electricity you need at that depot through the wall in 1 hour. The other hours, that cable is going to be quite idle. But we also need to look at when Eskom came to visit, say, just charge in the off-peak hours. Don't do anything in the middle of the day. And that's 14. So it varies somewhere between 7.4 and 15% of whatever your demand is, need to be able to come into your depot in 1 hour. So what does that do when you look at all these scenarios and you say for your electricity supply? So this is the KVA. So if we've got at Arrogate Depot, which is the one close to the airport, first bar, there's no load shedding. The whole depot, 9,500 KVA. You build it up to the right-hand side, we need 21,000 KVA if we have got 8 hours of load shedding. I'm going to brag about our city again. They are sharing their plans. At the moment, they're somewhere between -1 and -2 stages. Let's make it -1, then I'm safe. At the moment, if there's load shedding, whatever the answer is, you take 1 off if you live in Cape Town. They plan to be close to where we are doing our sums for in the next 5 years with all their plans. So that is why if people ask us whether we need some psychiatric help with what we're doing, we say we cannot wait to start. You have to work with everybody around you to be able to say, listen, the city of Cape Town is going to help us. Some IPPs is going to help us. We have to carry on because otherwise you'll always wait for tomorrow because it's never a good day to start. So that's the influence on your supply that you're going to need for all the scenarios at the bottom. I don't think we're going to end up that we need 21,000. It's going to be substantially lower to be a little bit safe, probably somewhere there between 11.5 and 13.5, just to be sure from our side. Plus the capital required also, it will do exactly the same. And then chargers, it's just the same thing. To be able to get all that electricity into the buses, 95 is your ideal situation. It can be as high as 210. Chargers probably R500,000 a pop. There's a lot of capital in there to compensate for something that should not be there in the first place. So these are the things that we need to look at. We did tell Eskom that we'll gladly buy 180 chargers if they're going to give us the electricity for free. So battery sizes, yeah, it's probably a male problem. They always think bigger is better and all that. So if you look at battery, there's this fixation on range, and it's totally overrated. So the starting point is detailed operating profile. I really irritate people on this topic. You really need to know the actual utilization time of your vehicles, operational and non-operational, because that's your charging opportunities. And be unbelievably careful to think you know what it is. We didn't. You need to put a GPS in your vehicle to really know what's going on. So measure it. We've got a new saying that without data, it's just an opinion. So be unbelievably careful of your opinions in this situation. And once you've done all the work, the best answer is the smallest battery that can fit your profile, because it's weight and it's cost. It's two enemies of transport. So really, I stress this, and it's one of those, the first time that I drove from, I live in Paarl, it's 50 kilometers from work. The first time I drove to work, I was unbelievably nervous. and you drive 90 kilometers an hour because then you save some battery. And now I drive to Hermanus like the lunatic that, oh no, I'm not a lunatic. I drive to Hermanus the same way that I drive my diesel bucky. So it's important. And then most people overestimate the utilization hours of their vehicles. So prove me wrong, please. Then Jackie touched on our solar. What this graph shows, and again, I brag with our city. It's supposed to be red, but when I look at the graph, it looks quite pink. The red pinkish area is where we buy electricity from the city of Cape Town. The blue in the graph is where we use our own electricity. And the green is where we export electricity to the city for a credit. And at the end of the month, you even up. And some months they owe us money, but they just use it the next month to even out. Our head office, financial year 2018, which ended in end of March, our electricity bill 1.9 million rand. We've had a 0 year 2 years ago, and we now probably, I must be careful, our financial manager is in here, I'll show my ignorance, but it's somewhere between 60 and probably 150,000 rand now for a year. It would probably have been close to 2.6 million rand if you took all the escalations that the city have given us. I'm really going off track here. This is an old. It's two solar carports. We had one on. If you look on the left-hand side, the way I look at it, there was an old carport that wanted to fall on our general manager's car, so we replaced that with a solar carport, and we just doubled up on the other side. And it's more expensive to go this route than to go on your roof because you have to pay for the structure. But and here Kathy likes this chirp of mine. Find a carport that pays for itself, and this is one of them. So the picture in our mind, and it's still a little bit vague, but there's this picture in our mind that all our depots, and we own 22 hectares, will have something like that, just a little bit higher where the buses can fit under, with the chargers probably fitted in the structure, charging cables hanging down. We'll probably double up on the bollards that it's built on for if a driver wants to go off route a little bit inside the depot. The 22 hectares and Cape Town efficiencies for sun, even if we cover all of it, we'll 10 to 15% of the electricity we need, we'll be able to generate ourselves. So we'll have to partner with somebody to generate as much electricity as possible. Battery storage, it's a big item. It's still quite expensive. We're at the point, and we've started. It's one of those where I said before, we're a conservative lot. We've just installed a 80 kilowatt hour battery at our training center. There's no generator there, and they're going to be in summer. They're probably going to be off grid. In winter, they're not going to be off grid. But it'll cover all the load sheds that we've got in Cape Town. There we started testing small, and we're probably going to test in the next 2 years, less than 2 years, up to a 2 megawatt hour battery. Because again, the consultants will tell you all the things about peak shaving and all these fancy things. But when it comes to the integration side, there's often a bit of a hiccup. So we want to see one battery that works, and then we'll roll it out after we've done the sums. Oh, on that previous slide, the Eskom escalations and the battery price decrease will probably be a perfect storm soon that it will work financially. Electric conversions, there's big question marks around this. We haven't seen many of them in the world where people get really excited about it. But again, we feel that if you don't pursue this properly or check it properly, we'll always wonder. And again, it's that data versus opinions that we need to go for the first comment. So we've partnered with the University of Stellenbosch, and we've partnered with them on more than just this conversion. It's also the building of skills. So there's a few bursaries that we've allocated to students, all of them postgraduate engineers that's working on a few things that we haven't got the answers for yet. And it's part of the contribution that we'll have to make because skills are in short supply. And there's a new set of skills required on top of that. So the prototype, and damn it, it's the 5th, 6th of September, and already I have to say we're not going to make end of September. I think it's going to be end of October. We're going to have the first bus converted. And then we're going to test it with sandbags to simulate the loads and with trade plates. And that result will then show us how much effort do we want to put in with the homologation, all the next processes, because that's quite an expensive exercise. But you first, if this one proves it, then it will show, yes, is it a business case? No, is it not a business case? And then we'll take the next step. Second last slide. So this year, we've got board approval for 60 electric buses. And it sounds like a fantastic problem to have, but the pressure is building because it's not that easy to get hold of 60 electric buses. So the prerequisite from our board is locally assembled or locally built, not fully imported. There's a talk going around, no, we must get rid of the import tax and all that. It's a dangerous step to take. If we get rid of the import taxes, we will hurt, I don't want to say we'll kill the local industry, but we will really hurt the local industry. So we should rather put some incentives for somebody to do something in South Africa on the table. So we want to start testing the converted bus, and it's going to be a challenge to do the homologation of a converted bus. But we always say a challenge is one of those things that actually keeps you busy, because the other things are just your normal status quo in your job. So it's like our Prozac, what we're busy with here, these kind of things. So we'll find a way how to do it. Late 2024, early 2025, we want to start introducing 5 electric buses per month in Cape Town. The idea is that the decision has been taken. The board said 60. Some of us say we're going to introduce 120 over a 2-year period. Then we'll know what we don't know, or we'll know more than what we know now, and some of the challenges that we do not know that's coming. But again, I want to repeat what I said earlier. You cannot wait and find all the answers. I had a fantastic, some people don't. If you call yourself a procrastinator, I'm going to insult you now. I heard an interesting definition of a procrastinator. It's just somebody that doesn't start. So be careful. You need to start. And you probably need to be half stupid like us to do these things and bump your head and want to do it. So it's really exciting times. I have lost a number of bets. Big bet. December 2025, 60. Yeah, we're going to finish the EBOS feasibility. And if it's a commercial solution, it will be pursued, because then nobody can argue with you. Then you pull a gun in a knife fight. Then, I am showing how stupid I am because I'm insulting the hands that feed us today. So financial institutions, I'm going to be more polite than usual. We want to put a question next to it, whether financial institutions should use the phrase green finance. Our view is they're only allowed to use green finance as a term if they give you discount. Otherwise, it is not green finance. It is finance based on surety. There's all this talk going around about green finance. We haven't found it yet. So I really apologize to the financial institutions in the room, but please take our challenge. We're there. We would really like to talk to you. And that's me. So if there's questions, you have to ask me now, because I'm probably not going to be here when you finish, Jackie. Thank you very much for listening to me and staying awake.
Wow, what a nice paper, isn't it? After this morning's heavy papers that we've had, impact on the industry and so on. I think it's a very exciting time for your company. I have visited companies in Australia, Sydney, Neil Smith, who's one of the largest operators in Australia and Singapore and also in England. They swear by these electric buses. Low cost, low maintenance costs, no range anxiety or anything like that. And they say it's the way to go. And I think it's a way to go in South Africa as well. I'd like to see contracts being flexible as far as that's concerned to bring this in, these electric buses in. Are there any questions to Gideon? There must be one question. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. What my question was, is the government going to introduce laws that if you don't have X amount of electric buses by a certain date, you lose those contracts? Finish and clock.
John, I'll be quite surprised if that happens. I really hope they go on the positive side and rather give us some, if you pay tax, you can get some discount or something like that. That's a positive way to go, not just chuck money down your throat, but I doubt it.
I can say that the COP26 and all those agreements are really pushing the government to move in this direction. I was part of a workshop about 4 weeks ago, to World Wildlife Fund. And they are in partnership with other people on Development Bank and so on. There's lots of money coming this way in South Africa for green transport or zero emission buses. And the bus industry is being focused on particularly. And I think the first work will be done maybe in the city area, city transport, like we heard this morning. So I think that's where the first target will be from the Development Bank point of view. But I think for a business, it's really something to pursue. It's just our contracts are very limited in terms of funding and also forward-looking as far as this is concerned, unfortunately.
I think it's London. You cannot use a diesel bus anymore. Yeah. It has to be electric.
John, the thing that they should bring in is I heard 7-year contracts being mentioned earlier. It's not going to work on a 7-year contract. You need a 16-year contract to make this work.
Well, Jack, I just want to mention the people on Zoom, they should be able to talk to us now, and we should be able to see them as well. Okay. If they want to ask questions, they can just unmute and switch on their cameras.
There's a hand here.
Just on the labor issue, I think because it sometimes becomes a bigger discussion. Is the 30% that you're talking about, is it the worst case scenario in your case, or is it the best case?
Again, it's our estimate, so it's probably on the way to the worst case scenario. What we believe, and again, this is opinions, this is not measured, that the other jobs in the building of solar farms and wind farms and the maintenance on that side, it's probably going to create so many jobs, or it should create so many jobs, that net we're going to be close to where we are now. What we have started is that we've started training our first batch. We call them 2-star artisans. On your certificate, there's a big red star. So we've taken a group of diesel mechanics and a group of auto electricians, and we train them on the other trade. So when they qualify now and they're ready, they should go for their trade test in the next 2 months. I should ask Kirsten how long. Yeah, it's the next 2 months. Then when they're done, they're going to have 2 certificates, and lack of being creative, 2-star artisan. And I've got 6 years left at Golden Arrow, and my dream is Golden Arrow should not employ any artisans unless they're 2-star artisans by the time that I leave. And we're going to do the same on the vehicle bodybuilder spray painter side. Because if they don't work for us, other companies might go slightly slower. They'll be in serious demand in industry. So that's also what we need to do.
Okay. Mr. Neethling. Hi, it's amazing. I'm actually listening to the presentation and I'm totally blown away and, so proud of being from Cape Town and Western Cape, so to say. Just one comment that might not be a question, just a comment that it's amazing how far Golden Arrow has grown and where you guys are now with electric buses and phasing them into the sector. Just a bit unfortunate that it hasn't grown into the other types of vehicles that is operating in Cape Town as well. I know Golden Arrow is probably far ahead of most of the other provinces if it comes to electric buses. And I'm looking at the whole system, but you know what, if it could, because I feel that there is maybe just a big gap and a big range between the service that Golden Arrow is providing and the other local service in Cape Town itself.
I do think that's going to come. And part of it, if you say other vehicles, smaller vehicles or other buses, but that's where the conversions might play a role, and the garbage collectors. So there's a few things that we actually we want the conversion to be successful, because that will give you confidence to have a look at other areas as well to pursue, where the supply is maybe not going to be as fast as in a 65-seater or the standard bus. But I think it's coming.
One last question.
Yeah, I'd also like to echo the statement just made. Really exciting and fantastic work that's being done here. And for somebody who comes from East Africa, there's also, it's gathering traction in other parts of Africa as well. So continue the good work. And my question was on, in terms of the transition, I think you've given some next steps for the next few years. How do you foresee integrating the EVs with the existing diesel buses and ensuring seamless services for the passengers as well throughout that process? Thanks.
For us, we've been since the year 2000, excluding 2 COVID years, on average, we've been buying 60 buses a year. It's 5 every month. So we'll introduce 5 electric buses, and you also don't want to do it too fast, because the technology is growing and you want to make your mistakes on a smaller fleet. And so we just see it that and it's going to take us 15 to 20 years to actually complete this, unless we see that it's so successful and we're so confident with the technology that you want to increase the introduction. But as you scale down on your diesel buses, you scale up and it's small, and you scale up on your skills and everything that goes with it. Infrastructure. There's small portions of the infrastructure that you'll have to do in a 3 or 5 year blocks, but the rest, there's lots you can do on a 12-month increment. So we're not too worried about that. It's at the moment, it sounds absolutely ludicrous, but it's the supply of the first 5 that's our biggest challenge. And the first and again, I'm going to sound more arrogant than what I am, but the first 120, the first 60 with us can be a game, because we can spread it over all the depots and learn a few lessons with our. At 120, it becomes a bit of a challenge. At 180, we'll have to know what we're doing, otherwise we're setting ourselves up for failure. So we've got 3 years after we introduce the first 5 to learn serious lessons. And that's why we're confident, and we know we're going to make mistakes, but we're confident that the upside is substantially more than the downside.
Just last comment from my side is that the phasing in and phasing out is really critical, because if you buy a diesel bus today, you're having it for 15, maybe 20 years. And then if the government pushes you to progress faster or accelerate the pace, who's going to pay the price for those 15 bus or diesel buses still valuable, serviceable instead of the electric buses? So I think a lot of work will have to be done about the phasing in and the tempo of phasing in and learnings here. And we'll probably learn more from overseas experience and how fast this transition can be. But certainly Europe and Australia and so on are really progressing very fast as far as that's concerned. But this is also a matter that side, especially Australia. Do you buy diesel buses now, or do you only buy electrical buses? And certainly they say by 2035, all 800 buses must be electric. What happens to the old buses? And this is a question they're battling with now. And we have the same thing, because you have financing, serviceable life left in the buses and so on. Gideon, thank you very much. Thanks. Bye, nice. Thank you. Right, our next speaker is Mondi Makalipi. In July this year, the Constitutional Court ruled that ARTO or the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act, ARTA, is constitutional. Concord overturned the order of the Gauteng High Court in Pretoria, which has found that ARTA to be unconstitutional and invalid, and that it should be scrapped in its entirety. This means that ARTA is now legal and will valid and will remain in place, and the points demerit system can now be rolled out. And I think you've seen some of the comments we've sent through to members and over the years. This is going to have serious consequences for the industry, and we'll have to gear for that. Mondi Makalipi is the Senior Manager, Media and Marketing Relations at the RTIA. Will provide more information on the planned rollout and implementation, as this will have a serious impact on the industry. He's currently the spokesperson for the RTIA. He's trained in communication strategy development and implementation and stakeholder management. Mondi holds a BA Honours degree in communications from the University of Forte. Welcome, look forward to your paper. Thank you.
Come up. All right. Well, thank you, Program Director. Thank you very much. We thought maybe people would be gone by this time. We can see the house is still full. Thank you very much for staying on. So that I can't see my presentation. Is it still going to come up? Oh, it's not showing on my. Oh, okay.
You've got animation.
Okay, I'll try to deal with it. Okay, well, let me start with something that happened in the last week or so. I'm sure some of you have heard in the media. There was a debate that happened around the enforcement orders. Some stakeholders, which include outer fines for you, they approached the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, which is the agency that I'm from, with regard to what is regarded as enforcement orders that were issued on the basis of what they termed old infringements. So we tried to address that matter in the media with a media statement that really clarified the fact that, well, we are going to investigate the matter because as the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, we are not in a situation where we can simply cancel infringement notices. We have to follow the due process. And the due process says we have to follow the ARTO process. The ARTO process, you'll recall, that it starts from the roadside or the issuing of any notice. And then the person will be given like 32 days in which to go and resolve that particular infringement with an issuing authority. It could be mainly be a municipality. We emphasize the word resolving in our approach because, as you know, ARTO seeks to really move away from the process where road users are forced to make payment. Rather, it provides the road users with a bouquet of rights and options. One of those critical ones is the right to dispute an infringement, meaning we are departing from an era where you have a guilty as fined, and moving to an era where you are able to really exercise all the rights that are there. If, for example, you are unable to pay the full amount, you can arrange to pay in installments. You can still nominate the driver. So that is what happens within that first 32 days. And then in the second, or after the first 32 days period has expired, and then what happens is that the issuing authority or a particular municipality elevates the infringement notice to the Road Traffic Infringement Agency. You'll recall that an infringement happens at a local government level. In this instance, ARTO is still applicable only in 2 jurisdictions in the country, in Tshwane and in Joburg. And this is one of the corrections that we wish to make, because some of the statements that have been going out has been as if this regime is like all over the country, or this dispensation of ARTO is all over the country. ARTO is still applicable only in 2 jurisdictions, in Tshwane and in Joburg. So after the courtesy letter has been issued, because this is what we do as the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, we issue the courtesy letter, which is some sort of a reminder that says on such and such a day you committed a traffic violation, and therefore you should go and resolve it. And in that courtesy letter, you are still provided even with all the different options that you need to exercise, you can exercise to resolve the infringement notice. So I've just counted the first 32-day period where you need to go interface with the issuing authority. And then in the second 32 days, you are still expected to go and interface with your municipality or even with us at the Road Traffic Infringement Agency. So those 2 time frames are clear. But what happens after the second 32-day period, after 64 days? That's when the agency now is going to look at your infringement notice and make an assessment and agree or make a determination whether to issue an enforcement order or not, if you have not complied with the other provisions of the first and second 32 days. So I hope I'm not trying to explain something that is very complicated. So after the second 32 days has expired, we make that determination whether to issue an enforcement order. So there is no time limit that is given to that. The law does not specify that, well, you after 20 days or 30 days, if the enforcement order has not been complied with, this is what you need to do. You cancel the ticket, you do this and that. So this is one of the areas of contention at the moment, that what happens after the second 32 days, or when we issue an enforcement, or when can we issue an enforcement order? Can we still issue an enforcement order after 12 months, after 24 months, or after when? So that is one of the areas of contention. And then the second area of contention that we also wish to clarify is around the serving of the document, because what the system requires is that if you are issued with an enforcement, with an infringement notice today, the system has to make sure that it serves you the document within a 40-day period. So if, for example, well, the issue of an infringement notice that is given to you on the roadside is clear and straightforward. You are issued, we are served the document on the spot. So the 42-day period does not apply there because you have been served the document. But what happens with a camera infringement, where you are captured on the road? Because the system now, that infringement notice moves from the camera, it goes to the systems of the issuing authority, be it TMPD or JMPD, and then it moves to the National Contravention Register, and then it moves to the post office, and then it gets to arrive to you. How long does that take? So I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. That is quite an involving period. That's why we said, as the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, we're going to do some sort of an investigation on the matter. Let me just go to my presentation. I'll try to be quick. The presentation is going to focus on these areas. I think in your opening statement, Program Director, you mentioned the fact around the Constitutional Court judgment of the 12th of July. And we are also going to speak on the ARTO program update. And then what is it that we seek to do to communicate the rollout of ARTO? And then the readiness assessment update. We're also going to look at legislative training workshops, which I think are going to be very much relevant to this audience here today. And then do some sort of a reminder to the colleagues in terms of what are the ARTO elective options that I've just mentioned. The points demerit system, how is it shaped to happen? And then lastly, some of the ARTO service points that perhaps this meeting can take advantage of in terms of ensuring that there is compliance in our companies in terms of the ARTO legislation. And then, as I've already said, the purpose of this presentation is to appraise the stakeholders of SABOA of the implementation approach of the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act, which is ARTO, and the rollout post the Constitutional Court judgment. You'll recall that the judgment came out in our favor, meaning the argument or the High Court judgment of the 13th of January 2022 was ruled against. So now that paves the way for us to really roll out ARTO as the Road Traffic Infringement Agency. What are the implications of the judgment? I think I've already gone through those points in terms of my table of contents. And then in terms of the Constitutional Court judgment, what it really means, that is the favorable judgment to the road traffic infringement agents, that it means now we can commence with the rollout of ARTO. I've already indicated that the ARTO was implemented in 2 jurisdictions, in Tshwane and Joburg. Now we're going to roll it all over the country. And again, the road traffic offenses will be dealt with administratively instead of the overburdening criminal courts with these kinds of matters. Currently, we have these 2 systems in the country, or even the ARTO implementation was preceded by the Criminal Procedure Act. This is the system that we still find in other parts of the country, which are also causing problems in some of the jurisdictions. You have seen the mayhem that happened in the Western Cape. It's some of the matters that are emerging from the implementation of the law in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act. But ARTO seeks to ensure that everything is dealt with administratively. So the issue of taking traffic violations or traffic infringements to court through ARTO is going to come to an end, meaning once the president has promulgated the legislation as well as provided the dates for each rollout, and then we'll be able to implement it throughout the country. At the moment, we'll recall that the amendment which was approved in 2019 is still waiting for the president to proclaim it. Once it's proclaimed, we'll be able to roll it out all over the country. And we're also going to introduce the points demerit system, in which drivers will be allocated points for offenses and face suspension or cancellation of their driving licenses. I'm going to come to that point later as part of the presentation. And then again, we're going to continue our engagement with the South African Post Office and the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, because where this post office is coming in, the ARTO Act prescribes 3 forms of serving of documents. The first one talks to registered mail, and now it's also going to introduce, or the first one is registered mail, the second one is personal. Personal, we know, is the one that happens on the roadside. You are committing infringement, the ticket is written, it's served to you in person. Then the third one that is new, that is also contained in the amended legislation, is the electronic service, where documents will be served electronically. Because as part of capturing of your information on the natives, the expectation would be that there should be an electronic postage or address that to provide, so that if you are unable to collect the documents from the post office through the registered mail, we can be able to serve the documents to you, that is electronically. And then in terms of the preparations, is that the proclamation of the ARTO Act is going to be preceded by the institutional arrangements which need to be in place. One of those is that we need to set up an ARTO Appeals Tribunal. An ARTO Appeals Tribunal is another structure or in the chain of ARTO, because as the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, our main task will be making sure that we adjudicate over the traffic infringements. We provide you with all the elective options. If, for example, you dispute an infringement and you bring it to us, your dispute, we adjudicate over it, and we still find you to have committed a violation, and therefore it cannot be cancelled. Then you've got another level in which you can elevate your appeal, which is, your dispute, which is the appeals tribunal. So we are not an end it all as the Road Traffic Infringement Agency. You can still go up. The fact that the system does away with the court system, it does not necessarily mean that, well, all the doors are shut. You can still take your appeal if you feel that you are dissatisfied with the ruling of the Road Traffic Infringement Agency. Because there also has been this discussion that people still have got a right to take the matter to the courts of law. if they are still dissatisfied. But in this instance, the legislation provides for the establishment of the appeals tribunal. And we also need to finalize the concurrence with the Western Cape. This is the only province that is still outstanding now, because before we roll out the legislation, we need to receive that concurrence. We're also going to train traffic officers, because this is a completely new system that is coming up. We're talking about the National Road Traffic Act. We're talking about the National Land Traffic Act. These are some of the legislation whose provisions, some of which perhaps might get to be superseded by the introduction of the ARTO process. So it's quite critical that we are able to retrain our officers, because if we are talking about the introduction of a new mindset in the manner in which traffic infringements are handled, that is the coal face. That is retraining our officers so that they are able to handle road users differently as compared to a system where traffic offenses or traffic violations are treated as criminal offenses. And then we are also going to install the equipment in the different municipalities or in the different issuing authorities, so that they are in line with the new modules that are talking to ARTO. The introduction of the adjudication process, that needs to be computerized. The introduction of the points demerit system, it needs to be fed into the natives, so that if we're saying that ARTO is going to be a highly motivated program, that needs to be built into the current system, which is the natives that we have in the country at the moment. And again, we also need to ensure that all the issuing authorities enter into agreements with the post offices, so that the system is also up and running. They need to sign those agreements so that we can be able to share in terms of the costs, in terms of the postage as well. The printing of the booklets by the government printing works, booklets that are going to be provided to the traffic officers. We also need to resuscitate the public education and awareness program around ARTO, which is a very critical component, because if the road users are not aware on how the system is going to work, then we are really putting ourselves to a lot of litigation. Because if we implement the legislation that people are not aware about, we don't have proof to say we have conducted ARTO public education program, then we are going to be in big trouble. We also need to finalize appointments within the RTRA because we're also planning to have offices throughout the country. Currently, we have an office in Midrand. What we have done, we have also set up ARTO service outlets in some parts of the country. We're going to expand that program as well. There's also going to be to check some of the gaps that might be existing with some of the issuing authorities. We're also going to pay attention to that to ensure that all those gaps are closed, be it recruitment of staff, be it setting up of back offices, or be it capacitation in terms of computers. So we'll also be paying attention to those aspects as well. This is a long presentation, but I'll really try to be very much brief. In terms of main program deliverables, at the moment, we are busy with the regulations as well as Schedule 3 of the regulations. Regulations, as you all know, these are just the actual nuts and bolts in terms of the legislation, how it is going to be implemented. We are busy with those. We're also busy with Schedule 3. Schedule 3 contains all those different charges and how much they are going to be, how much fines are going to be attached to each, as well as how many demerit points are going to be attached to each particular charge. So we should indicate that right from now, not all the charges or not all violations will lead to demerit points. Some will have, but some won't have. And again, we are also busy setting up ARTO service outlets and regional offices with provinces. There is also going to be a rehabilitation program as part of ARTO. This is just another critical component of the system, because if a person or a road user is a habitual infringer and that person happens to accumulate a lot of demerit points and the system suspends his driving license or her driving license, and then at the end the driving license maybe gets to be cancelled, that person does not necessarily get to be thrown out of the system completely. That person gets to be exposed to some sort of a rehabilitation program so that he or she can be able to mend his ways and come back to the road. Because how legislators raised this point was that some people depend solely on their driving licenses as breadwinners in their home. So if you take away their driving license, that means that person will not be able to get any form of employment. So these are some of the areas that we think that as stakeholders who are gathered here, how do we deal with our drivers whom we regard as habitual? Do we perhaps completely throw away that person, or within our systems, are we able to design or come into the program that the RTI is going to come up with in terms of rehabilitation? Because you may find that you've got this fellow who has been working for you for years, and now all of a sudden, when the ARTO system kicks in, this person gets to accumulate a lot of demerit points. And what do you do with that particular individual? Do you simply say, you are a problem, and therefore get out of my buses? So these are some of the areas that we need to look at. How do we handle such situation in terms of assisting some of the drivers to get rehabilitated and get back to the road? We're also going to work on the National Contravention Register, which is also going to be attached to the NATIS. The Appeals Tribunal have already spoken about how it is going to work. And then there is appointment of staff within the RTIA. I've already spoken about that. And then the electronic service, I've mentioned how it is going to work as well, that you are not going to rely only on the postal system now or personal service of documents, but infringements are going to be served through the electronic means. The points demerit system, I'm going to come on to it later as part of the presentation. And then in terms of the budget, that is what we are proposing. This is not yet approved, but we are still looking at that over the 3-year period. Some of these areas, colleagues, I've touched on them briefly in terms of the rollout, some of the program deliverables. I've touched on the establishment of the ARTO service outlets. ARTO service outlets, as I've said, we do have some already in the country, but this is one program that we wish to expand. For example, there is one stakeholder whose offices are based in Midrand. They are running a national fleet management service. And what they have done to us, they have approached us and said, we feel that our members can benefit from this. What can we do? So we piloted an ARTO service outlet within their premises. When people are coming in to do transactions in their company, they are a taxi involved in taxi operations. So when they come in there to sign documents, be they procuring or buying new taxis or updating their details, they are able to also go into that ARTO service outlet and check if perhaps any of their taxis have got infringement notices, and then they are able to resolve them right on the spot. So it helps to have that type of a service, because if you rely on a DLTC, that when you go to it, sometimes it is out of line. And yet if you've got that system within your premises, we have got trained people who are able to understand how the ARTO process works. And then we are able to keep your drivers on the road. They don't get to be involved in issues where they are off from work because their driving license has expired or the license disc of your vehicles have expired. You've got a dedicated person within your premises. That person, their task is to make sure that your drivers are on the road all the time. If they've got ARTO infringements, those ARTO infringements are dealt with by somebody. Your business does not get to be affected. So that is the purpose of having those ARTO service outlets, which we say we can look into them as to how do we make sure that we do have these within our premises. The regulations, I've spoken about them. We are in the process of overhauling them. They need to be published so that by the time the president proclaims the date for the rollout of ARTO, those regulations should be completed and ready for implementation. And then the rollout is going to be a phased-in one. We're looking at starting with 69 municipalities in the country and move into the rest of the 144. So that is what we mean by 69 local and metropolitan areas which need to be proclaimed for the rollout. And then we also need to establish more ARTO service outlets. And then the adjudication process, which is supposed to be the first area of ARTO. because ARTO has got different components. What we have been implementing in Tshwane and Joburg is the first component of ARTO, which is the adjudication process. Adjudication process looks at the different ARTO elective options that I've mentioned. One, you've got the right to dispute an infringement. Two, if you wish to pay within the first 32 days, you can go and pay, and then you're going to go get the 50% discount. Three, if you can nominate a driver. If you've got a fleet of buses, like some of us have, you've got a fleet of buses, and then you have appointed your drivers or your operators. If an infringement arrives and perhaps this particular driver is employed by you and perhaps he or she was speeding using your particular vehicle, when it arrives here, the system allows you to reroute that ticket to that particular individual so that you don't get to foot that bill. That person remains his or her obligation to have it resolved. At the same time, you can also arrange to pay in installments. This is another option in terms of the adjudication process. But later on, the points demerit system kicks in. That's why we always say people should really not raise that much of anxiety when we talk about the points demerit system, because the system comes in quite very, very late in the chain of the ARTO process. Firstly, we are given all these rights and options to take advantage of. It's only when you fail to comply with all these rights that are provided to you that the system becomes punitive now, because you have been given options, opportunities to comply, we have failed to take advantage of them. And then the points demerit system kicks in, suspends your driving license, suspends it, and then it gets to be cancelled. So we just need to make sure that we are able to understand when is the point this demerit system comes into the whole chain. The introduction of the handheld gadget, this is another innovation that is coming up now to avoid, because now and again, there is an accusation that this system is also going to be attacked by corruption, because there's a feeling that if there is a human hand, corruption is going to come up. The intention is that traffic officers should be equipped with electronic gadgets so that they are able to capture the infringement on the roadside. Immediately, that infringement gets to be transferred to the National Contravention Register. You don't have it captured on paper, but through electronically, and then you press send, and then it gets to be fed into the National Contravention Register to really make sure that there is no possibility of having the system corrupted. Electronic service, I've spoken about it, as well as the appeals tribunal. And then the other, earlier on, I've spoken about 169 municipalities. Later on, we're going to come into the rest of the 144 municipalities. I'm going to provide a summary in another slide on that. Communication is quite critical in the process to make sure that there is public education on the rollout of ARTO, the points demerit system, the rehabilitation program. I think I've touched on all those programs as to what is going to happen. So in terms of the phases, colleagues, we are looking at those dates in terms of the rollout. The 1st of July 2024, we start with the 69 municipalities. And then on the 1st of July, we move on into the 144. And then the points demerit system comes in on the 1st of September 2024. And then these are our program partners. We work with the Road Traffic Infringement Agency in terms of the NATIS, National Contravention Register, the Post Office in terms of registered mail, issuing authorities in terms of making sure that they are able to meet the minimum standards in terms of staffing, equipment, and related matters so that they are able to implement the legislation. We need to get that concurrence from the Western Cape. National Treasury needs to assist us in terms of resourcing. The government printing works will provide the booklets, and then the department will facilitate the publication of the regulations and the proclamation of the amended legislation. Okay, work in progress is the same slides. Let me just move towards a closer. A program director, it's a lot. Okay, this is just our communication that happened after the pronouncement by the Concord early this year. And then in terms of our communication, we regard the ushering of ARTO as a historic moment, because as I've already said, it's going to look at some of the provisions of the current legislation, which is the National Roads Traffic Act, as well as the National Land Traffic Act. We are also going to highlight some of the milestones highlight major milestones and achievements in the rollout, which include the institutionalization of the Act, the setting up of the appeals tribunal, and the appointment of relevant officials across the country. And then how do we profile the benefits of ARTO? I think I've already indicated, because one of the biggest problems that we are faced with is that ARTO is a money-making scheme. We always say that ARTO has got absolutely nothing with money-making. ARTO come in as a national road traffic, as a national road safety intervention. If perhaps there are any penalties that people need to resolve in terms of the violation that they've occurred on the road, they need to comply with those. But the way it is designed from the beginning is because you've got a problem of people who are misbehaving on the road and there are no consequences. Because the current system, you commit infringement on the road, the system allows you to continue. But with ARTO, there's going to be consequences. When an enforcement order sits on your account, on your transaction with the notice, you are unable to renew your driving license. You are unable to renew your license disc. Therefore, you have to be off the road. And it happens very, very quickly. And you can see now, they are like, no, because we can't have all these infringements. You've got a crack on your windscreen. You have not put your registration number on the vehicle, and then you go to court. And the courts are overburdened with matters that are very, very much serious. So it's important that we have a system that is going to close people out of the road network if they continue to violate the laws of the road. So these are some of the benefits that we're looking at. We'll also highlight some of the ARTO successes. ARTO has been implemented in 2 jurisdictions, in Tshwane and in Joburg. And we are going to highlight those successes as well. Let me move on, Chair, towards the slide that these are some of the steps, colleagues, that I've highlighted in terms of the rollout plan, the phased in. We're looking at the 1st of February 2024, 69 municipalities are coming in. 1st of July 2024, and other 144 come in. And then 1st of September 2024, the points demerit system comes in. Okay, I'm wrapping up now, Chair. Let me just, I think I've already highlighted how the ARTO process is going to work. Chair, I think this presentation, we can share it with the delegates of the conference. This is important information. This is the points demerit system, how it is designed to work. These are all the different steps. You'll see how it moves from the commitment of an infringement to the threshold of 15 demerit points, after which your driving license is suspended. We should mention that the suspension of the driving license happens twice. On the 3rd occasion that you go over the threshold of 15 demerit points, and then your driving license gets to be taken away. And then this is the last slide, Chairperson, in terms of where can we come in as delegates here, Chair, in terms of the process. We're talking about, for example, the ARTO service outlets that I've just spoken about. How do we meet this effort midway to see to it that we don't have go to a DLTC for you to have your tickets resolved or for your drivers being removed? How do we build in the system inside our own shop floors so that we're able to assist drivers? And then we're also talking about our online services where your company needs to register, and then we have an account, and then we are able to track and resolve all these traffic infringements. We also have an ARTO mobile app, the ARTO call center. There are also DLTCs that you can take advantage of, as well as provincial offices and self-service kiosks. Chair, I think this comes to an end. There is a slide that I did not see here that talks to legislative training, which I think is very, very important. I don't know how it got disappear here, Mandy, when we're working on this, but I think it's in the presentation. It's on legislative training. As the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, we are going to be running this legislative training, and we intend to target associations like SABOA, where we'll go and provide this type of training and also assist them to create forums within their own institutions so that they can be able to assist their own drivers. So it's a critical slide. I'll make sure that in the presentation that gets circulated, it is included, Chair. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this presentation. I think SABOA has over the years commented extensively on the auto bill or legislation that was intended to go forward. And I think a few things that still concerns us. This is that you mentioned quite rightly the cancellation of driver's licenses and so on. We think the way we understand it at this point in time, you have 2,500 transgressions that are penalizable with points. And the more transgressions you have that are penalizable, even some of them that are not safety critical, you can easily exceed that 16 points because drivers do long distances. And we're very concerned about that. We made proposals that at least in the phasing period, that you only look at the safety critical areas like drunken driving, reckless driving, things like that, at the beginning. Not to look at all 2,500 transgressions, because that's, for us, it's going over the top, and I don't think you'll get the buy-in from the public if you go hard on this 2,500 transgressions. So I'm not sure whether I didn't pick it up, but in your latest documentation that we studied and commented on, that you've actually reconsidered this specific area. And the other area I think that concerns us is that from a company's point of view, it's quite costly to access the system because you have to appoint people in larger companies or make people responsible for checking on the points of the drivers to make sure they're not driving vehicles without valid driver's license that may have been cancelled through the system administratively. So that's quite an expensive exercise for companies to get to these points. And in any case, you've also, in your latest documentation, you must have the consent of the drivers every time you want to access these points. I think companies will have to, from a principal point of view, have the consent of drivers in any case that you can monitor it 24 hours a day, because that's very important not to find out afterwards that vehicles have been driven with drivers of valid driver's licenses. So I think some of those things are really concerning us. We're also concerned about the capacity of your appeals tribunal, whether that tribunal will be able to handle all the issues that I think will be flagged throughout the country. And I think the last thing that concerns us is the fact that a vehicle could be taken off the road. If that vehicle also exceeds the 16 points from a road safety point of view. We've seen the situation in Cape Town with Cape Town City trying to get taxis off the road that didn't meet those 3 road NLTA requirements. And I think this could be very disruptive in the industry if there's no consideration for circumstances in which companies are operating today in South Africa. So those are some of the points I think. Maybe you would like to respond to that or not, I'm not sure. Before I give it to the floor for a few questions.
Well, thank you very much, Program Director. Yes, indeed, the first point, you are correct there. In terms of the allocation of the demerit points and also its phasing in, the intention is that we look at the most severe infringements or offenses like your drunken driving, as well as what is regarded as excessive speeding. Excessive speeding looks at going over the set speed limit by 40 kilometers per hour. So that is how the points demerit system is going to be phased in. We're not going to take on all those charges. And then the second point that we also want to emphasize, we are having a discussion within the agency around this one as to who gets to be allocated the demerit points. Are we going to allocate demerit points to the vehicle or to the driver? So the initial thinking is that yes, the demerit points will be allocated mainly to the driver, to the operator of the vehicle. meaning vehicles, if perhaps there are defects on your vehicle, the demerit points with the initial rollout is that the vehicles will not be allocated, meaning your vehicle will not necessarily be taken off the road, but it's the driver or the operator who will be affected. I'm not sure if the distinction is clear. Because what happens if, for example, you are driving a vehicle with defective tires, you are operating, even if the vehicle belongs to the program director, what happens is that the infringement notice will be issued on both. That is to the person who allows to operate a vehicle that is defective, and also going to go to the owner of the vehicle, to the vehicle in this particular instance. Meaning the person who gets to you as the owner, you will not be affected, but to the person who will be operating the vehicle. I'm not sure if I'm making that distinction, because at the end of the day, it means your vehicle will not be taken off the road. You can perhaps hire another driver to operate a vehicle, because your vehicle will remain safe, but it will continue to be provided with infringement notices on the basis of the defects that it has. But the driver, the person who is behind the vehicle, who operates the vehicle, is the one who will be affected. I'm trying to explain that point, because at the end of the day, ARTO seeks to address the behavior on the person who's operating the vehicle. That's what it is designed to do. Okay. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think the legislation that we've seen, or draft documents, you also have a vehicle being taken off the road. Are you saying now it's not going to happen?
No, the vehicles is not going to happen. No vehicles will be impounded.
Won't be impounded, because in your regulations it does say it can happen.
Well, as I've already said now, this is one of the areas that we're looking at right now, because I know after the Concord judgment, the regulations, the drafts are there. Yeah. After the Concord judgment, we had a meeting about 3 weeks ago. We are busy refining the points demerit system itself, how it's going to work, because the intention is that it should really target mainly the driver, not necessarily the vehicle. So that is where it is supposed to come in.
No, sorry.
Okay, no, come in.
If that's the case, I think it's fine, because people are concerned about that the vehicles will be taken off the road, and the operator will be sitting without vehicles. But if you're saying it's targeting the driver, it's fine. I mean, but the driver can't be held responsible also for the defects of the vehicle. I think that must also be understood. So, transgressions that the driver is responsible for, like speeding, drunken driving, and so on, that we understand. But I don't know how a driver can be held responsible for an unroadworthy vehicle.
Yes.
And get demerit points for that.
Yes, he will, because one of the points of contention is that if you have employed somebody and then the person says this vehicle is unroadworthy, and the person still gets to be forced to be on the road to drive the, because it's my business, you understand. These are some of the issues that you are raising with drivers, that they should really not feel forced to operate vehicles that are unroadworthy, because at the end of the day, it's him who's going to suffer, or her who's going to suffer. The vehicle owner, because if you are the owner of the vehicle, the tickets are not necessarily going to be, the infringement notices are not necessarily going to the owner who's sitting at the office. Yes, the vehicle is going to be affected but in terms of the attachment of the demerit points, the vehicle will continue to have infringement notices against it. But in terms of the allocation of the demerit points against the vehicle, that we are arguing against. So it's two issues. The infringement notices, the car will continue to have to accumulate the infringement notices. But do we allocate demerit points to the vehicle? The demerit points will, because you have a situation where infringement notice, if the vehicle is defective, is going to go to the vehicle as well as to the driver.
Yeah.
Yes. So the driver at the end of the day is the one who will continue to carry the demerit points and the infringement notice.
Yeah, maybe someone else would like to come in here. I think the way we understand that currently is that your system will also take the vehicles off the road. If you say it's not the case anymore, I think we can discuss that. But then the allocation of the points of the vehicle, or the infringement notices that carries demerit points against the vehicle, to transfer that to the driver, I think it's going to be very difficult. And I think we should discuss that if there's still some time to do that.
There is still time. The regulations are not final. You still recall that those regulations are still going to be published now, especially now that the CONCORD has pronounced. We are still going to publish them before they get to go to the president for him to proclaim the implementation of the legislation. And then in terms of the capacity, I think the last point is around the capacity of the appeals tribunal. We are looking into that at the moment, because if the legislation calls for having 9 members of their tribunal, it's really going to depend on how the system is going to be configured, because you have a country where he has got one public protector. That public protector is responsible for all the complaints that come into the country. You don't have a situation where people are complaining that this public protector, why don't you have 10 million public protectors so that you can be able to take, so perhaps this is going to be an office. There are going to be offices in the provinces that are also going to be able to process all these
That's fine.
appeals.
It's just that we have 13 million vehicles in South Africa.
Yes.
And your potential to get appeals against decisions of the RTI, is very real, especially at the beginning of the system. So it's always the system that's the issue, when you implement these things, new things.
Yeah.
So that's why we feel at the beginning, at least you should only look at the safety critical areas and get the public behind us in the system so it can work for road safety, not go full out like it was originally conceptualized. And then gradually phase it in as we learn from the system, gradually build the system. But my personal view is that if I'm on a freeway in N1 South, I must be able to see on a billboard, these are the transgressions that give me penalty points.
Sure.
Like 4 or 5 or 6 like that, like in many other jurisdictions throughout the world. Not 2,500 transgressions.
No,
it's just mind-boggling that you'd like to do that, or it's in the legislation at the moment.
Yeah.
And we're not, to this day, we're not sure how many and which transgressions will carry points in the initial phases and further on. This, I think we should clarify from an industry point of view. I think it's very critical.
No, we're going to whittle them down definitely and see which ones to start with. As you have already indicated, the most severe ones should be the ones that come in first, so that you are able to really look at the root intention of the legislation, which is to prevent fatalities on the road.
Thank you very much. Kathy, do you want to carry on?
We'd like to invite you on the 12th of October to come through to Donkerhoek, to the Traffic Control Center with the Fleet Watch Brake and Tire Watch. And you would be amazed to see the drivers that leave their depot in the morning with the vehicles that are roadworthy, and what the damage is due to potholes, etc. So the driver can leave in the morning. There's an inspection, tire inspection, etc. So I think the point is that it'd be a good exercise to see, just particularly as to Prof's point, that you could have all the best intentions and secure controls in the world, but there would be real operating challenges that could render a vehicle unroadworthy. If you're looking at some of the damage, it could be lots of, in terms of regulation 214, there could be lots of tire tread theft, but it could have damage, sidewall damage, and it's technically unroadworthy. So I think we'd like to invite you to come and see what we're doing, and the training that we give to we're going to have about 100 traffic officials there. And I think it'll be good, to Prof's point around the scale and scope of some of the infringements, and then just how practical it is around the enforcement. Thank you. But thank you for the presentation.
Okay. I think, Chair, just a concluding word from I'm not sure if there's still word. I think there's a hand there.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a very short question. Prof has already said everything, but does ARTA, will it start from zero for infringements, or are you taking into account the outstanding fines that's sitting on the system at the moment? Just to make double sure on that one. Thank you.
Yes, you are correct. Everybody is going to start from zero. The infringements that are already on the system, they are not going to be considered when the system comes in. Infringements that have been committed under the Criminal Procedure Act, they will be handled as such through the Criminal Procedure Act. And then the infringements that are ARTO related that were committed before the promulgation or the proclamation of the introduction of the points demerit system. Those will go and run up until that time. So any infringements that gets to be committed when the PDS, the points demerit system, is in place, it's only those that will be treated up until the points demerit system. So it will not be implemented retrospectively, but will be moving forward in terms of its implementation. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. And I think we'll interact with you as an association on these regulations to try and make sure that we've dealt with. Do you have one question, very quick question? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning to the colleagues. My main question that I want to find out, what happens to the company proxies? I'm a proxy of 300 buses or trucks. Where is my life? Because now every second traffic fines will be pumping in. Where does it put me? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. You see, the slide that I was talking about, that I don't know, it talks to legislative training. We intend to work with the proxies as well, because they're going to play quite a critical role in this, so that they are familiar with the whole system in terms of how to process the infringement notices. So in terms of, because the expectation of the proxies is to make sure that they are able to resolve, they are familiar with the system, because one of the critical steps, because they are familiar with the system, they should really not allow any infringement. They should be familiar with all the timelines that are in the system. If you talk about the first 32 days, these are the ARTO elective options. Take advantage of those. 50% discount, dispute, nomination of a driver, or payment in installments. They should come in and take advantage of those. The same applies when courtesy letters have been issued. They should always come in and make sure that these are resolved, because the system is going to apply equally. So it's quite critical, because even in terms of the regulations, there are parts that are streamlined to make sure that you are able to cater for the proxies in the process. So I think we'll be able to arrange those sessions. That's why we say at some point we would want to come and provide these legislative training workshops to the proxies, so that they understand how the system works, so that at the end of the day, you don't have your business suffering, and yet you've got a proxy in place. So in terms of taking them through how the system and how perhaps they need to navigate within those timelines, we should be able to walk them through that. There are other companies who come to us, and we show them the system. That's why we say, if you feel you are stuck, make an appointment and come and sit down with us. There's this other company that's associated with PRASA, the group Mendy, who are based at the station. I forget them. They came to us, and then they were able to open an account. We showed them how to take advantage of our online platforms. Please come to us, and then we'll walk them through in terms of how they can take advantage of the online platforms especially. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Our last paper of the day, then I've been asked to summarize the main points, and as SABOA actions afterwards, I'll do that. Our last paper of the day is Karen de Jong. It's about industry safety concerns and the learnings around that. As we know, Karen is from Golden Arrow, and they've just gone through, I think, quite a terrible time in Cape Town with taxis, but I think you're also going to talk about the long distance issues that we have to the Transkei and so on, Eastern Cape. So violence and intimidation in the bus industry is sadly becoming a norm in the country. A bus going up in smoke garners media hype and publicity, and for the specific issues. These incidents come at a high cost to the industry itself, and this has now forced operators to take a legal stand to protect their employees and their assets. Bus operators are now obtaining court orders to protect themselves. So Karen has been at the forefront of this through Golden Arrow's activities there. She's legal advisor of Golden Arrow Bus Services, a good friend of SABOA. He's helped us a lot over the years with legislation. And she'll share some of the thoughts and strategies and experiences and lessons that they've learned the recent taxi strike in Cape Town, as well as the intercity services that's not operated by yourselves, but you know the company very well. Karen, welcome. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us.
Good afternoon. Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. Is that fine? Good. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I said to Gideon just before he left that this is the graveyard shift of the graveyard shift. So, and I won't keep you busy too long. I think those are photographs that many of you have seen, and we see them on a regular basis in Cape Town of late. The problem with the topic of safety concerns for the bus industry is that you don't know where to actually draw the line. I mean, it is public violence, it's vandalism, it's crime. You have your road safety issues, and of late you have what I personally refer to as the gangster approach, where you have organizations that basically want to regulate the public transport, specifically the bus transport, in ways that are not allowed for in terms of legislation. And to actually address this, I looked at just two topics of recent, and that was I refer to it as the Intercape case. The final judgment was handed down on the 22nd of August of this year. If you haven't read that yet, I would suggest you do it. It's not a very thick document, but it is a very interesting document. And I would say that if anybody experiences these type of problems, that is a blueprint that you can actually use in addressing, in trying to solve the problem. And then obviously we have the taxi violence that we had recently in August in Cape Town. Totally unforeseen, and it is scary and interesting to see how one organization can actually bring a whole city to a standstill. While traveling on the roads during that period, I said to a colleague of mine, it reminds me of COVID. There were just no cars traveling. People weren't going to work. It was just unsafe to be traveling on the road at that time. Both of these situations illustrate the total lawlessness that currently exists when certain organizations decide that they want certain things or they do not like the way things are being done in terms of legislation in the country. And the only way that one can address this is by actually drawing a line in the sand and saying, this is the law. This is how we actually are going to be dealing with these situations. And the Intercape problem case was actually, as I said, a blueprint for this. At the end of the presentation, I will have a few highlights to say that these are the issues that we can actually draw or points that we can actually draw from this. But basically it boils down to the fact that Intercape approached the High Court in 2022 for an order. I think the order was handed down in July, and but the final order was handed down in August of this year. And basically, in terms of that, the court declared that both the National Minister of Transport and the MEC did not comply with their legal obligations that were entrenched in the NLTA as well as in the Constitution, and further went and said that there are certain steps that have to be implemented by the MEC as well as the minister to draw up a plan on how they are going to be dealing with this specific problem. Now, if one reads through the judgments, in the Western Cape, we always say that our buses operate in a war zone because there is daily violence, there's daily robberies, crime, accidents, and so forth. But I think this just took it to another level where there were basically no-go zones declared, and the operator actually was coerced by the MEC at one stage to comply with the demands of the minibus taxi industry that was preventing them, or that wanted to prevent them from operating. The only sort of cooperation they did receive was from SAPs that used to help them from time to time. And that also dwindled. And what they found was, as soon as the police did not assist them and actually drive with them through the areas that were no-go zones, that the whole situation just started up afresh. So it wasn't as if the presence of the police stopped the situation. It just, you know, put it to bed for a while. When the Intercape legal team went to court, they asked that specifically that the minister and the MEC's conduct be declared as unacceptable and as unlawful, quite frankly, because they did have powers within the Constitution as well as within the National Land Transport Act to actually take decisive action. And when you have an approach like this, to say that you have a constitution that protects certain rights, and then you have a piece of legislation that enables the minister and the MEC to actually protect those rights, and they are not doing that, okay? The only recourse you have following that is to have a court actually tell the minister and the MEC what they have to do. Normally, the courts don't want to do that. The courts will give you an order to say it is unlawful, or that it is wrong, or, you know, they will issue an interdict. But the courts do not want to go and actually issue a structural order. And that was what was issued in this instance. And that is also what led to the final judgment at the end of the day that was handed down this year. But just to run through it quickly, the courts actually concurred that if you have a look at the NLTA, okay, the MEC and the minister they have to develop a system to improve land transport. They have to appoint inspectors if there is a need for it, okay? These are specific rights, obligations that are afforded them in terms of the legislation. Then they also have the right to declare certain areas as what we would refer to as no-go zones. In other words, they can suspend operating licenses, they can actually suspend operating along certain routes, and they can close down ranks for certain periods of time until a problem has been resolved. So they have that power, okay? And it is not a power that can just be used in their own discretion. If the situation warrants it, they have to actually take those steps, okay? And neither the minister nor the MEC was actually doing that, okay? The original MEC, which is quite shocking, she actually said to the applicant, Intercape in this instance, that if they do not comply, then they can't operate with the demands of the taxi organization in respect of regulation of fares, how many buses can operate, time schedules that they can operate on. If they do not, if Intercape does not concede to those demands, then they will not be allowed to operate on certain routes. That was the MEC's response. Okay. From our point of view, we also had a similar situation in Cape Town last year, in a new area where taxi organizations informed us that we were not allowed to operate along certain routes. Okay. When the authorities became involved, their response to us was basically, won't you please just stop operating until this problem is resolved, okay? And that is absolutely the incorrect approach that should be taken, okay? Because you cannot ask legal operators who have an operating license and a right to operate to cease operating because there are illegal demands being made by an organization or by parties that may not even have the right to operate there. So in that instance, we made it very clear that we were not going to be doing that. And we wrote to the MEC, to the police, to the minister, informing them of the situation, that we had a right to operate there, that the demands were illegal, and therefore that we will continue operating there, and that it is their responsibility to ensure the safety of not only the vehicles, but the passengers and the people in the surrounding areas. Okay. And I must say that had a very positive effect when we had that approach. And if one has a look at the judgment of the Intercape case, that is exactly the approach that Intercape also had. It continuously informed the MEC, the minister, the authorities to say, these are the problems we're experiencing, please assist. They had a very good paper trail that they could actually, when they eventually went to court after 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, they could say, this is what we have done. This is the damage that has been occurred. These are the consequences of those actions. And therefore, the court was also very sympathetic, because if one has a look at everything that they had done, establishing their rights, informing the authorities of what was going on, informing the authorities of actually what they had to do, okay, the court conceded that they actually have an established right, and that the authorities did not comply with their obligations in terms of legislation. Okay. And basically, this was the court order. The court found that the minister and the MEC failed to comply with their obligations. They found that the minister and the MEC failed to cooperate even with the SAPS, because at one stage, if one reads the judgment, the MEC was actually making decisions contrary to the assistance that the SAPS was offering the operator. And they acted unlawfully when they required Intercape to engage in negotiations to regulate fares, operating schedules, and so forth with other operators and minibus taxi organizations in the area. And the court then ordered the minister and the MEC, in consultation with SAPS, to develop a plan to actually resolve this issue. There were timelines involved in what they had to do. And the court also made it very clear. The court didn't tell them what should be in the plan, but it made it very clear on the criteria that should be met when this plan is to be presented to court and to Intercape. Because it's no good having a plan and there aren't timelines. It's not practically, you can't implement it practically. There's no policing of it. Okay. So all of those aspects had to be ticked off. Okay, the 20 days were afforded for this to be done. Needless to say, it wasn't done in that time span. Intercape then approached the court again, and the minister and the MEC eventually presented a document. If one reads the judgment now, it is actually quite shocking to see that the minister wasn't even involved in any form or manner in compiling this document, this plan that the court actually instructed him to do. The MEC drafted it. It was very vague. It did not meet any of the requirements that would practically bring an end to the violence and the intimidation that was on the road. And the court then ordered them to do it, and the interim interdict was actually made a final award on the 22nd of August. So what one can draw from this is the basic thing that you must know is it is not a quick solution. Okay. This is something that came over years. Okay. If one then has a look at the timeline of when it was initially issued, I think in June or July of 2022, and the final judgment now in August 2023, when there was no compliance by the minister, the judge was very scathing, and he made it a final order. A structure, as I said previously, a structural order is not normally issued, okay, but it will be done by the courts if they suspect that there is not going to be any cooperation and compliance by the actual minister and the MEC or the director of a specific governmental department. So there is now a specific order, and if they do not comply, then they will be in contempt of court. So, and the court, if you read the judgment, the judge also made it very clear of all the criteria that needs to be met. Okay. If we move on to the taxi strike, which was a bit of a different scenario, it isn't actually a strike. It should more be a demonstration because they demonstrated because they were unhappy about certain legislative steps that were being implemented against them. Within hours, there was widespread violence and intimidation. The Golden Arrow approached the courts for an interdict, and it was based on two legs. One is the common law as to protection of property, and the other one was the NLTA, is that we have a right to operate. You have operating licenses, therefore you have a right to operate. And if somebody interferes with that right, okay, they are interfering with actually your constitutional right to operate your business, freedom of movement of people. The court agreed with the company, and we did get an interim interdict. And part of the interdict was that there should be no further violence. People should not be intimidated. They should not be prevented from actually making use of other public transport. Needless to say, this was not conceded to at all. The very next day, more buses were burned. People were intimidated. And I think there was another roadblock that was orchestrated by the drivers of the minibus taxis. Okay. The concern here was that there was a total disregard for the court order. The parties just went ahead and did exactly what they wanted to do, which is rather disconcerting because one would think that if there is a court order actually issued, that there should be some sense of the seriousness of the matter and compliance with the law. And also what was concerning here is that Golden Arrow went to court before either the City of Cape Town or the Provincial Department of Transport approached the courts. So once again, it's a private organization that has to take the necessary steps to make sure that the law is actually being implemented. Needless to say, when the contempt of court hearing was held, the City of Cape Town did actually also approach the court at that hearing, and an interdict was also issued in respect of them. And at that stage, also because there was pressure on the taxi organizations to enter into discussions with the City of Cape Town, that the interdict was actually complied with. The city made or put down an ultimatum that unless there is 48 hours of peace and no violence, that they were not going to enter into discussions with the organizations. And I think that is what actually prompted them to actually sort of just dial everything back and not contest the court orders further. Okay, so those are just the two scenarios. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. There's a lot of legalese involved in both of them. They're not based on exactly the same grounds, but the fundamental underlying point of this is that there is the obvious violence is increasing. The organs of state that are supposed to be implementing legislation to prevent this are not actually doing that. Okay. So it's up to the operators to actually take matters into their own hands, okay? And the lessons learned here is basically know your rights. If you have an operating license, you have a right to operate. You don't only have a right to operate, you have an obligation to operate, okay? That is in terms of the National Land Transport Act. The next step that you must do if you are experiencing problems of this specific type of nature is to identify what the rights are and what the obligations are of the state. Okay. And it's easy to start with the Constitution. You've got the right to freedom of movement. You've got the right to freedom of trade. You've got the right to safety. Okay. Those are the basic rights. And it's very nicely spelled out in the Intercape case that should be complied with. And then you build on from that and say, in terms of what specific piece of legislation you are relying on, and in our industry, it will be the National Land Transport Act. What do the organs of state have to do to ensure that there is actually peace and that there is actually order on the roads? Okay, specifically in respect of legitimate operators. And when I say legitimate, people that have operating licenses that are entitled to operate along certain routes. Okay. And from there, the next step is to actually inform these government organizations, departments of where their shortcomings are. And this you can only do if you have a proper paper trail. Okay. So the very first instance that there is any incident of unrest, violence, it must be reported to the police station, reported to the minister, reported to the mayor, reported to all the stakeholders that you can possibly get involved in the whole situation, and do it in as much detail as possible and spell out what pieces of legislation are being transgressed and what their powers are to actually address it. Okay. Because you are actually helping them to make the decision. Okay. Obviously, there might be some role players that just want to sit back and say, well, I can't do this. I think the judge was quite shocked when the minister's response to the initial application was, I can't actually address anything of this nature in terms of the National Land Transport Act. I can only address traffic offences. So his argument was, well, he can't get involved in the violence, that's been perpetrated against operators. He can only deal with traffic offences, which is totally the incorrect reading of the Act. Okay. And then you have to identify the relief that you want. So, and Intercape did this very nicely, and we also always do this to say, please stop the buses from being burned, stop people from being shot. The safety is important. We need to operate along these routes. We are being prevented from picking up passengers along the route, whatever the case may be. Okay, identify the relief that you want, so that the state organs of state, the departments, the role players know what they need to do. And then finally, if there is still no response, and if one reads the judgment, it is actually quite shocking of, despite the court order that was issued in last year, that there was still violence, continuous violence, people being shot, and it just didn't stop. And that is also why the court issued a structural order in respect of what's expected of the minister, and specifically what they must do in terms of this plan with timelines to it. So, okay, I've really condensed it, and it's just because of the time available. But really, if anybody has got time, read the Intercape case. It is a blueprint if you have any problems of this nature that you are currently dealing with. The only sort of downside that I can say is that it is one thing to actually get the court order. It's another thing to actually have it implemented. So there has to be a lot of pressure on the minister and the MEC now to actually, comply with the plan. And maybe the threat of being in contempt of court might put some pressure on them to actually draft the plan, because the initial court order didn't even do that. Okay. Any questions? Oh.
Thank you very much, Karen. I think it was a good summary. Maybe you say it's not a very thick court document. Maybe you can send a copy to SABOA. We can maybe distribute it to people that may be interested in that to read it. I think it's very important, because we sit with intimidation throughout the country. And the more we deal with this thing in a systemic manner, the better. I think at the end of the day, government will get the message, and the taxi industry, because that's basically what's happening as a taxi industry intimidating, like you've experienced. Are there any questions or comments by anybody? One, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you for the presentation. I'm just thinking that the whole morning, the narrative was about integration of public transport system, modal integration. And now here we're sitting with violence between different modes. So the question is, where does this leave us? And this is how we end the day, with a notion that modes are going apart in a very violent way. And the possible intervention is the justice system. So who's going to see this integration? Is it the justice system? Is it the bodies that are there? Where does it leave us? Thank you.
I can just make a short comment. I think Jackie is better suited to address that, is that the whole aim of the NLTA was to integrate the different modes of transport. Okay. I don't think that that is progressing properly. And also, if you don't have the political will to actually bring across and promote the integration, it is not going to work. You know, you have a lot, you're supposed to have an integrated transport plan in the big cities, for instance, the metro. But it is very difficult to get the modes, and us talk out of experience, specifically the minibus taxi industry, to actually want to come into the fold of an integrated transport plan. It is very difficult for the authorities to actually go through that whole exercise. And once it's established, I mean, we've got BRT, where we have taxi operators, previous taxi operators that are now part of the bus industry, part of an integrated transport service in Cape Town, and it is working. But it is a hard slog to actually get to that point. And the only way that one can actually prevent the violence that is sort of growing is through law enforcement, unfortunately. That's the only way you can do it, while you are still trying to get this integrated modal plan going. Jackie, jy gaan beter kommentaar kan lewer hierop.
I don't think any one of us really have the answer around that. You have nice policy ideals, but to integrate, it's also a question of integrating an informal industry into a formal sector like bus and rail. You know, the rules are different for both. You know, this is much more formalized for the formal industries and reporting wise and so on, compared to the taxi industry. That's basically a cash business, you know. So, and then on top of that, you know, you have a lack of law enforcement, effective law enforcement, like we've just heard, you know. Until we get to a point where there's effective law enforcement, road traffic and road transport law enforcement, I think it's going to be difficult to integrate all of these modes. Certainly what we heard from DACA this morning, you know, they would like to integrate these modes through the ticketing system, but I'll comment now on that. I think it's a huge uphill they're facing with this policy that they're trying to put on the table for us. But yeah, I think the BRTs have helped to a certain extent, but we've not been able to control re-entry into the routes, which is also problematic. That was always foreseen that they would, you know, being paid to get rid of for the taxis, and then they get into the formal system as operators and owners of new bus companies, BRTs, or shareholding in those companies, participants. But then they re-enter them again, maybe not the same people, but other people re-enter the route. So it's also a question of the regulatory system that we have in the country. It's not effective because we don't have effective transport plans. That's got the buy-in of the public and the operators at the end of the day. And I see this is also one of the big problems that we have. You know, we've had this integrated transport planning idea for so many years. It's just not happening. And we cannot issue tenders, for instance, based on integrated transport plans because they're not there. So how we overcome that problem, I don't know. It's a systemic issue. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you. You'll forgive me for my naivety. I operated taxis for more than 3 decades, and not just as a member, but I went quite high in terms of the excellence of the taxi industry. So, but today I left the taxi industry. I'm a shareholder in Piotrans with all its challenges. But I'm a bus owner today, and I serve in the high excellence of SABOA, for that matter. And the resistance that we experienced when the city introduced the PRT system in Joburg in 2007, 2008, 2009. Was treacherous. People lost their lives. But we're able to go through that transformation with partnership of government, particularly in Joburg, led by Mr. Masondo as the mayor. So we went through that transformation we paid the price as phase 1A. But the impact of the transformation led to the establishment of phase 1B, which is the Tamaiso. Then we have phase 1C, right, which is now stop and go, stop and go. But my point I'm trying to make here is how did that partnership fall apart? How come government did not amplify that achievement, for that matter, moving from a treacherous situation of phase 1A to phase 1C currently in a Joburg version? I mean, where did the wheels come off? You know, I'm talking, I mean, more than 200 taxi associations in Gauteng with more than 45,000 taxis that were resisting and eventually embraced this change, you know. So there's a regression there, you know, like Neil was saying, you know, there's a regression there, and I think that's one of the small areas that should be looked at, how to amplify the program the progress that was achieved where some people paid with their lives, for that matter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I think one of the potential solutions to that is that we have proper transport authorities, like Gauteng is now established, like the Western Cape's got that as well. But we have proper transport authorities that really look at developing these plans, implementing them, controlling them, contracting around that, and so on. And this model has been working very successfully throughout the world. But we have a very complex constitutional setup, you know, where you have a concurrent function between national, provincial, and local and public transport in South Africa, and it makes it very difficult. But certainly, I think the Gauteng example that they've now established a few years ago may help us going forward. Well, I think what's left for me to do is just to summarize some of the main points that came out here today. Immediately put me on the spot here as far as that's concerned. I think let's carry on if you don't mind. We're running out of time. We first did the Integrated Transport BEE Charter. What we've heard this morning is that the 2009 codes are still in place. A lot of work was done around the 2016 codes, but it was not effective. It didn't go through. Those are now again being amended, and we've seen the targets has been set by the Charter Council. That will certainly require us to engage with the Charter Council. I've seen people's faces here around the targets that's been set now. People are not happy with it. And I think SABOA will have to re-establish its BEE committee to look at this and make sure we have continuity. I mean, it's the first time I heard this morning that there's a meeting tomorrow, for instance. It's not the way, I think, to communicate at the end of the day. So there are areas that's really critical for us. The one area that we had originally complained about the 2016 codes was the procurement side, where they wanted 80% of procurement to be done from South African-owned companies. And we showed them that it wasn't possible because we buy fuel and we buy chassis and so on. And it was mentioned by Komotso that she's not sure, but maybe the chassis were now excluded. If that's the case, it's gearboxes, engines, electronics, rear axles and so on that's excluded. That's basically exclusively imported into the country. So if that's the case, it will solve part of the problem. And she mentioned that the charter in the fuel industry is being finalized. So that will help us as well. So these are developments, I think, that we have to watch, be aware of, and update ourselves as far as this is concerned and give inputs. So this committee is really very important. So we need to get this committee going again. The Transport Economic Regulator, we commented extensively and also presented a paper at the Portfolio Committee on this. We were concerned that this Transport Economic Regulator, which is main purpose is really to look at the access to rail, a fair access to the rail system. We wanted to make sure it doesn't affect us. And we wanted exemptions from this monopoly type service, because our competition is for the market, not in the market. If you look at the contracting system, whether it's a school bus service or a contracted major commuter service, it's for the market. So your competition is up front, but not in the market when you have this. And this is in line with international developments. But if you have more than a 70% dominance in the market, like she also pointed out, you are construed as being dominant. And then you'll fall under this Transport Economic Regulator. So she said, her words were, it's a light touch regulation and the independent oversight of the road transport industry. I think she was mainly referring to the road freight side. But certainly in our case, I think she also mentioned that there could be instances where they may interfere in the way prices are set and returns on investments are determined and so on. So it's not off the table, but it's something I think we should watch going forward, that when this is really established, that there's no overlap between the functions of the Transport Authority that issues the contracts like a province or local authority, the Competition Commission, as well as the Transport Economic Regulator, because I think there could be potential overlap between the two, because both the TER and the Competition Commission can instigate market inquiries. So there are two institutions now that can do this. Who's the top one at the end of the day? And if you look at contracts, if you negotiate a contract, you would think this is the end of it. And once you've negotiated the contract, you're dependent on the revenue that you were generating from that contract to make the business functional and the return on investment. And if they can change that because you're dominant, it's going to be hugely problematic from a contracting point of view. So I can see litigation as far as that's concerned if this is going to happen. Siba Manamela, he stood in, but I think he made a few valid points, and that is that fiscal constraints, and we heard over the weekend of National Treasury issuing special instructions to provinces and local authorities and government departments about cutting the cloth even further. So, and then, we normally work on the public transport operations grant that has a 3-year window. You see, no more or less 3 years in advance what can happen from a funding point of view, but we've also seen changes in that in the midterm budget that could affect next year's amount. That affects contracts, the viability of contracts, funding of contracts, because it funds certain services at this point in time. So fiscal constraints is a big issue. So in the medium-term expenditure framework, no new money. This is what he told us this morning. That means the PTOG involved in that as well. No new money. So hopefully what's in the PTOG for the next 3 years will remain. Otherwise, it's a risk. I can understand the issues around the Auditor General reports around provinces not going to contracts, but the issue here is that you cannot enter into a contract if you don't have money available. And the hard thing is interesting that they enter into 7-year contracts, but only money that they know that's guaranteed is in the public transport operations grant for 3 years. So what happens the other 4 years, I don't know. And SABOA didn't know that as well. He didn't know how they could sign these contracts in these circumstances unless the province is prepared to put money into it, which they should do, because this is a supplementary grant. The public transport operations grant is supplementary money. So the difference between that operations grant and the escalation clause should actually come from the province itself, which they've never done before. So maybe they're going to do this in Gauteng. And in a way, maybe the companies that signed this contract, and we heard the gentleman last night at the dinner, I think he held a pistol to their heads and they had to sign this contract. Hopefully there'll be some flexibility in going forward, because they have to replace buses in the next 2 years. They have to go into the BEE component, get the people to work with them. So a lot of work there. And the one issue that we commented on the SABOA, we were very concerned about the penalty regime included in this contract that they've signed. I think the penalty regime is first world. It's not developing country circumstances, and the penalties are extensive. I mean, this company can lose a lot of money, these companies, with that type of penalty regime, which is not as strict as what we had before in the interim contracts and tendered and negotiated contracts. So something to watch. Yeah, so that just as far as that's concerned. And he spoke about the subsidy policy. I'll talk about that in a minute. The employment equity targets, I think you followed it in the press. I think it's concerning for many businesses, and the relationship between the employment equity targets and the BBBE targets, to make sure that they talk to each other. It seems as if it's not always the case. So we know there's litigation around this. It's not been signed, and it looks like it could move to next year, as she mentioned, after the election itself. But important that temporary employees working for longer than 3 months would now be considered as part of your employees. Many companies hid behind this to look at their targets. And Section 53 was now enacted, compliance with the targets itself. And you have 5 years. Otherwise, you won't get a certificate. You can't get this compliance certificate. You can't tender. So it's important. And this is going to be, I think, hugely problematic for companies to meet some of these targets in the following 5 years. People have mentioned to me that the reasons that some companies put forward for not meeting these targets are not necessarily accepted by the commissioners. So it's a space to watch at this point in time. Once again, I think our BBBE committee can deal with this specific area and give the inputs as required as we go forward, as we've been doing in the past as well. So 2 functions, the Employment Equity Act and BBBE for this committee, that I think will mainly consist of HR people within the companies that just under leadership of SABOA itself, to ensure there's continuity and you don't let the ball fall on the ground. The ticketing system, I think in principle we have to agree that we need an integrated ticketing system. What we need to do is to ensure that there are not unintended consequences as far as this is concerned. We understand that the automatic fare collection system is a company's own property, and it must be, and they'll integrate this with the TCH system, the transaction system, and also they're testing it at this point in time. The issue around this is the commissions that are going to be payable, 3 to 6%, maybe twice different institutions. And if you look at the PTOG, last year it de-escalated by 0.04%. Now, if you have to hand over 3.3 to 4% of your passenger fare box to the agencies doing this work for you, is problematic. Although there will be savings, I don't think anybody has done the exercise as to whether you still need your ticket officers and your mobile ticket officers and so on. What savings would come from there? I think the second issue around this was the cash flow. We understood originally when they talked about this online during the COVID that they will roll up the whole system by midnight and then next morning your money will be in the bank. It seems as if it's not always the case anymore. Some municipalities are talking about 2 weeks. They're prepared to wait for 2 weeks for the money to reflect in their accounts. I don't think any bus operator will accept that. Private sector bus operator will accept that. So that cash flow issue needs to be sorted out. So we've already had Shamini and I and with Sandra, we had a meeting last week virtually on Friday, and they've invited us to further meetings around this. And this is another area, I think, Shamini, that we'll have to deal with to see how we can move forward as far as this is concerned, because it's going to be made compulsory at the end of the day. New subsidy policy, yeah. Darko is not here at the moment. I think it's going to be hugely problematic to try and implement this policy. I think it's very theoretical. It's based on a lot of premises that we've already proved it's not possible at this point in time. It's noble that they want to achieve, but I think it's very problematic. The funding increase must go from 1% of GDP to 5% of GDP. Can you see that happening in this country? With all the demands for housing, education, health, other services, infrastructure, I cannot see it happening. Because you see, we don't want to cut the existing cake, we want to grow the cake. The only way you can grow the cake is by having more money coming from the fiscus. And we've heard what the SIBA told us, and I don't think this is going to improve in the next few years, because we've now beyond the commodity boom that gave us so much of a surplus last year and the year before and the year before, and we couldn't even capitalize that fully. So we're beyond that, and because we don't have the commodity boom anymore, we don't have that revenue through taxes that we're generating. So the 5%, I think, it talks about medium term, but 5% I think is very optimistic. The fact that the entire system is based on intermodal plans, and that within these intermodal integrated transport plans, they will identify the taxi operators to participate in the bus and the rail system, highly optimistic. I think we don't even have these plans at this point in time. The capacity does not exist in many provinces and local authorities and municipalities, for that matter, to develop these. At the moment, we don't even know how many taxis there are in the country. It's an estimate of how many people are being transported by the taxis. The best estimate we have is the Household Travel Survey, and there they talk about 15 million. No, 50 million people. But if you actually do the calculation based on the number of taxis estimated, transport per day and so on, it can't be 15 million people. It's not possible. So because if 15 million people equals 82% of all the people being moved, and the rest must be the bus and the rail industry, and it doesn't tally. There's something wrong with the figures somewhere in the macro side. So we don't know what these figures are, yet you want to subsidize people from a user side subsidy point of view. So this is hugely problematic, and they've got an income cap of 1,100 Rand at this point in time in this policy, that they would subsidize only those people. What happens to people beyond that, earning beyond that? What happens to encouraging public transport in place of private transport to those people? Are you going to up their fares by 30, 40% on the bus and the train, and then only focus on the 1,100 Rand per month type category? You cannot do that. You have to be realistic. You have to grow the pot, and you have to, because you grow the market itself that you're subsidizing, you need more money. I don't think the money will be there. So the user targeted system. And it's interesting, he pointed out that he's also not aware of any user-side subsidy system anywhere in the world. We pointed that out to them, they disagreed, and we asked, give us examples. They couldn't give us examples. So this is one huge social experiment. And you can now imagine this country introduced a 350 Rand grant during COVID. Do you think it's going to be taken away? Never. It's never going to be taken away. Nor will the SASSA grants be taken away. So if you start this thing, you're on the path of no return. You cannot, if you embark upon this road, you're going to carry on to this road. Otherwise, you're going to have the country being burnt. So it's very important that this is really considered very carefully before it's introduced, even on the trial basis, so user-side subsidies. I think the other area here is we don't know what the unintended consequences would be for the bus and the rail industry. From a user point of view, it's not been determined because they haven't got examples anywhere in the world as to how this transpires, how those work. Yeah. So that's, as far as that's concerned, I don't think we need to do anything about this at this point in time. It's now cabinet, and then we can comment on that again. We'll do that in the portfolio committee and the various workshops that they'll be holding around this. But I think it's usually optimistic. I think it's very theoretical, and it's very problematic to embark upon this route. Arto, I think if we are honest with ourselves, we must do a lot of work around safety, road safety. Arto can make a big difference if it's implemented correctly. We've always said, as SABOA and all the input we've been given, focus on the major transgressions. The 80% of accidents caused by maybe 4 or 5 transgressions, like drunken driving, excessive speeding, reckless driving, on the barrier line, crossing the barrier line, blind spots and things like that. And remember, 80% of deaths on our roads are caused by people driving the vehicles. And this is the thing that they're doing, under the influence, excessive speed for the circumstances and so on. So focus on those. And I mentioned to him just now that also it will be good if you want the public's support. You need to be able to see on the N1 a big billboard saying, you know, you can lose your license for the following transgressions: excessive speeding, drunken driving, reckless driving, and take the public with you. Get them to support the system. And I think it can work. I think the system is working very well. I don't think that it's working very well in other countries. We have seen it, but it's much less complicated than what we have here. 2,500 transgressions that are penalizable by points. It's ridiculous. Really, it borders on being ridiculous. You won't get the public's buy-in, and you're going to lose your license very quickly, especially professional drivers, truck and bus drivers and so on, will lose their license very quickly. So I think, but he did mention that there will be a phasing period, and only safety critical. We haven't seen it. We don't know what's included here. We have to wait for the regulations and give comments on that, maybe go to the portfolio committee as well. So I think there will be workshops, maybe only next year, I'm not sure, we'll see. But certainly something to watch. For companies, they'll have to employ someone to monitor these embedded points, or give additional functions to those individuals in charge of operations to monitor this and to make sure drivers are not driving without licenses. So it's coming, and internationally it's had a major impact on road safety. I think we should support it, but it should be simplified, much more simplified than what we have at this point in time. Electric buses, I think it's the future to go that way. I know there's hydrogen also in the talk around this. The view of many people is that hydrogen is more for long distance trucking and busing and rail locomotives, and your battery electric buses will be more for the local areas up to 300 kilometers per day. And as we see, most vehicles don't do that. Only here and there do you find very long distance, like in Patco service and so on. But generally applicable to our operations, and we should not have a range anxiety issue if we do the work properly. The GAPS is doing some good work here, I think, leading the industry, and hopefully we can get the policies to be amended or be flexible enough to include these types of vehicles in the fleets as they are phased in and the diesel buses phased out. And there must be a decision at some point in time, how fast this must be taking place. There's a lot of work, there's a lot of money. I know there's a lot of money at the development bank for this type of thing, and they're working with the municipalities at this point in time from a governmental point of view. But in the meantime, the private sector is also doing the work. So we need contracting adjustments like contract periods, payback periods, and so on. The one thing I didn't mention around Garco's subsidy thing is that the operators won't own the buses anymore. The government will procure all the buses, and you'll only be an operator, like a management company managing on behalf of the state, like very much like you have in France. So this is also part of it. It's like a form of nationalization of the purchasing of buses and so on. So government to purchase that, as you mentioned, to get the cost down. I cannot agree with that. I think it's contrary to anything that one have experience of internationally and so on. So that's another one that we didn't agree with, but I mean, it's now in the document. They didn't agree with us around there. Yeah, so safety, I think, is a major issue. I think the learnings from that Karen really spelled that out very well. You need to have your information, you need to document the cases, you need to report the cases if you want to make a case. And it seems to me, what she confirmed, that it's more and more up to the individual operator to take this forward. SABOA, I know we've had a lot of initiatives around this, but the operators don't give us the information, unfortunately. We've really tried very hard to begin a system where we can log the incidents, police reports, file numbers and so on, and we're not making progress. So it's up to the operator, maybe operators in the area, if there's lots of intimidation, to take this forward. And Karen has offered assistance to assist companies in taking this forward. So, but the main thing is know your rights, you identify your rights, obligations, what legislation do you rely on, what's the duty of the state, the minister and the MECs and so on, inform the government on the issues, everybody else that you can think of, and then what relief do you want as far as that's concerned. If there's still no response, take it further. I think the Cape Town examples are very good at this point in time. So that's a summary of the papers of today. I would like to thank you for being here. I know it's the graveyard session. I think many people passed away here or passed out through the door there. But thank you for staying all the way this afternoon. I'd like to thank the sponsors. I'd like to thank the sponsors again for the sponsorship. That it would not be possible to run this conference like this. CTU, Scania, Nail Technologies, Busmark, Standard Bank, Voigt, Cuba. Thank you very much for your assistance in making this possible. We really appreciate that. I would like to thank also the office personnel of SABOA. We are very lean at this point in time, inverted commas. After COVID, we've not been able to ramp up our personnel. We were 7 or 8 people. We're down to 2.5 people at this point in time. To put a conference like this together is a major sacrifice, I can assure you. We had the dinner last night and today's function, and normally we have a lead up of about 6 months with a team working on it. I think this team, spent 2 months on it, if that much, on organizing this. So I'd like to thank Precious, I don't see her here, and Rika and Cynthia. Cynthia, unfortunately, she was retrenched in COVID in SABOA We've now brought her back just to help us with the conference. I'd like to thank her as well, just for assisting us as far as that's concerned. Then, Shamini, thank you very much for taking the leadership. I know you bit off a lot when you said, okay, I'll help SABOA until you find a new executive manager. If you're still here, I couldn't believe that you're still here when I saw you last night. All the issues that we've had and all the problems that we've had. But thank you very much. We really appreciate your loyalty and your assistance and commitment towards the industry, and also to make this whole conference possible. Thank you very much. Then also to Harry and Jan, I know you've also had a difficult time with all your equipment and load shedding and stuff like that. Thank you very much, Harry and Jan, for also your inputs here and assistance. We really appreciate that. So to all of you, thank you very much for attending. I really appreciate that. We really appreciate that. And we look forward to seeing you all at the next conference. Thanks.